The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I'm your host, Matt from the Past. It is Wednesday, March the 19th, 2025. And before we get on with this day in history, I would just like to do some quick housekeeping here. First of all, I would like to thank anyone who has been tuning in to the new show on Saturdays. Saturday morning matinee at 8 a.m. or whenever you want to watch it. It's just premieres at 8 a.m. And secondly, I would like to announce that we ran out of The Lives of Harry Lime last night, so it will be replaced with the rest of the story with Paul Harvey. But now, let's get on with this day in history. In 1279 AD, a Mongolian victory at the naval battle of Yemen ends the Song dynasty in China. In 1644, 200 members of Peking imperial family and court commit suicide in loyalty to the emperor. In 1863, Confederate cruiser SS Jordania destroyed on her maiden voyage with a cargo of munitions and medicines then valued at over $1 million. Wreck discovered exactly 102 years later by teenage diver and pioneer underwater archaeologist E. Lee Spence. In 1920, U.S. Senate rejects the Treaty of Versailles for the second time, refusing to ratify the League of Nations Convention and maintains a policy of isolation. In 1932, the Sydney Harbour Bridge is opened in Sydney, Australia. In 2003, airstrikes by an American and British-led coalition signaled the beginning of the invasion of Iraq without United Nations support and in defiance of world opinion. In 1984, American sitcom Kate and Allie premieres on CBS TV, starring Susan St. James and Jane Curtin. In 1859, Charles Gounod's opera Faust premieres at Theater Lyrique in Paris, France. In 1991, NFL owners strip Phoenix of the 1993 Super Bowl game due to Arizona not recognizing federal holiday Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Yeah. Born on this day, David Livingston, Wyatt Earp, William Jennings Bryan, Adolf Eichmann, Zhang Quinn, Saran, Glenn Close, Harvey Weinstein, Bruce Willis, Elizabeth McKinney, Richie Ashburn. Dying on this day, Arthur Balfour, Edgar Rice Burroughs, Arthur C. Clarke, Paul Schofield. Edgar Rice Burroughs and Arthur C. Clarke. I actually like them both. Who knew they had the same birthday? Well, you learn something new every day. But anyway, that does it for this day in history. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 163. Go to 40th Place and Figueroa, investigate a bank robbery. That's all. Roll We have told you many times in these broadcasts that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is by long odds the favorite motor fuel of the law enforcement and public protective agencies of our local government. But have you ever stopped to think what this really means? Well, here are the figures for 1936. 3,724,318 gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline were used in police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. At 15 miles to the gallon, this tremendous quantity would drive your car more than 55 million miles. Around the world, 2,327 times. If you started now and drove 50 miles an hour, 24 hours a day for 127 and a half years, in other words, until the 4th of July in the year 2064, you would still have 19,000 miles to go. Don't you feel that the judgment of the men who show such an overwhelming preference for Rio Grande gasoline is to be respected? Isolated cases might be challenged, but there must be an advantage for you in following the lead of so many. Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, San Diego, Phoenix, Tucson, Orange County, San Diego County, Maricopa County, and others. This list, you will observe, includes 2 of the 3 largest cities in California and the largest county in Arizona, the law enforcement officers of which protect the lives and property of 1/3 of the people in Arizona. Each of the governmental agencies in this impressive list has specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively month after month. Why don't you do that this year? Hundreds of thousands of other motorists have found it very much to their advantage. Start in tomorrow. See your Rio Grande independent dealer. Once again, we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight, I am not going to follow my usual custom of talking about the crime to follow on calling all cars. Instead, I should like to say a few words about a situation that has become a crisis here in Los Angeles, the problem of traffic fatalities. As 1937 ushered itself in to the accompaniment of joyful celebration, it left an old year behind it that had rolled up the staggering traffic death figure of 1,040 persons. In 12 short months, 1,040 people, just like you and me, lost their lives on the highway. 3/4 of them because of the carelessness on someone's part. A new year has started, and already the deaths have started piling up. That is why I say it is a crisis that cannot be allowed to go on unchecked. So tonight, think it over, and then drive accordingly. If you, as citizens, will help by driving carefully and thoughtfully, perhaps when 1937 rolls into 1938, you will have been instrumental in letting some person alive today live another year. Who knows? That person might be you.
Los Angeles, April 15th, 1929, 2:30 o'clock. Behind the iron grill marked teller in the Citizens National Bank at 40th Place in Figueroa, a young man glances at the wall clock, then back to the figure of a woman approaching his window.
She has afternoon.
Good afternoon. I wonder if you'd do me a favor and read this telegram for me.
Telegram? Yes, I'd be glad to.
Thanks.
Oh, but this isn't a telegram.
Read it and read it fast.
Keep still. Shoot
Keep it to yourself. I know what it says.
Oh, but there isn't $5,000 in here.
Listen, little man. You know what's good for you? Shove those bills across into this bag and make it fast and quiet.
All right, I will. Here you are. This is all I've got.
Fine. Now listen. You read in that note about being covered by 3 guns. If you make a crack anyone about this for 20 minutes after I walk out of here, it'll be the last thing you ever say. Understand?
Yes, I understand.
And don't forget it. So long.
Uncertain as to just what to do, the young fellow stands in his gate for 5 long minutes. The woman's warning words ringing in his ears. Don't tell anyone for 20 minutes or else. Then, by a supreme effort, he shakes off the fear that binds him and hurries to the chief seller's office where he tells his story. And when he is finished, a stony silence is his only answer. Then,
Do you expect me to believe that?
Expect you to believe it. Of course, it's what happened.
A woman walked in and asked you for all the money, and you just handed it over and then stood there for 5 minutes before telling anybody.
Well, she told me I'd be killed if I moved for 20 minutes. I didn't want that to happen.
Oh, no, of course not. And you didn't want anybody to find out about it until your confederate had plenty of time to get away, did you?
What are you talking
Just
about?
that. You thought you could get away with this little scheme. You thought everybody would believe your story about a holdup. Well, it won't work.
But it's what happened.
I don't believe one word of it. And I don't think the manager will either. However, we'll just go up to his office and see. Come along, Mr. Brown.
and strangely enough, the manager of the bank refuses to believe the story either. With the result, the young feller, after an hour of futile explaining, is discharged. The police, however, after questioning him, fail to find any good reason to arrest him, and the incident gradually blows over. 5 months go by, during which the now bitter teller buys a small ranch, settles down to a rural life as a country farmer. Then, on the morning of September 4th, 1929, into the office of the Los Angeles burglary detail walks a middle-aged, well-dressed man. Obviously embarrassed, he inquires for the person in charge. Is directed to Lieutenant Eddie Chitwood's desk.
Good morning. Are you the gentleman in charge here?
At the moment, yes. What can I do for you?
Well, there's a matter come up. Well, that is to say, a matter that I don't think really means anything.
I see.
You see, it's the thing that as a matter of fact, I'd never bother you about if it weren't for my wife. She insists that I report it.
Well, go right ahead. What's it all about?
I'm not taking up your time?
No, not at all. Go right ahead.
Well, you see, that is my wife and I, have a young lady living at our house. She's a very nice young lady. Very nice. And I wouldn't want anything to sound as though I were suspicious of her action, but...
Say, look here. If it'll help any, whatever you want to tell me will be kept in the strictest confidence. Will that make it easier?
Yes, it will. Thank you. You see, this young lady is separated from her husband, and she and her baby are sort of living at our house because we felt sorry for her. My wife is a very sympathetic person. You know how that is.
Oh, yes, sure.
Well, the thing that caused all this was this girl's husband. He's something of a loafer, works as an extra at the studios occasionally, but never makes any money. Well, he's been coming over to see her every once in a while, and last night he had a lot of money with him. I mean, really, a large amount. Well, naturally, my wife thought it kind of strange, and as a matter of fact, so did I. But it isn't our business, and, well, I was all for letting it go.
But you changed your mind?
Yes. Well, that is, my wife changed it for me. She feels that you should know about it, and she said that if I wouldn't come down, she would. So I came down.
Well, did this man say where he got all this money?
Oh, no. Naturally, we didn't ask him. But I noticed that it was mostly all in $20 bills. That seems rather odd in itself.
All 20s, huh?
Yes.
Well, if you leave your name and address and phone number with me, I'll look into it and let you know. What's this girl's husband's name?
Martin. Jim is his first name, I think.
Jim, yeah, Martin. And you say he works as an extra occasionally?
Yes. Through some friends of his.
All right. I'll look into it and let you know. And thanks a lot for coming in.
Oh, that's quite all right. Well, good day.
Lieutenant Chitwood, although not expecting to find anything, browses through several recent police bulletins, finds 2 on men wanted for bank robbery, glances casually through the data on them. Suddenly, he notices one line that bears a significant statement.
Oh, Ed. Yeah? Come here a minute, will you? What's on your mind? Listen to this. The bills stolen in this robbery consisted mostly of $20 bills. So? I've got a brainstorm. You saw that fellow I was talking to a while back, middle-aged fellow? Yes. And he came in to tell me that a young man whose ex-wife lived at his house flashed a roll of 20s last night. A young man that never has a dime to his name. You figure he might know something about this bank job? I figure we might do well to have a talk with him. Okay, when do we start? Well, I think now would be as good a time as any. We'll take this bulletin with us and see how the description checks. Come on.
At the address given to him by his earlier visitor, Chitwood and Long find him and his wife at home. From them, the 2 detectives get a good description of Martin, also of his friends who work at the studios, also a phone number where Martin lives. A check on the number reveals the address to be that of a residence on Hollywood Boulevard. Accordingly, Chitwood and Long drive there in hopes of finding the suddenly rich young man at home.
That must be the place next to that auto rental lot. It thinks this Martin doesn't live alone in the bar in that town. Probably has a room. Let's pull in the lot and look the place over. Yeah, okay. Here comes the gent that runs the place. Maybe he knows Martin by sight. Maybe I'll ask him.
Something I can do for you?
We're looking for a fellow that lives around here someplace. Thought maybe you might know him. He used to live in that big house over there.
Well, I might know him at that. 4 or 5 young fellows live there. Most of them work at the studios, I think. What was his name?
Jones. Joe Jones.
Joe Jones?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that I know anyone by that name.
Sort of dark-haired, good-looking young fellow.
Well, there's a couple of them has dark hair. Good-looking enough, too, for that matter, but, well, that name doesn't sound familiar.
I see. Well, thanks, anyway.
Well, that's all right. You might go over and ask at the house yourself. I guess you could find out from them fast enough.
Oh, sure, that'd be the thing to do, all right. Come along, Ed. Let's drive around. We could walk over there. I think we better drive over. Okay, if you want to drive over, we will. Only you must be getting lazy. Sure, I'm lazy, all right. Let's go. Like you are, we drive. Guess we turn right here. No, keep going straight ahead. But I thought we were going to find out. I know the house, but we're not. I've got a hunch that our friend Martin might get wise if we did that and pull out on him. So we drive to your house and get your wife to call this number and ask for him, you see. And then we give him some story to get him away from there and pick him up. What's the story? I don't know yet. You drive, and I'll think it up on the way.
Hey, what does this mean? Don't tell me that you and Eddie are paying me a social call.
Oh, hello, dear. Eddie and I have a favor you can do for us. A telephone call. Here's the number, Eddie.
Well, I'll do it, of course. What's it all about?
Well, we're trying to flush a bird out into the open, Mrs. Long, and thought maybe you'd call this number and ask for Jim Martin. It would help us.
Well, what do I do when he answers?
You tell him that you're Mrs. Adams and that Polly is very sick.
Mrs. Adams, Polly is sick.
That's right. And tell him she wants him to come over to the house right away and make it sound urgent.
Whose house?
Well, Mrs. Adams. That's where Polly is.
Well, I could ask who Polly is, but I'll try not to. Now, let me see if I've got this straight. I'm Mrs. Adams, and Polly is very sick and wants Jim to come over to the house right away. Right?
Perfect. Will you do it?
Of course I'll do it. But you better come along with me while I phone, just to prompt me if I forget.
All right, I'll stand right beside you. But the main thing is make Jim go over to Polly.
Calling the number, Mrs. Long contacts a man who says he is Jim Martin. Given the message, he sounds at first skeptical, but finally says he'll be over in 15 minutes. Accordingly, Chitwood and Long lose no time driving to the Adams house, where they park their car and make plans. Long agrees to watch them across the street while Chitwood takes a position next to the house from where he can see but is hidden from sight himself. 10 minutes pass. 15 minutes, and no sign of the wanted man. Then suddenly a car pulls up across the street. A tall, dark-haired man steps out, starts across in a straight path for the house. Waiting until he's certain, Chitwood watches. The man crosses the lawn, almost reaches the porch steps. Then, making no noise, he walks up behind him, takes his arm.
Hello, Jim. Huh? Say, what the devil is this? Oh, where are you headed for, Jim? I was just looking for an address, and my name's not Jim. Not Jim. Jim Martin? No, I never heard of him. What is your name? It's Smith, Bill Smith. Bill Smith, eh? That's certainly an original name. Bill Smith? Well, that's my name. Okay, Bill. Let you and I take a ride down to the station. I want the boys to get a look at the eighth wonder of the world, the original Bill Smith.
But on the way to the station, Chitwood changes his mind and decides to talk to the suspect first. Driving to an isolated section of Hollywood, Long parks the car under a huge tree, turns off the motor.
Hey, what's the idea of stopping here? I just have a desire to see what you've got on you before we go any further, that's all. Get out of the car.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You've got no right.
I said to get out of the car.
All right. You don't have to get so tough about it.
I don't intend to unless you make me. All right. Now take off your coat and hand it to me.
What's the big idea anyway?
All right. Thank you. Take a thorough look through him, Ed, while I look this coat over. Right. Put your hands over your head, Smith. Don't miss anything, Ed. I have a hunch our friend might have a few things of interest on him.
This doesn't make any sense. I don't know what you're looking for, but you won't find anything on me.
Oh, no? What's this, then?
I don't know.
You don't know? Oh, that's funny. Can you imagine a fellow carrying a roll of $20 bills around with him and not knowing it, Ed? Oh, it's got a nice neat stamp on the package, too. Bank of America, huh?
Where did that come from?
You mean right now, or when you stole it from the bank?
What do you mean, stole it?
Now, look, Mr. Bill Smith. For your information, we've got the finger right on you for that bank job. Now, what I want to know is, do you want to take the rap alone, or do you want to tell us who your pals are?
I didn't have anything to do with any bank job.
I guess that means you want the whole rap yourself, huh?
You can't prove anything on me.
Oh, that's what you say. I know different. Come on, Ed. Let's take this lad to his future home. Maybe a few hours there will loosen his tongue.
But Martin, although practically as good as convicted on the strength of the evidence found on him, refuses to talk anymore. And later, still denying everything, he's placed in jail. From his wallet, the name Bert Hall is taken on a card with a phone number written below it. Acting on a hunch this might be another of the gang, Chitwood and Long check the address, then drive out to a place in the lower Hollywood Hills. And when they arrive there, sudden doubt assails them.
Listen, Eddie, something's wrong here. This is a respectable, high-class neighborhood. Look at the houses. Yeah, this place is much too elegant for a crook to hang out. Oh, look over there. A little girl coming out of the house. Yeah. Now, come on. We got the wrong place. Let's go back and check the address again. Okay, it's a cinch that this is the wrong place.
But back at the station, another check proves the address to be the same as the phone number, and Chitwood and Long decide that high-class neighborhood or no high-class neighborhood, they're going to investigate. So once again, they drive to the house. And this time, they walk to the door, ring the bell.
I'm going to ask for Bert, too. If anything happens, be ready to push in with me.
Yes?
Oh, hello. Bert here?
No.
Well, we're friends of
He's
his.
not here.
Oh, working at the studio?
Why, yes. You say your friend is here?
That's right. Aren't we, Ed? Yeah, sure enough. Do you think you'll be back soon?
No, not too late. Probably be 12 or 12:30.
Oh, that late, eh?
I'm afraid so.
You still got any of the money left in the bank pickup?
Well, so what are you trying to pull?
No, you don't.
Get your foot out of the door.
Tell it's open. We're coming in.
You can't break into my house like this.
Oh, all right, lady. All right, now just take it easy. Might as well, because we're all going to sit right here and wait for Bert to come home.
Say, you're cops, aren't you?
That's right.
Why are you barking up the wrong tree?
You know what you're under arrest for?
No, of course not.
Oh, that's 2 counts against you. First that slip you made when I asked you about the money, and now this. Come on, why don't you relax and tell us all about it?
I don't have the faintest idea what they're talking about. As far as I'm concerned, you can sit here till the cows come home.
Sorry, we're not interested in cows. All we want right now is your friend, Bert. The cows will have to wait.
Convinced that they're in the right place, Chitwood and Long settle down to await the missing Bert's arrival. Several hours go by and no sign of him. At 11:45, Long decides to go outside and keep his eye out in case the man might arrive and got wise. Chitwood and the woman sit inside, staring at one another. Suddenly, she grabs her jaw, a look of agony on her face.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, my teeth. God bless them every once in a while. Starts to hurt like this. Oh.
Anything I can do to make it feel better?
No. Oh, if I could go into my room and lie on the bed, I could put a cold compress on it. That stops the pain.
And I'd lie down here on this couch.
No, I want to lie on my own bed. It's more comfortable. You can come in there with me.
I can't see what's wrong with right here on the couch.
I want to lie on my own bed.
Okay, then, all right.
Thanks. It's right in here.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
I don't like the idea. You want to get in there too badly. I think I'll call my partner and see what you're up to.
Oh, it's nothing. It's only that my teeth hurt so.
Is it? Better not make any fast moves when I open this door. Oh, Ed, come here a minute, fast. What's up? Not just here. Come on in. Keep a close eye on this woman while I look into that bedroom. Something tells me all is not as it should be. Okay, go ahead. I'll watch it. Anything starts, you take care of her, and I'll do the rest, right? There's no one in here. Let's see what's so interesting about this bed. Oh, so this is the answer, huh? These nasty-looking guns. Yeah, they're loaded, too. Well, two more. What's the idea of the arsenal, ladies? You don't feel like talking, huh? Well, I can tell you instead, then. You thought I'd call for that toothache gag and walk in here with you, huh? Then all you had to do was reach under the covers and grab one of these guns and blast me to pieces. Is that right?
Yeah, sure.
You still don't feel like talking. Oh, I don't blame you. Well, let's see if there's anything else under here. Well, now, isn't this a nice little nest there? What have you found now? A roll of 20s big enough to choke a horse. Well, it just about catches it, doesn't it? I'd say so. All we got to do now is just sit tight and wait for Bert. And won't he be surprised when we get there? But as morning comes, there is still no sign of Bert, and the two detectives decide to take the woman to headquarters alone. All the way in, they take turns trying to get her to talk. And all the way in, she refuses to admit any knowledge of anything. At last, as they pull up in front of the Hall of Justice, Chitwood plays a trump card. Well, here we are.
All right, what of it?
The last chance to talk.
I haven't anything to talk about.
Oh, that's sure funny. Martin had plenty to say.
Martin?
Why, sure. We've had him here since yesterday. For a full 15 minutes, the woman continues her tirade. But when it's all over, she shows Chitwood and Long where the rest of the stolen banknotes are buried behind the house. The only thing she won't tell is where Bert is. But Chitwood and Long, after placing her behind bars, face Martin with her accusations. And as a result...
All right. If that's the way she's going to play, then I'll play the same way. Why, she's the head of the whole outfit. She's the one that pulled the actual stick-up. And she's the one that planned them out. And that husband of hers, Bert, was right with her all the time. They're the ones that engineered everything. I only helped.
You know where I can get a hold of him?
Well, I know he works at the World Picture Studio. If he's not there now, they can get him.
Well, that's fine, Martin. In fact, it's better than that. It's perfect. Come on, Ed. We're going to haunt the studio. Rushing out to the World Pictures lot, Chitwood and Long look up the casting director, who proves to be an old friend of Chitwood, and explain their mission. At first, the director refuses to believe that a bank robber could be working for him. But finally, he checks the list of bit players and finds the name Bert Hall, ready, with a private phone listening up. Under Chitwood's instruction, he calls the number, informs the man who answers to have Hall come to the studio for retakes at once. Then they settle down to wait. And for once, their wait is a short one. And an hour after the call, a well-built, dark man walks in, places his elbows on the counter, and leans through the little window marked casting, inquires if Bert Hall was called for retake. Silently, Chitwood edges up behind him, reaches around his arms, and snaps a pair of handcuffs on his wrist. Hey, what is this? Some sort of a gag? Well, not that you've noticed, sir. You surprised? Well, naturally. What's it all about? Well, you don't look very surprised. In fact, you look as though you've been sort of expecting something like this. Well, I haven't. I don't know what you're trying to pull, but it's no go. All right, Bill, let's stop stalling around. We've got your wife. We've got your friend Martin, and they both talk and talk plenty. Now, what do you say about that? And what would you say? And if I were you, I don't know.
I'll say this, though. You're certainly pretty much of a heel.
What do you mean, heel?
Letting your wife hold up those banks all by herself, why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Listen, Flatfoot, I didn't let her do those jobs alone. I was right there with a gun all the time.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, well, I can prove it. I was there on every job, and I was right in the bank when she pulled her axe. Now, what do you think of that?
And I think you've just fixed yourself up for good, Bert.
What do you mean?
I thought if I hurt your ego a little, you'd talk. I never saw a punk like you that wouldn't start boasting given a chance. But this time, you've boasted your way right smack into San Quentin. Come on, let's join the party.
A few days later, a somewhat chagrined Chief Keller once again faces his ex-employee, prepares to make amends.
Young man, it's good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
You know, of course, why I sent for you, sir.
Yes, sir. I guess so, sir.
Naturally, when I saw by the papers that the police had found the criminals who robbed the bank, I realized that perhaps we've been a little hasty about you.
Thank you, sir.
A little hasty, but I have good news for you. I want to offer you your old job back.
Well, thank you, sir, but you see, I don't want it.
You don't want it?
No, sir. You see, if I hadn't been fired, I might never have known what a farm was like. But, well, I was fired, and now, well, sir, I don't ever want to leave my farm. I don't want to work in a bank again as long as I live.
Thousands of motorists who listened to these calling all cars broadcasts during 1936 switched to Rio Grande cracked gasoline in the hope that they, too, would be able to feel the thrill of police car performance. They were not disappointed, for independent Rio Grande dealers offer to the public exactly the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. Thousands more will switch to Rio Grande cracked gasoline during 1937. Will you be one of them? Why not? Don't be satisfied with sluggish, slow-burning, sputtering gasoline. Rio Grande cracked gasoline costs you no more. And Rio Grande cracked gasoline is broken up, cracked into tiny atoms which burn more readily and more completely. This is why you get quicker starting, faster pickup, greater power. Your independent Rio Grande dealer also offers you the best motor oils you can buy. No wax, no petroleum jelly, no impurities in Sinclair, Pennsylvania, and Sinclair Opaline motor oil. So free-flowing and heat-resisting, you can use the same grade summer and winter. Sinclair for safety. And have you seen the latest copy of Calling All Cars News? Your independent Rio Grande dealer will be glad to give you a copy free. Brighter and easier this year than ever before. Exclusive Screen Star news, thrilling detective stories, many photographs, and illustrated features. Get your copy tomorrow.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 163 regarding a bank holdup. Suspects this case are now in custody. That's all. So
narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
On a mission to Deep Space Nine, two forgotten sons make a desperate search for their long-lost fathers.
My father is dead. No, he's not.
For Data, a bizarre vision compels him to submit to a deadly experiment.
You've crossed over the threshold.
I'm proud of you, son.
For Worf, it's a journey to a Romulan prison camp.
We are not leaving here.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
I'll rally there. Someone wait for me. This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield. Produced and transcribed in New York with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins and the Bears, and Bing's guest, Miss Beatrice Lilly. And now from CBS Playhouse number 2, here's Chesterfield's satisfying singer of songs, Bing Crosby.
Satisfying singer of songs. Well, you're very alliterative tonight, eh, Ken?
Well, being here in New York and practically on Broadway, I thought I should be just as clever as possible, you know.
It'd be nice if you could be even more clever than that.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, Bing, don't you see, satisfying singer of songs ties right in with our Chesterfield slogan, they satisfy.
Oh, I see what you're driving at, Ken. But if you really wanted to be clever, I'll tell you how you could have introduced me. I've been rambling around the country a lot lately. You know, why didn't you call me Chesterfield's traveling salesman?
Well, you're traveling, but are you selling any?
Am I selling any? I sold 10 cartons in the Stork Club last night.
What were you doing selling Chesterfields at the Stork Club?
Cigarette girl didn't show up, so I subbed for her. I did a nice little business in teddy bears, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, being outside of being cigarette girl at the Stork Club, what else you doing around town?
That's about all I can handle, Ken. That's all I can do. That's not easy work, you know. You're on your feet a lot.
Yes, but I thought perhaps you might make a personal appearance at the Paramount Theater like Bob Hope did.
Oh, no, not me. I'm not stage struck.
You know, Bob made a lot of money at the Paramount.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me drop by there and talk to them right after the show.
Good, but that's pretty rugged work there, Bing. Bob did 7 shows a day. It really tired him out.
It wasn't the work that Hope did on the stage. It's the Paramount that tired him out.
What do you mean?
It's those shows Bob does after he's through at the theater. That's what gets him down.
What shows after the theater?
Well, naturally, when he's finished, he jumps in a cab and he has to put on a show for the driver.
Yeah? Oh, that's right friendly of Bob.
It's friendly, and it beats paying the fare, too. Then the cab pulls up in front of the Waldorf. Bob gets out and he does a show on the street.
Uh-huh.
Then he does a show in the elevator, one in his room, and then one out the window in case he missed anybody in the street.
Boy's always working, isn't he?
He is a busy one. Yes, he is. Okay, and I think we got a little song, and we better get busy with it. It's a very popular little novelty. It's just catching on like wildfire, sweeping the country. The Rhythmaires are going to join me in this song from the 20th Century Fox picture, Wabash Avenue. John Scott, are you ready, boy? Wilhelmina, about the cutest little chick in Copenhagen.
In Copenhagen.
Wilhelmina has all the fellas going crazy in their noggin.
In Copenhagen.
And the roses on her cheeks. And the music when she speaks. And how sweet her kisses taste. Sugar canish like my mama's Danish pastry. Wilhelmina, maybe soon we will elope in Copenhagen.
In Copenhagen.
Wilhelmina, we'll share everything, including mine.
In Copenhagen.
All the other girls say no, but Wilhelmina, she says nine. All the boys call Wilhelmina Willie, but I call Wilhelmina mine.
Wilhelmina, she's the cutest little girl in Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, she has all the fellas crazy in the noggin. In Copenhagen. And the roses on her cheeks. And the music when she speaks. Danish like my mama's Danish pastry.
Ah, Wilhelmina, maybe soon we will elope in Copenhagen.
In Copenhagen.
Wilhelmina, we'll share everything, including my toboggan.
In Copenhagen.
All the other girls say no, but Wilhelmina, she says nine. All the boys call Wilhelmina Willie, but I call Wilhelmina mine. You know, Ken, there are a heap of folks in this big city, and the way it looks to me, most of them smoke these Chesterfields of ours.
Why, sure, Bing. For years now, Chesterfield has been the largest selling cigarette with greater New York's 12 million people.
Well, I guess the folks here, they know about that Chesterfield mildness.
Folks everywhere know about that, Bing. Folks right across the country. Well, do you remember just before we left Hollywood, we were talking to Valley?
Oh, you mean the fine actress from Italy?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, I do. She's a Chesterfield smoker. What was it she told us again?
Well, she said, since my arrival in this country, I've smoked nearly every American cigarette. And Chesterfield is the only one that's definitely milder.
Smart girl. By the way, that new picture of Valley's, The Third Man, is a great picture. Really terrific.
Oh, you mean Carol Reed's production?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a film
wonderful.
about post-war Vienna. All about intrigue and zithers and things like that. You better take it in, Ken. Don't blow it, boy. Folks, you remember what Valley says, huh? Of all cigarettes, Chesterfield is the only one that's really milder. Why, you can tell that for yourself as soon as you open up a pack and you get a whiff of that milder Chesterfield aroma. Then when you smoke that pack, you'll know that Chesterfields are milder than any other cigarette. So, friends, always buy Chesterfield. Chesterfield satisfy women and men. Chesterfields over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfield's ABC. A new number, sort of in the tempo di blues, written by Mac Gordon and Joseph Miro for the picture Wabash Avenue. Baby, won't you say you love me? Till you do, I can't feel right. Oh, baby, if you tell me that you love me, I promise not to ask again. That is until tomorrow night. Baby, I need you beside me. Part of everything I do. To cry as much, to laugh as much, and love me even half as much as I love you. Baby, won't you say you love me? Till you do, I can't feel right. Oh, baby, if you tell me that you love me, I promise not to ask again. That is until tomorrow night. Baby, I need you beside me. Part of everything I do. To cry as much, to laugh as much, and love me even half as much as I love you. One of the nicest things about being in show business is that you get a chance to meet and work with people like our charming guests of this evening. The nimble wit of this lively lady has made her a star in the International Theater and a delight in anybody's living room. If her sharp satire sometimes prevents her from being gentle people, she will always be one of my dear hearts. I speak, of course, of Beatrice Lilly.
You do?
Welcome, Miss B.
Thank you, Mr. C.
You know, it's about time we got together again, B. It seems a long time since we've shared a mic, huh?
Yes.
Don't you think?
It has been a long time, Bing. Nearly 2 years as the cock crows. I mean, the crew craws. Or whatever that expression is.
2 years. Long time no B.
Long time no bees?
Yeah.
Say, that's rather clever. If you're not used to conversation.
Well, I'm not. I hang around a good deal with Bob Hope, you know.
Oh, Bob Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he that English boy who was run out of London?
The very same. He came to America, and after a long, hard struggle, he finally made bad.
Well, I'm so glad he came over here to do it. Poor England's had a rough enough go.
Say, I might be talking about England, B. I'm going abroad in a couple of weeks myself.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you love it abroad, Bing. This time of year, Chicago is so delightful.
I'm going to Europe. I've been to Chicago. But I'm glad that I've had a chance now to talk to an old commuter like you.
Oh, I am an old commuter. Now, what are you going abroad for, Bing?
Well, I'm going to England for the channel swimming season, B. I'm going to scout some good locations along the coast and put in some drive-in grease racks.
What an interesting idea. But then you always were interested in athletics.
No, the pirate.
Oh.
Pirate. I'm looking forward to having a wonderful time in England, B. Just as soon as I have a little chore to do in Ireland as soon as I'm finished.
Well, what chore have you got to perform in Ireland, Bing? Mailing a letter for Barry Fitzgerald?
No, I have to go as an emissary from Paramount. I must apologize for top of the morning.
Oh, I saw that picture. And Bing, listen, if I were you, keep out of Ireland.
I'm going to be safe, B. They'll never know me. I'm using one of Pat O'Brien's old passports.
Oh, well, that may be even more dangerous. I understand Pat used one of Mayor O'Dwyer's old ones.
Mayor O'Dwyer? Oh, that's the fellow who lives in Florida, isn't it?
He likes to fish.
Well, it's a good spot for her.
But, Bing, I feel that I should give you the benefit of my knowledge of the continent and brief you on a few things.
Oh, I'm ready.
Mind?
Mm-hmm. Come
now,
on.
where are you stopping in London?
Well, my brother Everett took care of all that for me, B. He got me a reservation at the Wembley Plaza.
That hole?
Everett stopped there himself last summer.
Well, that didn't help it any.
Well, he said he got me a beautiful suite at the Wembley Plaza, and I'm...
Now, Bing, you shall stay in my flat in London as a guest of my aunt.
Well, that's very generous of you, B, but I can't stay in an apartment with a lady.
Oh, Ollie's 87. If you breathe on her glasses, she won't even see you.
Well, she might hear me then. I shave against the grain, you know.
Oh, the dear old lady can't hear a thing. For 40 years, she's fired the boilers at Wembley Plaza. Now, let's get back to arrangements for your trip.
Thank you. Thank you, Beatrice Lilly, girl guide.
Exactly. And I'm about to guide you to one.
Clap hands.
To show you some of the points of interest in England, you should have a charming female companion.
Are the English girls very friendly, B?
Extremely. The austerity program hasn't stifled that. Now, when you're ready for companionship, telephone this number.
Let's see, Trafalgar 9633.
Ask for Millicent.
Millicent.
Tell Millicent to meet you in front of number 10 Downing Street at 4:30.
Mm-hmm.
Describe in detail the clothing you'll be wearing, and then be there promptly.
Well,
Crosby.
But how will I recognize Millicent when she shows up?
No trouble at all. It'll be me.
You?
Don't be so alarmed, Bing. You'll have much more fun with me than you would with Millicent. She's a dreadful bore.
Well, B, this isn't my first trip to Europe, you know. I was over there during the war, singing for the soldiers.
Whose?
The Allies.
All good. But you know, being things in Europe are quite different now since the war.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. What's happened?
Well, European economy is strengthening.
Good.
A Hershey bar won't get you nearly what it did during the war.
Now she tells me after I packed 2 trunks full of... Hey, you know, B, my kids gave me a list of things they wanted me to bring back from Europe.
Would I be too bold to ask what they wanted?
Not at all. Gary wants an English racing bike from England. The twins want some wooden shoes from Holland. And Lindsay, that's the youngster, he wants me to bring back something from France. He wants Simone.
Well, I'm surprised the twins didn't ask for Simone.
How do you mean?
One Simone apiece.
I see.
You know, Bing, when you get to London, you might be able to do an interesting television program.
I don't think I'll do any television in England, B. I've never done any in this country yet.
Oh, but British television is far ahead of television in America.
Well, they got some good shows over there, huh?
Heavens, no. We're not that far ahead.
What? What's the big show in England these days?
The biggest man in British television is Professor Eustace Chitworth Gordon. He's the Arthur Godfrey of Piccadilly. And I must say, in Chitworth Gordon's case with Piccadilly, I must say...
What does this man do? Does he play the uke like Godfrey?
Oh, nothing quite that strident.
Oh?
Eustace Chitworth Gordon gives a 3-hour nightly lecture on the care and feeding of the green-breasted lapwing.
But, B, is that entertainment?
No, it's television.
Well, there must be more than that on the British screens. Don't they have anything with a little action in it? You know, don't they have a cowboy like our Along Cassidy?
Oh, yes. We have a footloose sheep herder named Saunter Along Pritchard.
Bully for Saunter Along.
One of his most famous cases was when he broke up the ring of swan nappers.
What are swan nappers?
You may well ask. Swan nappers, a band of thieves who kept kidnapping swans from the lake at Hyde Park. Saunter Along solved the mystery when he caught a fat pub keeper taking feathers out of his teeth with dental floss.
Saunter Along sounds like a rough man to run afoul of.
Oh, he's a Sherlock Holmes on horseback. Well, not really horseback. Actually, he drives a Jaguar.
A car?
No, the animal.
Oh. Say, Saunter Along sounds like a combination of Hopalong Cassidy and Sam Spade. He must be a real far-sighted fellow.
Well, you'd be amazed how far-sighted the bloke is. He has a telescopic lens on his monocle.
Oh, that's for me. I must get a monocle like that when I get to London. I also must have a derby.
Well, and be sure you don't buy a derby that slips down over your ears, or the monocle won't mean a thing.
I'd like to see the derby. It'll slip down over my ear. Well, be along about here. Don't you think we should plunge into song?
I'd rather burst into song.
Well, I'll plunge. You burst. What do we do?
Well, I think we should sing that cake song.
Cake song? Which one? There's sunshine cake, then there's candy and cake, and if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked
Oh,
for you.
it certainly has been a big year for cake, hasn't it?
This is the year that'll go down in history as the period when songwriter writers couldn't get out of the oven.
Well, which one will we do, Bing?
Let's do them all, huh? Let's have a mad melodic melange.
Quite.
Thank you.
We're gonna bake a sunshine cake. It's everything nice.
It's sugar and spice.
It's a cinch.
We'd ought to bake us a sunshine cake. It does more good than a big, thick steak.
Well, start.
Start with a tablespoon of trouble, then
Carry on.
you add a smile and let it bubble up.
We ought to bake a sunshine cake. It really isn't so hard to make.
How now?
Fresh tears,
A pound or two of pleasure,
kind words.
and you needn't use a measure cup. Any questions, ladies? Well, then we proceed. It's not from a recipe book, and you don't have to be a good cook.
All right. run to the oven and look.
It's such a simple dish.
All you do is wish.
Why not bake us the sunshine cake?
Of course, it may keep your dreams awake.
But friends say there's nothing like the flavor.
Don't wait to do your friends a favor. And for goodness sake,
Well, what if we wait for... Let's bake the sunshine cake. Very jolly. Oh, wasn't that fun, Bee? Wasn't that jolly?
very jolly.
Hmm?
It's from your new picture, Riding High, isn't it?
You're a dear girl to say so. How about candy and cake? Should we get on?
Well, I'm game if you are.
Knock it. Knock it.
Angel pie, you betcha section. Sweetie pie, keep perfection.
Candy and cake. Candy and cake. My honey's as sweet a treat as eating candy and cake.
Sugar and spice. Everything nice. And kissing him once ain't half as sweet as kissing him twice.
I can be smart.
I can be wise. But oh, when he rolls his roly-poly jelly bean eyes,
I shiver and shake. My heart will just break. If some other love should rob me of my candy and cake. I can be smart. Be smart.
I can be wise. But oh, when he rolls his roly-poly jelly bean eyes,
I shiver and I shake. My heart will just break.
if some other love should ever rob me,
That would sure play hard with me. If some other love should rob me of my candy and cake.
Rob me of candy and cake.
That was great, Bee. Wonderful. You know something, Bee? I sang that song with Arthur Godfrey a few weeks ago.
really, I'm surprised it's still alive.
Well, it's only convalescing. Should we bake the cake, Bee?
Oh, well, I'm ready.
These are some very special British lyrics, you know, by Mr. Tom Adair.
Good.
Okay, John. Well, if I knowed you was a-comin', I'd a-bake the
How
cake
terribly nice.
with the sugar and spice. If I knew you were comin', I'd a-bake the cake.
How do you do?
Put it there.
My word. If I knew you were coming, I'd brew some tea. Cream or lemon?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, the tea for two at tea time. Will you two-time me?
Not me.
Not me.
Oui. Shall we play a spot of polo?
I'd rather bill and coo.
I'm a sucker for a chucker.
Come, ducky, let's pucker.
That's not cricket.
But fun.
How true. If I knew you was a-comin', I'd have bought a gift. What would you like? Something like a tandem bike?
No, a dozen double dammers dinner napkins, please.
Double dinner?
Double dammers.
How'd you do?
If I knew you were arriving, I'd have boned a cod.
Would you have filleted a flounder?
Scaled a squad. If you'd only told me, we'd have fish and chips.
Well, pip.
Carry on.
No cod. If I knew you was a-comin', I'd have worn a shirt.
Necktie, too.
Oh, B, now let's not overdo.
Oh, I did want to wear my newest evening gown.
Low cut?
No cut.
Dear me.
Now, I may stay a fortnight.
Oh, stay 2 weeks. Don't rush back and forth.
Then I'll scurry back to Surrey, where I work for Arthur Murray, teaching Scottish to the Scottish from the north.
Ole, arriba! If I knew you was a-comin', I'd have donned my kilt. You know I got bony knees.
That's bony.
Please, if I knew you were to come, we'd a Highland flung.
Highland fling.
Who cares?
Let's Charleston.
Rather. How'd you do?
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
Do what?
How'd you do? Right in through here someplace, Ken. How about you and me, you and me tell the good folks how they can be their own cigarette experts.
Right, Bing. Well, folks, it's as easy as ABC. A,
you buy yourself a pack of Chesterfields, and you open the top up all the way.
And B, you smell the milder aroma that comes from that Chesterfield pack. You'll see that no other cigarette has it. And finally, C,
you light a Chesterfield and you enjoy this fact. Tobaccos that smell milder smoke milder.
Yes, every man who grows tobacco knows that fact. Now, what goes into a cigarette is what you get out of it. Into every Chesterfield goes the right combination of the world's best mild, ripe tobaccos.
And out of every Chesterfield, you get a cooler, better tasting smoke, a much milder smoke. So do me a favor, folks. Make this little test for mildness yourself.
Be your own cigarette expert.
Buy Chesterfields and enjoy more smoking pleasure than any other cigarette can give you. Here's the tune that was second in the Academy Award sweepstakes. It was written by Mr. Victor Young and Mr. Ned Washington. The night is like a lovely tune. Beware, my foolish heart, how white the ever-constant moon. Take care, my foolish heart. There's a line between love and fascination that's hard to see on an evening such as this. For they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. Her lips are much too close to mine. Beware, my foolish heart. But should our eager lips combine, then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that'll fade and fall apart. It's love. This time it's love, my foolish heart. This time it's love, my foolish Well, that's the closer here. Appears to be the closer for this session. My thanks to B. Lily for dropping in and breaking it up with us a little here.
It was wonderful fun, Bing. Who's going to be with you next week?
Next week, B. Jolson's going to be with us.
Jolson?
Mm-hmm.
Which one of your boys is he?
Al, the oldest one. Also with us next week is going to be Miss Ella Fitzgerald, one of our very great singers. Well, come on, B. I'll take you over to the Stork Club. Maybe Sherman Billingsley will gift you with a bottle of sortilege.
Oh, that's wonderful perfume.
Oh, very bewitching. I'll see you next week for Chesterfield, folks. The best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in New York by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and you'll bring in his guests, Al Jolson and Ella Fitzgerald. Chesterfield also brings you Arthur Godfrey 5 mornings a week, and on Saturday night, the Arthur Godfrey Digest, all over these same CBS stations. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of... No, not your imagination this time, but that of a man, a writer, who had more than enough for both of us. This time, then, I bid you relax, let your imagination take a holiday, as I bring you not only a story of horror, but of wit and brilliance. Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray.
But the portrait of you, Dorian, the portrait I painted of you, it is hideous. Dorian, what does this mean?
It means that the frightful wish I made in your studio 18 months ago was granted.
Impossible. The room is damp. Mildew has got into the canvas. The paints I used had some mineral poison in them. I tell you, the thing is impossible. This is the face of a monster.
Yes, Hallward. The face of a monster. The face of my soul.
Our mystery drama, The Picture of Dorian Gray, was especially adapted from the Oscar Wilde classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Nick Pryor.
It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Nothing is new under the sun. Women's lib is as old as the Greeks. And the vaunted liberality of our times, do your own thing. Live today, pay tomorrow. Whatever is pleasurable is right, was more than anticipated by a certain Victorian named Oscar Wilde, who in 1891 wrote The Picture of Dorian Gray. Come with me now to the London studio of the celebrated portrait painter Basil Hallward. A handsome young man, Dorian Gray, is having his portrait painted as he chats with Lord Henry Wotton, a rather dissolute, depraved man about town.
Please don't move about so much, Dorian. And don't pay any attention to what Lord Henry says. He has a very bad influence on people.
Have you, Lord Henry? A bad influence on people?
There is no such thing as a good influence, Mr. Gray. All influence is immoral.
Oh? Why?
Because to influence a person is to give him one's own soul. He does not think his own thoughts or burn with his natural passions.
Ah, and so when one person influences another, if you were to influence me, for example...
Your individuality would be to that degree destroyed.
Just turn your head a little more to the right, Dorian.
Well, I doubt if you could influence me very much, Sir Henry. I'm told you're a very wicked man.
Wicked? I only believe in living my life fully, completely, in giving expression to every thought, reality, to every dream. Most men believe in virtue. I believe in sin.
In sin? Dorian, don't move, please.
But of course, the only way to get rid of a temptation is to yield to it.
A provocative thought, Lord Henry.
The truth, nothing more. You, Mr. Gray, you yourself, a fresh youth of 20 summers, you have already had passions that made you afraid, thoughts that filled you with terror, daydreams and sleeping dreams whose mere memory might bring a flush of shame to your cheeks.
Perhaps.
Take my advice. Live while you're young. Youth is the one thing worth having.
Oh, I don't feel that way, Lord Henry.
Because you are young. Have your youth. But someday when you're old and wrinkled and ugly, when thought has seared your forehead with its lines, and passion branded your lips with its hideous fires, then you will feel it. You will feel it terribly.
You talk too much, Harry, and frankly, I don't much care for these thoughts you're putting into Dorian's head. Well, you'll not talk any longer. The portrait is finished. Come and look at it.
Oh.
Well, Dorian, what is it? Why did you draw back from your portrait? Don't you like it?
I like it too much. Too much.
Well, what do you mean?
You have painted me as I am, but as Lord Henry just said, someday I shall be old, wrinkled, ugly.
Oh, come, Mr. Gray, don't take me too seriously. Many, many years will pass before you are old.
But why should it be that way? Why should this portrait keep what I must lose? Ah, if it were only the other way. If the picture could change, and I could always be what I am now, I'd sell my soul to the devil if that could be true. Look, there's a portrait. Look out! The portrait's fallen to the floor. God in heaven, Hallward, Lord Henry, you don't think the devil heard me, do you?
Nothing as supernatural as all that, Dorian. I've been meaning to fix a cracked leg in that easel for weeks, and it finally broke, that's all.
Is the portrait damaged?
No, not in the least.
Are you, Mr. Gray?
I? Damaged?
Did you mean what you said about selling your soul to the devil?
I'm not sure. But you never know. If the portrait could grow old instead of me, I think I might. I really think I might.
Beg pardon, Mr. Gray.
Yes, Parker, what is it?
Miss Vane calling, sir.
At this hour of the morning, it's not yet 10 o'clock. Well, show her in, Parker.
Thank you, Parker, but I'm already in.
Yes.
Sybil, my darling, this is indeed a surprise.
An unpleasant one, Dorian.
Oh, my dear, we're engaged to be married. How could seeing you be unpleasant?
Well, since you haven't seen me in over a week and have broken 2 engagements with me, I thought it might be.
Oh, no, not at all. It's just that I've been terribly busy. Come now. Don't frown at me like that. Give me a kiss to show you forgive me.
Oh, Dorian, you smell of brandy.
I had a drink, yes.
So early in the day?
Well, I wasn't feeling well. I thought it might make me feel better.
Dorian, what's happened?
Happened?
You've changed. You're not the same man I fell in love with, consented to marry. You haven't been the same since that portrait of you over the fireplace came into this house.
Well, that's a silly thing to say. You're certainly not blaming my portrait for what I do.
No, I simply date the change in you from the day it was finished.
But there is no change in me. You only imagine...
Did I imagine you're not calling on me in a week? Did I imagine you're ignoring my messages? And the stories that I'm hearing about you? Do I imagine them?
What stories?
Stories concerning you and Lord Henry Wotton. Stories so coarse, so vile that I dare not repeat them.
He is anything but wicked, Sybil. He lives differently from most others, that's all. He believes in doing what you want to do, in living freely, without constraint.
Do you believe in that, too?
I don't quite know.
Dorian, darling, it's one thing to be free, another to be depraved.
You think me depraved?
I think that you're easily led, and that Lord Henry is leading you into a life you'll have reason to regret. Oh, Dorian, don't look at me as if you hated me. I'm only saying these things to you because I love you. I love you deeply, devotedly, passionately. You're so precious to me. So precious, I think I'd die if anything happened to you.
Oh, forgive me, Sybil. You are just as precious to me, as precious as life itself.
Oh, Dorian, my dear.
Oh, sweetheart. Are you free this evening? Can you dine with me?
Of course.
Then I'll call for you at 8 sharp.
Oh, wonderful. I'll spend the entire day looking forward. Why? That's odd.
What?
Your portrait.
Odd? What's odd about it?
Well, this is only the second time I've seen it, but it seemed to me that the first time I saw it, it seems that it was a superb likeness
Oh,
of you.
It is. Basil Hallward is one of the most brilliant portrait painters in all of Europe.
Yes, no doubt of that, but there's something a little wrong with the mouth.
Darling, there's always something a little wrong with the mouth.
No, be serious. Your mouth is gentle and sensitive, almost tender. And the mouth of the portrait, well, don't you see it? It has almost a cruel look about it.
Nonsense. It must be the light.
No, I think it's more than that.
No, you imagine things. Tonight at 8.
Dorian! Oh, Dorian. I knew that was you turning into Bond Street.
Oh, hello, Basil.
How are you? Let me look at you. Oh, by heaven, you're the handsomest young hellion in all of London.
Hellion?
There's a good deal of talk going on round about your escapades, Dorian. Yours and Lord Henry.
I think it's called sowing one's wild oats, Basil. Nothing more.
I'm not sure. You certainly don't look as if you've been leading a dissipated life. Clear eyes, healthy skin. Ah, you delight my painter's eye, Dorian. But, of course, that's why I wanted to do your portrait in the first place. And why I want your permission to exhibit it.
Exhibit it?
Yes.
I'm afraid I can't.
What? You can't?
Let's say I prefer not to.
Oh. I see. Well, it's yours, of course, and you've every right to do with it as you wish.
And I don't wish it to be exhibited. No hard feelings, I hope.
Why, no, of course not. Dorian, will you be home later in the day?
Yes. Why?
Well, it needs to be varnished, the portrait. It's more than a month now since I finished it. Time to give it a protective coating. Shall we say 4 o'clock? Well, shall we?
I'm afraid you forced me to tell you something I'd rather not reveal to you, Basil.
Oh?
There isn't any portrait. I destroyed it.
What? Oh, you don't mean that.
I do indeed.
You destroyed one of my finest... Why, in heaven's name, man, why?
I simply didn't care for it, that's all.
Well, you liked it well enough the first time you saw it.
Very true, but the more I looked at it, the more I felt it wasn't me.
Well, I see that the stories about you are true. I was afraid they might be once I heard you'd become close friends with Harry Wotton.
Your friend, too, Basil?
Yes, but I'm older than you by 20 years, Dorian, and not easily led. Or rather misled.
I am not being misled. I'm being taught, instructed, if you will, in what real pleasures life can hold if one will only let himself go.
Remove it, sir?
You heard me, Parker. I want the portrait taken down from over the fireplace and carted off to the attic.
Whatever you say, sir, of course. But might I venture to suggest that if you had it placed in a different light...
What has a different light to do about it?
The light changes a good deal during the day, and the portrait seems to change with it.
You've noticed the change, then?
Oh, yes, sir. The changes that take place in the differing light altogether are fascinating, sir.
Much as I shall be sorry to deprive you of your entertainment, Parker, have it taken to the attic.
I'll do it first thing in the morning, sir.
No, damn it! You'll do it now!
It would seem that Dorian Gray's wish is coming true. that the portrait is beginning to show the ravages of his dissipations, not he. But if that is so, and certainly it seems to be, what price will he be forced to pay before the end is reached? Who sells his soul to the devil deals with a harsh bargainer. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Fearing the loss of youth, even though only 20 years old, young Dorian Gray states that he would be willing to sell his soul to the devil if he could remain young always, while Basil Hallward's portrait of him grows old. Seemingly the devil has taken him at his word, for as Dorian Gray becomes more depraved and dissolute, the portrait shows the increasing ravages of the life he leads, while he remains the same handsome youth who sat for the picture some months ago. But his fiancée, Sybil Vane, is not fooled.
I beg you, as you love me, Dorian, give up this sordid life, this life of gutter pleasures.
How do you know what kind of life I lead, Sybil? You don't live it with me.
Reports of your disgusting escapades, yours and Lord Henry's, are known in every drawing room in London. If you love me, you'll give them up.
Ah, but you see, that's the point. I don't love you.
Don't say that, Dorian. Even if you mean it only to wound me, to strike back, don't say it.
It's of no consequence to me whether I wound you or not.
You're not yourself.
Not myself. My dear, I am more myself than I've ever been in all my life before. In any case, I'm sufficiently myself to tell you now what, for so-called reasons of decency, I have not told you before. I no longer love you. In fact, Sybil, I'm through with you.
Dorian, you loved me.
No longer.
You gave me your heart, your very soul.
My heart, I take back. As for my soul, it belongs to another, I'm afraid.
I can't believe this. You look unchanged. You look as you've always looked. Gentle, tender, compassionate, and kind. But you are not. You're cruel and vicious and ruthlessly selfish. You've become an animal.
Be grateful, then, that I'm releasing you from any obligation we may have had. And please, don't be tiresome. Just go now, won't you?
I love you.
Whom did you say, Parker?
Mr. Basil Hallward, sir.
That's who I thought you said. Well, I'm already late for the opera. Tell him I'm not at home.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Hallward, but Mr. Gray is not... Mr. Hallward, please, you can't go in there.
Hallward, how dare you?
I must see you.
I thought you wished never to see me again.
I am not here from choice, Dorian. What did you do to Sybil Vane?
I? Nothing. Whatever has been done to Sybil Vane, she did to herself.
What do you mean by that nonsense?
Simply that I told her I no longer love her and want none of her.
Sybil is dead, Dorian. By her own hand.
Pity. And now, if you'll excuse me.
You aren't going to the opera.
Why, yes.
You have just heard of the death of the woman you loved. The woman who took her own life for love of you. And you can go to the opera?
Death, my dear Hallward, is a most unpleasant subject. And I live only for pleasure. Good night.
Coming. Why, Mr. Dorian, sir, did you forget your key?
Damn it, man. Would I be standing out here in the cold, banging away at the door if I hadn't? Come in, Harry.
Sir Henry, let me take your hat and cloak, sir.
You may go to bed, Parker.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Well, and where shall we go after a brandy or two, Harry?
I shall go home, I think.
But the evening's young.
I am not.
A brandy or two will revive you, and then we'll be off to where? I'm in the mood for a pipe myself.
No opium for me tonight, Dorian.
Oh, come along now. We'll go to that little dive down in Wapping by the dock.
No, not tonight.
But you can't ask me to go alone.
I'm not asking you to go at all.
Harry, what's come over you?
Age, my dear fellow. I get tired these days. I am growing old, Dorian. A life of pleasure does exact payment. Though I must say, you look as if you keep up with your payments easily.
I have no complaint.
How do you do it? In the last 6 months, since we first met in Hallward's studio, we have indulged ourselves in every form of vice, every variety of sin, giving full vent to our passions, and yet, well, look at me. I have aged 20 years in these 6 months keeping up with you. But you're as fresh and healthy and young as ever you were. How do you do it?
Shall I show you my secret?
Show me.
I keep a diary. A rather remarkable diary, Harry. In it is recorded every single action of mine since that fatal day.
Fatal day?
The day we met.
I thought you were grateful for our meeting. Why do you say fatal day?
Come and read my diary, and you'll see. Bring your brandy.
All these stairs, Dorian. Where are you taking me?
The attic.
You keep your diary in the attic?
You'll see. Here we are. Wait a moment while I light a candle. All right, Harry. There. In that corner.
I can't see a thing. Too dark. Too many shadows.
It's a dark diary, Harry. And it has many shadows. Here. Take this candle. Now, go forward.
Good Lord.
I thought you'd be shocked, Harry.
Shocked? I'm shattered. Where did you get this hideous painting?
Basil Hallward.
Impossible. Basil never painted anything as unholy, ungodly as this.
Well, really, he didn't. I did.
You?
And you.
Dorian, I'm tiring quickly of your veiled answers. What is this thing?
It is a portrait done by Basil Hallward. It is the portrait of Dorian Gray.
Of you? This is the portrait he finished that day?
It was. It no longer is.
But I don't understand that. What has happened here?
What indeed?
Dorian, tell me what?
I made a wish in Hallward's studio, you remember?
No.
I said I would willingly sell my soul to the devil if I could remain forever youthful, no matter what excesses of physical pleasure I indulged in, and only this portrait aged.
Yes, now I remember, yes.
The devil heard and remembered, even though you did not.
But it's incredible.
So have been the vile delights you revealed to me, Harry. The gutter pleasures, as Sybil termed them.
Sybil Vane, your fiancée?
Yes. She's dead, Harry.
Oh, no.
Ah, yes. And by her own hand.
Suicide? Why?
Why?
She was such a lovely thing, fresh as a rose, innocent as a new fallen snowflake. You break my heart to tell me this. Why would she have done such a thing?
Well, she didn't. I did.
You?
And again, you.
Damn, enough of this, I say. What in hell's name are you getting at?
I think the truth.
What truth?
That you were wrong. Tragically wrong. You said that day in Basil's studio, the body sins once and has done with its sin, for action is a mode of purification. Oh, Harry, how wrong you were.
Not wrong. Beaten, whipped, vanquished, conquered by my own vices.
And you led me into a life of sin?
Led? Who led? You wanted it. I tell you truly that I have never been so appalled by such viciousness as I found in you.
You said... That day you said
The only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it. But I might have added that the only way to overcome temptation is to fight it. What are you holding there in your hand? I can't see in the candlelight. What?
A knife.
What are you going to do with it?
Kill you. Why? You deserve to die. Or put another way, you don't deserve to live.
You will never learn, will you? Life isn't something you deserve. It's a burden you must carry.
Then be grateful to me, Harry. I am about to relieve you of your... No! A good deed. Well done. Do you not agree, portrait? Speak to me, my likeness. My soul. Have I not done well to rid the world of this creature? Speak. I tell you. Speak. Oh, Lord. What's this? The hands. The hands of the portrait. Bloodied. One with the blood of Harry. But the other? Ah, yes. Sybil. Poor, dear, innocent Sybil. Oh, Lord! I fall on my knees and beg you. Forgive me. Forgive me. I knew not what I did. You die! And you will pay. Pay. How much more? How much more?
How much more, indeed. Why is it that the pleasure of minutes must be paid for in hours? As you sow, so shall you reap? Is that it? Appears that way. Well, Dorian Gray sowed much seed, and his reaping of the harvest was not yet over, as we'll hear when I return shortly with Act 3. The mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceeding fine, as they did and were yet to do for Dorian Gray. See him as he sits now, near 3 in the morning, in the library of his London house. A youth uncommonly handsome, not a line in his attractive face, the personification of young innocence. Yet in the attic above stands the portrait of not him, but his soul. A soul made hideous by unmentionable sins.
Oh, Basil, I'm grateful to you for coming. I cannot tell you how grateful.
You should be. Candidly, I don't know why I came, but the message you sent with Parker, well, I'd be inhuman not to answer such a plea, even from the likes of you.
Sit down. Let me give you a brandy.
No. Now tell me what you want of me and be quick about it.
Oh, I need your help. I am desperate.
So I gathered from your message.
Will you help me?
I should not be here at 3 in the morning otherwise. Yes, I'll help you if I can, though you don't deserve it. I'll do it for the friendship we once had.
Well, I went to the opera tonight with Sir Henry.
You forget I brought you the news of Sybil Vane's death.
Oh, yes, and you were scandalized, justifiably so, that I should still attend the opera. On our return here, Harry and I quarreled. And Basil, I killed him.
Dorian.
I stabbed him to death. At this moment, his body lies upstairs in the attic.
The attic?
It was there I killed him, in a sudden fit of rage.
What in the world were you doing in the attic?
I had taken him there to show him my portrait.
What portrait?
The one you did of me.
The one I... But, Dorian, you told me you destroyed it.
I lied. I didn't want you to exhibit it. You couldn't have in any case, but I
I didn't even want you to see it.
Why in heaven's name not?
You will see when we go up.
You want me to go up there?
Basil, you must get rid of the body for me.
What? Are you mad? It would involve me in a murder.
A murder for which you bear as much responsibility as I.
Responsibility? I bear as much as...
You painted the portrait. You introduced me to Sir Henry. Had it not been for either, I should not be in this frightful situation.
Nonsense. You can't blame me for what you yourself...
Help me. I beg you.
I tell you no. Get someone else. Anyone. Or do it yourself.
I can't. I dare not touch the body. I dare not even go near it. It revolts me.
If I were to consent to this, how am I to get rid of the body?
You came in your carriage, did you not?
Yes.
All right. You have only to carry the body down from the attic, put it in your carriage, drive to the river, and dump it in.
What if I am seen?
Well, you must take care not to be. Basil, please, for the friendship you once bore me, for the responsibility you do bear in all this, whether you agree or not, please.
Well, I can at least go up with you and see what may be done.
Thank you, Basil, thank you. I'll take the candelabra. Follow me. Take care, Basil. Don't stumble. There.
Whatever Harry may have been, he was my friend. But I cannot help but say, the world is well rid of him.
As it will be of me.
I'll not deny it. Now, where is the portrait?
Oh, you don't want to see that.
Dorian, if you wish me to help you get rid of Harry's body, then you'll have to let me see the portrait. It's that or nothing.
Very well. It's there, in the corner. Here, take the candelabra.
Oh, thank you.
You see?
Oh, but this is horrible. Hideous. I never painted this.
No, I did.
No, it can't be. The room is damp. Mildew has got into the canvas. That would account for the green splotches on the cheeks. The paints I used had some mineral poison in them. Hence the cancerous growths on the nose, the forehead. Oh, heaven help me. This is the face of a monster.
Yes, Basil. The face of a monster. The face of my soul.
If this is what you are, truly are.
It is. I am.
And I have nothing to do with you. Oh, you're not human. You're a devil. A fiend. Oh, let me out of here.
Wait. You said you'd help.
I must get out of here. I must leave this hellhole you call a home.
Basil. No, come back. Help me, Basil. You must help me. Help me. Someone help me. Oh, help me. Yes, come. What now, Parker?
You have visitors, sir.
Who?
Miss Catherine Wilson from British Charities.
Oh, yes. Yes, show her in. Parker?
Sir?
You conveyed my order to the other servants?
About the attic, oh, yes. No one will enter the attic, sir, without your permission.
Not even you?
Not even I, sir.
Show Miss Wilson in.
You come this way, Miss Wilson. Miss Catherine Wilson.
Good of you to come, Miss Wilson. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Mr. Gray. May I say it's good of you to wish to contribute so handsome a sum to our charity.
Yes, tell me about your charity. How will the money I give you be spent?
Oh, in many ways. To help poor children, orphans, widows in need of assistance, young people who...
Young people?
Well, yes. Young men, young women, many of whom need help in all sorts of ways. Why do you look at me like that?
What did you say your name is?
Catherine Wilson. Why do you ask?
You look very much like a young woman I was engaged to marry once. It's strange. You didn't look like her when you came in, but now you seem to be changing before my very eyes.
No, Mr. Gray. I am me.
No, you're not. You're Sybil Vane.
Mr. Gray.
You're Sybil. Only you can't be because you're dead. Dead.
You are dead, aren't you?
Please, Mr. Gray, take your hands off me. What's come over you, sir?
You're not dead. You are here. It is you. Ah, Sybil. Sybil, my darling.
Mr. Gray,
no,
please.
Don't pull away. Let me hold you, embrace you, love you as I once. Oh, good Lord. Oh, what am I doing? You're not Sybil Vane.
Mr. Gray, I'm afraid you're ill, not yourself. I shall come back some other day.
No.
Good day, Mr. Gray.
What happened to me? What is happening to me?
Sir, are you all right? The young lady said she thought you were ill.
I confess I don't feel altogether well.
Some brandy, sir?
Yes. Please, Harry.
Beg pardon, sir.
What?
Why, I think you called me Harry.
Oh, how could I possibly have called you Harry? Harry's dead.
Sir Henry dead, sir?
What?
What? Sir, you are ill. No, don't try to get up, sir. Sit right there. I'll fetch the brandy.
Yes, do that.
You'll forgive my saying so, sir, but to judge from Sir Henry's high spirits when you returned from the opera last night, he has many years yet to live.
In hell?
Sir, you're saying the strangest things. Here, drink this.
Oh, thank you, Harry.
Sir, it's Parker, your manservant.
The best servant a man ever had. A devoted man, more friend than servant. Better friend than any of them. Better friend than you are, Harry. You swine.
Sir.
Get out, Harry. Damn you. Get out!
Mr. Dorian, sir.
What, Parker?
Sir, I'm going to fetch the doctor.
Doctor? No doctor can help me, Parker.
Permit me to differ, sir. I shall fetch him at once.
Who's there?
Only Parker, sir. It's 11 o'clock. I thought I'd just look in on you before retiring. How do you feel, sir?
Not well. I can't sleep.
The powders the doctor prescribed, they don't help?
They've made me worse, if anything. Filled my head with all sorts of fearful thoughts, Parker. Nightmarish thoughts of death. Decay. What have I done? Oh, what have I done?
There now, Mr. Dorian, don't take on so. Why, for a man like you to have thoughts of death, that's so ridiculous, sir. Look at you, so young, so handsome, so full of spirit.
I am old and ugly and decayed.
Yes, sir, if you could see yourself in the glass, but never mind now. Here, let me pull the quilt up around your shoulders, and then you'll sleep.
Oh, one thing more. Who was that at the front door earlier tonight?
Oh, nothing important, sir. It was a message from Mr. Hallward's housekeeper, sir.
Basil's housekeeper? Why would she send a message?
Oh, she thought you'd want to know since you were one of his closest friends.
Where?
Oh, I'm sorry to tell you he's dead, sir.
How?
He took his own life, sir.
Oh,
sir. Sir, I shouldn't have told you. I'll fetch the doctor.
No.
Yeah, you need help.
Yes. And you can help me, Parker.
Anything, sir, anything.
Help me to the attic.
The attic?
I feel too weak to go alone. Nor do I dare go alone. And there is something I must do. Help me, good friend. Please help me.
Careful. Let me get an arm around you.
The candle. Can you manage?
Easily.
Let us go then.
Here we are, sir. What is it you wish to do?
I shall need a knife.
I'll go down and fetch.
No need. Shine that candle over there.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dorian, that looks like a body, a dead body.
It is Sir Henry's body.
Sir Henry?
I murdered him last night with a knife. It is in his back. Take it out and bring it to me.
Oh, sir.
You said you would help me.
Yes, and I shall. A knife, sir.
And now, the portrait.
Mr. Hallward's painting of you. The one we brought up here months ago.
It is still there, in the corner, amidst the shadows. I must destroy it.
Oh, no, sir.
Bring the candle.
Sir, I don't know what this is all about, Sir Henry. Murder, destroying your portrait, one of the most beautiful paintings that ever... Oh, no.
Yes. Now you see why it must be destroyed. And will be destroyed by me. Now! There! Into hell with you! And there! Burn in the nethermost fires of the pit. Suffer every torture and torment the devil can heap upon you for the purification of your soul.
Mr. Dorian!
The portrait. Look at the portrait.
Changing. Heaven protect us, it's changing before my very eyes. That hideous monster is becoming young and handsome and beautiful. It's you, sir. You, as Mr. Hallward painted you. Here, let me hold you up so you can look for... You are becoming...
Yes, withered, scabrous, loathsome. I have become what I really am. The true picture of Dorian Gray.
And so died Dorian Gray, turning physically into the hideous and loathsome thing which was his soul, as the portrait became once again the handsome youth he once had been. As I read the picture of Dorian Gray, I couldn't help but wonder if our modern penchant for doing your own thing might not be leading some of us, at least, to the same end as poor Dorian. I don't know. What do you think? I'll be back shortly. Oscar Wilde poured into the picture of Dorian Gray all his brilliant wit and all his wisdom, too. The wisdom of experience. For Wilde lived life to the hilt and paid for it, as must we all.
Our cast included Nick Pryor, Norman Rose, and Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Unlatch that belt, paleface, or I'll use it to make your other end red. Better get on your horse.
Bye, Mom. I love you.
I love you too, Billy boy. And I also could kill your Uncle Ralph for this stupid birthday present. Guns. What place do they have in our life? Or anyone's? Why does the back doorbell always ring when you're at the front? Coming! All right. What's so important? Yes?
Hello, wife. Long time no see.
Who are you? What do you... Oh, no. It could be.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health and True Shave, the Beforehand Lotion, presents The Eddie Cantor Show. Ladies and gentlemen, hiya, Harry. Fine, Eddie. Say, you look immaculate tonight. Thank you, Harry. Why, in fact, that suit you're wearing is the first bit of new material we've had on this program in years. Would anybody like to buy a large economy-size radio announcer cheap? Harry, it just happens I'm wearing a new suit because I had to buy an entire new wardrobe. Huh? Ida gave all my clothes to the clothing drive, UNCCM. United Nations Clothing Collection Month. All your clothes? Well, all my old clothes. My new clothes she gives to the HBWLDBBSS. The HBWLDBBSS? What is that? Her brother who likes double-breasted blue serge suit. Harry. Yeah? Did you contribute any clothes to the drive? Well, frankly, Eddie, since I've been working for you, I'm ashamed to offer the kind of clothes I'm wearing. Why? Well, I used to have fancy suits with patch pockets. Yeah. Now I have patch suits with no pockets. Oh, Harry. Then working for you, who needs pockets? Oh, Harry. I'm asking you a question. Didn't you give anything to the clothing drive? Well, yesterday a fella drove up to the house, parked his truck, came to the door with a big burlap bag looking for clothes, you know. So I took him upstairs and showed him my wardrobe. Oh, you gave him your clothes, huh? No, he took one look at my clothes and left me the burlap bag. Well, Harry, all kidding aside, this clothing drive is a fine thing and we should all support it. Yeah, that's right. It will furnish clothes for the needy in all the stricken countries of the world. You know, if you help the people all over the world feel warm, you'll feel warm all over. Eddie, I guess when you were a kid on the East Side, you learned what it's like to be without clothes, huh? Yes, Harry. Long before the fad started for women, I wore open-toed shoes. You did? In fact, I had open-toed pants. Eddie, you mean as a kid you had to walk around with holes in your pants? I wouldn't have minded the holes in my pants if it hadn't been for my underwear. Well, what about your underwear? I didn't have any. In those days, if you wore underwear, you were a sissy, Harry. Well, surely you didn't have to go to school like that. No, Harry. To hide my embarrassment, every morning when I had to go to school, I'd put a school book in my pants to cover the holes. Oh. One day a geography, one day a history book, and one day an arithmetic book. Gosh, Eddie, you certainly went through a lot to get a little schooling. Yes, Harry, but I can't complain. You see, with what the teacher drilled in my head and the books I had in my pants, by the time I left school, I was educated all over.
those were the days, Harry.
Yeah, say, remember when you were a kid how you used to find a secret hiding place to smoke a cigarette so nobody would catch you and take it away from you?
I do the same thing today. I'm not taking any chances.
Well, Eddie, really, you've come a long way since those days.
Yeah, but that's America, Harry. It's the land of opportunity. In this country... Hello, Leonard Seuss.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
How are you, Leonard? Leonard, I was telling Harry that this is the land of opportunity and that anyone who works hard can become a success. For instance, how old are you?
Well, my birthday's April 3rd. How old would that make me?
Well, look, Leonard, April 3rd is your birthday, but what year?
Oh, every year, Mr. Cantor.
Well, look, Leonard, we know you have a birthday every year, but what year were you born in? Do you have a birth certificate?
Oh, when I was born, they didn't give me one because they didn't know if I was going to live.
Did you?
Well, I don't know. The doctor still comes around and holds me upside down and slaps me.
Leonard, the fact that you're here tonight working for Mr. Cantor proves you're living.
You know what he pays me?
Yes.
That's living?
Leonard, let me ask you something. What do you do when you put your trumpet up to your lips?
I blow.
Goodbye, kid.
See what I mean? You and your land of opportunity. The kid says he's not getting enough money.
Oh.
And what about the raise you promised me? I never got it.
That's not my fault. It's not my fault, Harry.
Well,
I wanted to give you a raise. I went to the War Manpower Commission, and they said it was out of their hands.
Well,
then I went to the Radio Announcers Guild, and they said they couldn't do anything about it. Well, And finally, I even went to the Office of Price Administration, and they said there was nothing they could do.
Well, Eddie, why didn't you go to the Wage Stabilization Board?
What, and spoil my luck?
Cheap pricks. Listen, Eddie.
Now, wait a minute, Harry. Let's not argue, will you? Let's step out in the hall and settle it. Leonard and Nora can take over. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Riding, Roping Cowboy in the Moon, sung by Nora Martin.
Land of opportunity.
Land of opportunity.
There's a riding, roping cowboy in the moon. Oh, yippee-yi, oh, yippee-yay. I can hear him sing a happy cowboy tune. Yippee-yi, oh, yippee-yay. Yippee-yay. I'd lady. Yippee-yay. I'd lady. Every night when I'm asleep, I hear him as he sings and yodels till dawn. And it seems that I'm so very near him. But when I awake, he is gone. There's a rambling Norman cowboy in the moon. Oh, yippee-yi, oh, yippee-yay. There's a hootin' shootin' cowboy in the moon. Yippee-yi, yippee-yay. Where's Mr. Cantor, Leonard?
Oh, he's out in the hall with Harry Von Zell. I wonder if they're still arguing.
Yeah, but Harry, what do you mean I won't give you a chance? What do you mean?
Well, you say you find a lot of new talent. Here I am right under your very nose. Now, how can you tell I have no talent?
By my very nose.
Land of opportunity.
Well, it is a land of opportunity. Look at you, a big fat nobody. Gets a chance. And you get a chance to help millions of people every week.
I do? How?
When you stand at this microphone and tell people how to feel better faster.
Oh, you mean when I say... Ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, take a glass full of sparkling sal hepatica. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So that means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. And besides this fast, gentle relief, sparkling sal hepatica helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of sal hepatica, remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better. Thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
You see, Harry, every week you do help millions of people, but I resent you saying that I don't.
Yeah.
You only have to think back to last Wednesday night, after the show. Remember, after the program, we were leaving the studio on the first... Come on, Harry. I'll give you a ride home.
Oh.
You like the show tonight?
It was all right.
Nice.
Yes. Right.
Let's go out the side door instead of the front on account of the autograph hounds.
Well, Eddie, you run into more autograph hounds at the side door than you do in the front.
I know. Let's go out the side door, Harry.
Well, I don't know why. You know what it is. Every week people stop you and try to get you to put them on your program.
It's the land of opportunity. That's all right, Harry. It's all part of the game. You never know when you're going to find real talent, you know, because people don't... Hey, look at it. Yeah, hello, Eddie. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hello, everybody. How did you like my program tonight? Harry, I wonder if NBC would like to buy this pause for a station identification.
Hey, look, Eddie. Well, there's a woman looking for you there. She wants to see you about some talent.
Some talent, did you say?
Mr. Cantor, I have a daughter.
I don't need any.
But Mr. Cantor, my little girl is very talented. If you sign her up, you may have another Betty Grable.
Is this your little girl, madam?
Yes.
There's nothing about her that reminds me of Betty Grable.
Well, I'm only 3.5 years old. Oh, please give her an audition, Mr. Cantor. Matilda loves you.
That's right, Mr. Cantor. I never miss any of your pictures.
You going to see all my pictures?
No, and I never miss them.
Young lady, you heard that joke on my program.
Yep, 12 times.
Only 12 times?
I'm only 3.5 years old.
What a very precocious child.
Give Mr. Cantor the apple, Matilda.
Here.
Thank you, Matilda. Do you always bring presents when you visit someone?
Uh-huh. This morning we went to see Van Johnson.
Van Johnson. And did you give him something?
Uh-uh. He's got everything.
Oh, isn't she a doll?
Matilda, don't you know that girls don't even think of going out with men like Van Johnson till they're 18 years old? Now, why don't you just forget about being an actress? Isn't there something else you'd rather be?
Yep. 18.
Well, Matilda, sing something for the nice old man.
Thank you very much, madam. Little girl, do you know accentuate the positive?
Uh-uh.
Can you sing a little on the lonely side?
Uh-uh.
How about let's take the long way home?
Uh-uh. I'm only 3.5 years old.
Madam, take her out or she'll never be 4.
Yes, well.
Harry, look. There's a sailor waiting for a lift. Let's pick him up, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Hop in, sailor. Where you going?
Just got in town. I'm going to visit my folks.
Yeah. Where do your folks live?
Yonkers, New York.
Well, we'll take you to the Los Angeles city limits. It's only a few blocks from there. Say, sailor, you ought to see something of Hollywood before you go home. Maybe I could show you around.
Oh, I've been seeing a little of it through the canteen. Huh? I danced with Lana Turner, and yesterday I had lunch with Betty Grable. And Ann Sheridan had me out to a swimming pool.
Maybe you better show me around.
That's what I always tell you, Eddie. Leave it to the Navy.
You know, Harry, years ago I was a sailor on a ship.
Oh, yeah? So what were you on, the Monitor or the Merrimack?
That was a good one.
Wasn't that good?
You cut that out, Harry Von Zell.
Harry Von Zell? Yeah. Not the guy I listen to on the radio all the time. No. I can't believe it.
Oh, well, I'll tell you something else. The man driving the car is Eddie Cantor.
Yeah. Say, it is Eddie Cantor. This is really a thrill for me.
It is?
Yes. If he's Eddie Cantor, then you must be Harry Von Zell.
Yeah, that's me in the flesh.
Yeah? He looks like he's got another guy in that flesh with him.
Wait till I tell my friends I shook hands with Harry Von Zell.
Well, I'm Eddie Cantor. What's your name?
Freddie Martell.
How about shaking hands with me, Freddie?
Be glad to. Any friend of Harry Von Zell is a friend of mine.
Well, look, sailor, since we're all friends, I'll stop here and call my house and tell them to get some food ready for all of us, huh?
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Cantor.
You don't have to call me Mr. Cantor. Just call me the little guy with Harry Von Zell. Hey, Freddie, what would you like to eat?
Well, the one thing I've been wanting since I left the base is a big plate of Boston baked beans.
beans. Listen, don't you get enough baked beans in the Navy?
Yeah, but you'd be surprised how many times they try to slip over a steak on us. I'll be right back. Hello? Hello? How do you do? Yes? I'm bringing a sailor over to the house. Is that big turkey I brought home last night ready to be cooked? It's been stuffed twice. Stuffed twice? First I stuffed it in the kitchen. Yes? And then I stuffed it in my stomach. Why, Russian. Even a pig wouldn't sit down alone and eat a 15-pound turkey. You eat what you like and I'll eat what I like. Russian, tell me, does ignorance run in your family? Yes, but we got it. Well, forget about the turkeys. Fortunately, Mrs. Cantor left a big beef roast in the refrigerator. That was very, very fortunate. What do you mean it was very fortunate? What do you think I stuffed the turkey with? That's it. Look, Russian. Russian, are you hearing me? I'm listening to you intentionally. Yeah. Russian, I'm bringing home a sailor, and I want him to be entertained. Okay, Cantor. Suppose I serve a little vodka. Vodka? What's that? Whiskey with a blowtorch. Must be strong stuff. I'll bet it hurts the lining of your stomach. If you drink vodka, you're not worried about the lining. No lining? No stomach. Russian, since you managed to empty the refrigerator, go to the store and get some Boston baked beans and some sandwiches, all right? Boston baked beans and sandwiches? Yeah, and incidentally, Russian, can you explain why you're always in the refrigerator? I have to go in there to put on my clothes. What do you mean? You have to go in the refrigerator to put on your clothes? Where else would you expect to find the Russian dressing? Oh, goodbye, Russian. Well, sailor, we'll be getting to my house any minute now.
Hey, Eddie.
What?
There's a woman trying to thumb a right. Let's stop, huh?
All right, let's stop.
Oh, miss.
Yes?
We saw you trying to thumb a lift, and I just had to stop.
To give me a lift?
No, to look at your thumb. Say, your hands are all rough and chapped.
Oh, I thought you were going to help me.
Well, I am going to help you. That is, I'm going to tell you about Trouchet, the beforehand lotion.
Trouchet?
Yeah, Trouchet, the new idea in hand lotion. Trouchet will help keep your hands soft and smooth and lovely. You see, Trouchet is the beforehand lotion.
So what? When I get through the dishes, my hands will be rough and chapped again.
Oh, no, listen. You smooth a little Trouchet on your hands before you do the dishes or the housework. Because Trouchet will guard your hands even in hot, soapy water.
You don't say.
Well, I said it. I've said it time and time again. And you can use Trouchet not only for your hands, but as an all-over beauty lotion for rough elbows and chapped legs and as a powder base. You'll find creamy, fragrant Trouchet is just more than another hand lotion. It's the beforehand lotion. Now, can we give you a lift?
No, thanks. Now that I've talked to you, I'm going the other way.
Where to?
To get a bottle of Trouchet.
Well, bless your thumb. You're being very smart to begin today to use Trouchet.
Well, here we are. Come on in. Holy smokes. What a big house. I can't get over it. Say, Freddie, would you like to live in a house like this, son? Oh, would I? Huh? You're single, aren't you, son? Yes, sir. I sure am. Well, you can't tell. You might wind up living in a house just like this one, son.
Look, sailor, don't you know a booby trap when you see one?
Harry, you shut up. I'm trying to show this boy that this is a land of opportunity.
And girls.
Yep. Hello? 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 That's funny. There doesn't seem to be an answer. Did I get a nickel back? Yep. Russian, where are you? I sent you out to get some sandwiches and Boston baked beans. I'm at the grocery store. I called up to see if I could bring home sugar. Well, I don't know. How much sugar? 5 pounds? 10 pounds? I'll find out. How much do you weigh, sugar? Russian, you are not bringing anyone home with you. I've got a sailor here. We're going to entertain him. Now, you just get back here right away with the sandwiches and those Boston baked beans.
Baked beans they don't have.
What about the sandwiches?
Cantor, this you won't believe because it's a lie. I got on the Sunset bus.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I had to sit on the lap of a beautiful blonde. This interests you?
I'm interested in the food, and you're sitting on the Sunset bus on a blonde's lap. Where are the sandwiches?
Them I placed gently in the empty seat beside her.
But Russia.
Yes?
If there was a vacant seat, why did you have to sit on the girl's lap?
Silly boy.
Russian, forget the sandwiches and just get the Boston baked beans and come right home. Freddie, the Russian will be here in a few minutes with food. By the way, how long is your leave?
Oh, I'm not on a leave, Mr. Cantor. I've received an honorable discharge from the Navy.
Oh, well, I guess you'll be in civilian clothes pretty soon then.
Well, I expect to be out of this sailor suit in about a month.
A month?
Yeah. It'll take me that long to get out of these pants.
Well, I guess you'll be pretty glad to get back in civilian life, huh?
Yes, but I'll miss all my friends in the Navy. You know, the boys used to let me sing for them. In fact, when I left, they gave me this watch.
A watch, huh?
Yeah. I don't know if they gave it to me for singing or leaving.
Well, Freddie, you sang for the boys in the Navy. How about singing a little something for Harry and me, huh?
Yeah. Oh, golly. See, I don't know. I'd be pretty self-conscious.
Oh, that's nothing to be ashamed of. Plenty of times when I sing on the radio, I feel self-conscious.
Do you feel that way in front of Mr. Von Zell, too?
Well, you go ahead and sing, Freddie.
Gosh, he called me Freddie.
Dusk was falling on the Pacific. All was strangely still. In the silence before the battle, in a foxhole in Bougainville, faces were tense and waiting till a boy brought new hope their way and fearlessly pulled his body as they knelt to God to pray. I had a little talk with the Lord. I had a little talk with the Lord. There on a battle-weary island, I had a little talk with the Lord. I begged the Lord to send down some rain, give me strength to stand up again. Right there, my heart began to smile, and I had a little talk with the Lord. And the Lord spoke, and the clouds broke, and the thunder crashed around. And I knew the Lord had blessed me, for the rain came tumbling down. So have a little talk with the Lord. Have faith and you will share his reward. For I found the strength to fight for more. I had a little talk with the Lord.
Very good, Freddie. Oh, that's fine. That's fine, Freddie. That's fine. All right, I guess Freddie Martell will do Leonard, let's do one chorus with Freddie Martell, Sweetheart of All My Dreams, huh?
Yes,
Very good, Freddie.
I love you. I love you. Sweetheart of all my dreams. I love you. I can't live without you. My life is empty, it seems. You may do what you may, whatever you say. You know that I'll always love you this way. I love you. I love you. I love you. You are my sweetheart in dreams, it seems.
It's been a long time since I've heard a voice. Hello?
Long distance for Eddie Cantor.
Long distance? I'll take it. Hello? Fibber. This is Matt speaking. It's terrible. It's too terrible. Russian, what's so terrible and why are you calling long distance? Where are you?
I'm in Boston and they got no vacancies.
That Russian. Say, Freddie, I started to say it's been a long time since I've heard a voice as fine as yours. Really? You mean it? Do I mean it? I'll tell you how much I mean it. I'd like to have you sing on the Eddie Cantor show next Wednesday night. That is, if it's all right with Mr. Von Zell.
Oh, no. You know it's all right with me, Eddie. In fact, I think it's great you're giving a return veteran a chance like this.
Well, Harry, in all communities all over the country, they're doing just that. And I think it's a great idea because by making available to all returning servicemen the jobs that they can do best, we can be solving one of the most important post-war problems now.
Well, that's a fine idea, Eddie.
Oh, it's not my idea, Harry. It's just one of the plans blueprinted for us by that great architect, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Friends, because of what we are and what we will always be, the world will let us say tonight things we could not say a short week ago. 12 years ago, on another Thursday, Thanksgiving Day in 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt sat in the same little White House in Warm Springs, Georgia, where last Thursday the angels found him. And he talked to me of another plan, a plan that would make it possible for little crippled children to walk the earth, free of pain again. That was the beginning of the March of Dimes. And it was for me the beginning of an experience, the memory of which I shall cherish and revere throughout whatever days there are left for me upon this earth. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was the most godlike man I ever knew. A modern Moses, leading the children of the world through the wilderness. He hated war, but he hated evil more, and he found obedience to God in rebellion to tyrants. Of some men, it is said, only time can evaluate their deeds. Of him we can say, time will only prove what we already know. Somewhere in some far-off place, where men who fell in battle meet again, they are greeting their commander-in-chief. He had dreamed their dreams and lived their lives. And he had visited with them before, at Cairo and Casablanca, at Yalta and Dakar, before they, too, gave their last full measure of devotion. And now he has joined them again to pay them his final visit.
Ladies and gentlemen, our essay contest on the subject juvenile delinquency, its cause and solution, continues for 2 more weeks. All entries must be in by midnight, April 27th. We will announce the winners on May 2nd. And now we're a little late, so good night for all of us, everybody. And don't forget Sal Hepatica and Touche the beforehand vote. Hey, Mom, have a heart, will you? When the youngsters in your family run around the house sniffling from colds, you can be pretty sure they're darned uncomfortable. So help them get fast relief from those annoying cold symptoms with Minute Rub, the modern chest rub. Just rub a little Minute Rub on the throat, chest, and back, and in a minute, there's a pleasant sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to stimulate lazy surface circulation. In a minute, Minute Rub's menthol vapors help relieve that clogged up feeling in the nose and throat. And listen, here at last is a chest rub that's greaseless and stainless. This appears like vanishing cream, so it won't harm clothes or linen. So don't forget the modern way, the greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, a familiar scene is taking place. Company is coming to dinner, and Liz is cautioning George about the evening's entertainment.
George, the Atterberries will be here in a few minutes, so will you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, George Cooper.
I, George Cooper.
Solemnly promise.
Solemnly promise.
That after dinner tonight.
I
will not show my home movies.
I will not... Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, but George, they're so awful.
A lot you know. I'll bet if I entered my movies in a contest, they'd win a prize.
What for? The movie with the most people with their heads cut off?
Ah, you're clever.
You can't tell who's in your pictures unless you recognize their shoes.
That will do.
What did you use, a movie camera or a guillotine?
One more crack and I'll put you across my knee.
Well, George, I like the pictures. They mean something to you and me, but they're so boring to other people.
They are not. They happen to be educational.
Oh.
Now take Grand Canyon, for instance.
Oh, yes, pictures of the Grand Canyon in beautiful black and black.
Well, they were a little underexposed. I forgot what kind of film I had in the camera. Oh, what's so funny?
I was just thinking of the first day you had the camera and you held it backwards.
Well, forget it.
We had 100 feet of pictures of your right eye. Well, do me a favor, George. Promise me you won't show the movies unless the Atterberries ask you.
Okay. Not unless the Atterberries insist.
Good. Now raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, George Cooper, solemnly promise...
I, George Cooper, solemnly promise.
Wonderful meal, Liz.
Rudolph ate too much.
Never mind, Iris. You do a pretty good job with the knife and fork yourself.
Here, Mr. Atterbury, have the big chair, George's chair.
Oh, sure you don't mind, George?
No, I'll sit on this comfortable, straight-backed wooden one.
What would you like to do this evening?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me either.
I know what we could do.
Nobody asked you.
Liz, nobody can think of anything else to do. Has anyone any ideas?
No.
Then how about some home movies? How about
Let's
some...
go to a movie. Picture golf is nice. See?
Well, it's a funny thing. No one could think of anything a minute ago.
Well, it was self-defense, George. Did I hear you suggest bridge, Mr. Atterbury?
Yeah.
Good idea.
But I don't like bridge.
Oh, you're just being a spoil sport.
I am not. I don't like the way you play.
Well, how can you say that? We love the way Liz plays. Don't we, Rudolph?
Absolutely. Especially at a half a cent a point.
I don't blame you. Now, bridge is out. You know, I ran some of the old movies I took the other day, and there was
George, give up, will you? They don't want to see the pictures.
They do, too. They're just being polite. They're dying to see them.
We're dying to see them.
See? They insist.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid we're stuck.
Well, let's get it over with. What are you going to show, George?
The Grand Canyon.
I've been down that canyon so many times, I feel like a burro.
Let's get it over, George.
I'm all set. I had the projector set up before.
Sneaky.
I'll turn out the lights.
Okay, sneaky.
I'll wait till I get comfortable here. Oop.
Oh, Rudolph, did you throw something at me?
No, dear.
Well, something hit me.
It was a button popped off my vest.
Well, pull yourself together, Mr. Atterbury. Here we go. And, George, try not to get the picture upside down.
Don't worry, it isn't.
I knew it. There I go, walking across the ceiling. Liz Cooper, the human fly.
I don't understand it.
Fix it, George. The blood will all rush to my head.
Well, it'll just take a minute to turn the film over.
Don't waste the time. Let it run, and we'll stand on our heads to watch it.
Never mind the sarcasm. All right, I've got it. Here we go.
Oh, now that's better. That's a beautiful picture.
Well, how did this happen? This is the tail end of the Grand Canyon pictures.
Too bad, boy.
Oh, but you missed the best part.
No, we didn't, George. The end is the best part. Turn on the lights, Iris.
No, wait a minute. There's some more spliced on here.
Isn't there some way you can speed it up, George?
Well, all right.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a picture of me. Slow it down, boys. Slow it down.
Well, there I am. My, these are old pictures. How long ago was that, Liz?
Oh, 6, maybe 7 years.
Hey, there's a good shot. All of us in our bathing suits.
I cut quite a figure, didn't I? Say, who's that? Iris, how'd you happen to let me talk to a young, slim creature like that?
Rudolph, that's me.
But it can't be. Look how thin... Oh, that was 7 years ago, wasn't it? Before inflation set in.
I don't pop my buttons.
Don't let them get your goat, Iris.
Liz, that redhead in the picture, the one with the beautiful figure. That isn't you.
Now, don't you start anything, George. Now, quit it. That was 7 years ago. It wouldn't be natural if I hadn't put on a little weight here and there.
Well, you haven't changed much here, but what a there you've put on. Hey, what did you turn the lights off for, Liz?
I can't stand looking at myself like I used to be. Stop the pictures, George.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with them.
Let's face it, Iris. Who are we kidding? We deserve the ribbing we're getting from our husbands. It's our fault for letting ourselves slip.
Hear, hear. Never heard a woman say that before.
Good girl, Liz.
And you know what we're going to do, Iris? We're going to go on a diet the first thing tomorrow morning and get rid of this excess weight.
That's a deal.
Hey, that makes sense.
Starting tomorrow morning, no starches, no sweets, nothing fattening of any kind.
Right.
That's for tomorrow morning. Now, for tonight, let's go down to the drugstore and have a double hot fudge sundae.
Now, George, boy, watch me closely. You're one of the few men at the bank to share this secret with me.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Now you turn 3 to the right.
3 to the right.
4 to the left.
4 to the left.
You turn the handle. There. Now you know how to get a Coke out of the machine without putting in a nickel. Have a candy bar?
Yeah, thanks. You know, we should feel guilty. Standing here eating candy and drinking Cokes while our wives are sweating out a diet.
Oh, well, it won't last long. I don't think Iris will go through with it.
No, I don't think she will either.
What do you mean, you don't think she will?
Well, you said...
You do your talking about Liz. I'll take care of wrapping Iris.
Well, I just thought that Iris is older and has more weight to lose.
Now, just a minute. Iris may be a year or two older, but for a woman her age, she has a lot better figure than Liz.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would, and I just did.
Well, Liz could lose her extra weight in half the time it would take Iris. In quarter the time.
Why don't you put your money where your mouth is?
What do you mean?
We'll just weigh them in tomorrow, then at the end of a month we'll weigh them in again. With the loser paying $5 a pound.
Oh, brother, Liz will win in a walk.
Then it's a bet, boy.
You bet it's a bet, boy.
What?
I mean, sir.
That's better. And one more thing. Just leave a nickel for that Coke you're drinking.
Yes. Liz?
Yes, dear?
How are you coming with your reducing, honey?
Oh, fine. I ate practically nothing today.
Good.
So I had to take this candy bar to keep up my energy.
Here, give me that thing.
Oh, well, you didn't have to throw it in the wastebasket.
Liz, from now on, I'm supervising your reducing. I've got a lot of training equipment here. A book of exercises, a rowing machine, barbells, and a jumping rope.
Who will I fight? Joe Louis retired.
Now, come on. We have no time to waste.
Why all this sudden interest?
Well, because I love you, dear. I want to be proud of you.
Why, George.
And besides, I bet Mr. Atterbury $5 a pound.
Oh, I might have known.
If I can get you down to 115, I'll stick him for $50.
Well, if it's money you're after, why bother with exercise?
What do you mean?
Just don't feed me. I'll bet you can get me down to 50 pounds, coffin and all.
Will you let me explain?
No, now I'm not going to reduce at all.
All right. Let Iris win.
I'm not going to starve. What's Iris got to do with it?
No, nothing.
What Iris got to do with this?
Well, Mr. Atterbury said she had a better figure than yours.
Better than my... Why, she hasn't even got a figure. She has a size 18 lump.
Well, he thinks she can get into shape quicker than you can, so I bet him $5 a pound.
Well, split it with me?
It's a deal.
A week has gone by in the battle of Iris versus Liz, and Trainer George is putting his wife through a strenuous routine. She started the day out skipping rope.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And as we see her now, she is still gaily skipping away.
98, 99, 2,000.
200.
I wonder if I could jump rope from a sitting position.
All right, Liz, that's enough rope skipping for today. Well, I guess we could stop for lunch.
Oh, lunch, food. Come on, George, let's run into the kitchen. What can I have? Something light like a cup of mayonnaise?
I prepared a delicious treat for you.
What?
Salad a la George Cooper.
Oh, where is it? Where is it?
Right there on the plate.
Oh, what is it?
A radish smothered in Chiron taffy.
Oh.
Besides, you only had breakfast 3 hours ago.
Some breakfast. You gave me a glass of orange juice and let me smell some oatmeal. Well, what do I get to drink with this nothing burger?
Well, I don't know. See, milk is too fattening.
Oh,
coffee
sure.
with cream or sugar's out.
Oh, certainly.
Hot chocolate has too many calories.
I know what, George. How about a big glass of skim water?
Tubby, 2x4.
George Cooper, if you say that once again, Tubby's going to slug you with that 2x4.
Well, hurry up and eat your lunch. You have to go down to Dabney's Market and weigh in.
All right, but you better come along. I'll need someone to lift me up on the scales.
Come on, Liz, walk faster.
I thought I was running.
Well, what are you standing down there in the gutter for?
I'm gathering strength to climb onto the curb.
Come on now, it's just a couple of steps to Dabney's Market.
Oh, I feel so silly coming down to the meat market to get weighed every day.
Well, Atterbury and I agreed this was to be the official weighing machine.
Why don't you put a sign on me? Fillet of Liz Cooper, $5 a pound.
Go on, get on the scale and let's see how much you've lost.
Okay. George, I was afraid of this. I'm down to 0.
I haven't put the penny in yet. What does it say?
Let's see. 123. Oh, George, I've lost 2 pounds. Isn't that wonderful?
What's the score today, Mr. Cooper?
Oh, hello, Mr. Dabney. 123.
Good. How much you figure to trim her down to?
Well, I thought about 10 pounds off would do it.
No, too much. 7 is plenty. That tenderloin is lean, but she's pretty plump in the porterhouse.
Well, I never had any complaints about my porterhouse before.
I'll tell you what you do. Get rid of a couple of pounds of fat around the spare ribs, 3 more over the hocks.
Anything else?
Yeah, stick an apple in my mouth and shove me in the oven.
I sure would appreciate it if you could bring her in at 118, Mr. Cooper. That's the number I got in the pool.
Pool? What pool?
Oh, didn't you hear about it? Everybody in the neighborhood's in on it. Somebody got up a pool, and I drew you at 118.
Well, of all the nerve. Who would do a thing like that?
I don't know. But they're $1 apiece, and I got 2 numbers left.
Mr. Dabney, I'm ashamed of you. That's a terrible thing to do.
I know. I hated myself in the morning, but fortunately I sold most of the tickets the night before.
Oh, now you'll have to make a good showing, Liz. You're a public figure.
And speaking of figures, look who's coming. Your deadly rival, Mrs. Atterbury and his prize heifer.
Hello, Iris.
Oh, Liz. Have you been working as hard as
I know just how you feel.
Hello, Mr. Atterbury.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper, boy.
Are you going to weigh Iris?
I think we'll wait till you leave.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
Oh, wait a minute. Bad planning. Don't get off that scale, Liz.
Why?
Wait till Iris gets on, and then you get off. More economical that way.
Oh. Well, as long as it's our penny, I guess we have a right to see how much she weighs.
Iris.
Huh? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No. Well, get on the scale. Oh. Ah. Oh. 123.
Neck and neck.
Oh, no, it isn't. Iris started 2 pounds heavier than Liz, so she's ahead. Come on, Liz. We've got work to do. I'll run you home piggyback.
Oh, piggyback. Thanks, George. I couldn't have made it any other way.
All right. Turn around and I'll jump on your back.
Give me some more mashed potatoes, George, with lots of butter and a slice of banana cream pie. And 2 more pieces of that fried chicken. It's good.
Liz, wake up. You're dreaming.
Huh? What? Oh, what did you wake me up for, George? I was just eating a big chicken dinner. Say, maybe it wasn't a dream. Where'd all these feathers come from?
Well, you ate half the pillow.
I thought it tasted sort of dry.
I was lying here trying to remember what we did today. We rode the bicycle, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Jumped rope.
Yes.
Rode the boat.
Yes.
Did we forget anything?
Yes, you forgot to beat me with a rubber hose.
What are you doing in the kitchen, Liz?
George Cooper, if that isn't the sneakiest, rottenest, low-down trick I ever heard of, putting a padlock on the icebox.
Iris, I've got terrible news. Liz is down to 120. She's a pound ahead of us.
I don't care, Rudolph. I'm too tired to care.
Now we've really got to knuckle down. I've bought a new book of exercises, and we're going to try some.
Oh.
Now, exercise 1. Place hands on hips and put your right leg straight out in front of you.
All right.
Now, holding this position, bring your left leg up even with your right leg. Oh, my mistake. You're supposed to be lying down when you do this exercise. Now then, flat on your back.
Yes, Rudolph.
Put your right leg straight up in the air. Good. Now put your left leg up even with it. Iris, put your left leg up. That isn't the silliest sight I've ever seen. She looks like a submarine.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes, Katie?
Could I see you in the kitchen a moment?
Can't we talk in the hall, Katie? I can't go into the kitchen. I'm too hungry.
So this is rather confidential.
All right. Oh, look at the devil's food cake with marshmallow frosting. Oh, you fiend.
That's for after the contest.
Oh, well, can't I just pat it a little? Oh, let me drag my finger through the frosting.
Mrs. Cooper, I was down to the market talking to Mr. Dabney. Are you listening?
Yes, you were down at the marshmallow talking to Mr. Devil's Food. Oh, well, I'll hold my hand over my eyes. Go ahead.
Well, I have it fixed so you're going to beat Mrs. Atterbury.
How?
Mr. Dabney showed me how to take off the back of the scale, and I can turn it to any weight I want.
But I don't see what...
This afternoon, when the final weighing is going on, I'll hide behind the scale. When I get through with Mrs. Atterbury, she'll weigh 300 pounds.
Katie, that's the sneakiest, crookedest, underhandedest trick I ever heard of.
Well, then I won't do it.
What's the matter? You crazy? I didn't say I didn't like it. Won't someone see you?
No. Mr. Dabney is going to put a big pyramid of canned goods behind the scale so no one will see me. All I have to do is make you weigh 118 so he wins the pool.
Oh, boy, give me that cake. I don't have to diet anymore.
Well, how about a glass of milk to go with it?
A banana and fried potatoes and bread with lots of butter on it. And for dessert, butter with butter on it.
Here we are, Liz. Say, look at the crowd. Do you think they're here to see Iris and you?
I know they are. Look at that sign in the window. Today, 2 o'clock, the Battle of the Bulge.
Don't crowd, folks. Don't crowd. Plenty of room by the vegetable bin. Hey, don't sit on those artichokes.
Hello, Mr. Dabney.
Hello, Miss Cooper. Come on in. The Atterburys are waiting. Let us through, please.
Oh, here comes Liz now. Make it 120, Liz. I'll split with you.
Let us through, please.
Oh, pardon me, please. Hello, Mr. Atterbury. Hello, Iris.
Say hello, Iris.
Oh, well, don't wake her up just for that.
Hello, Mr. Atterbury.
Well, George, boy, I hope you brought plenty of money.
No, hold it. I got to make an announcement now. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The Dabney Meat Market proudly presents a weigh-in for the World's Championship Reducing.
Oh, this is going too far.
In this corner, we're in blue tie. Dress. Don't you wish you knew how much? Mrs. Atterbury!
Well, I'm surprised you didn't charge admission, Mr. Dabney. You could have made a fortune.
Oh, I wouldn't stoop to that, Miss Cooper. But nobody got in here today who didn't buy a pound of salami.
I might have known. Well, let's get it over with.
Hold it. I have an important phone call to make. No, go ahead. I'll be right back.
Okay. Miss Cooper now stepping on the scales. Pennies by courtesy of Dabney's. And she weighs, when it stops, 118.
Oh, what a surprise.
Okay, who holds number 118? Step forward, please. 118. Oh, that's me. What a coincidence. Who threw that salami?
Wait a minute. That scale doesn't say 118. You weigh 227.
What?
Wait, now it says 95.
Look, now it says 185.
Oh, there's something wrong with the scale. 118. What happened?
What's going on here?
Hey, what's going on under that pile of cans? It sounds like a fight.
Hey, someone's crawling out from under them. Katie!
Katie, what happened?
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, it's awful. There was someone else under there who wanted to make you weigh more.
No.
Yes, I've got a good mind.
Katie, don't knock the cans over.
Here, quick, help me lift these cans off.
Whoever's under there, it serves them right for cheating. We thought of it first.
Liz! Look who it is!
Mr. Atterbury.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Is acting up a bit, and your constant shouting at me isn't helping it any.
I don't need to pay you to tell me my heart is acting up. What I want to know is, how much time have I got?
Well, that's difficult to say. If you avoid all excitement, I think I can say a year, possibly 2.
A year, possibly 2.
Yes, but only if you do as I say. For one thing, there's no reason you should insist on remaining in this darkened bedroom month after month. Why, it's been a year since you've been out of this room.
Are you going to start on that again?
This living in complete seclusion is bad for you. You should leave this room and see people. Take an interest in life.
No, Dr. Jeffries. I won't have my maid pushing me around in a wheelchair, the object of everyone's pity. I prefer to remain in my room and have people think of me as I was, not as I am.
As your physician, I insist.
I said that I prefer to remain in this room, and that's final.
Please, Mrs. Richards. Your heart.
Then stop trying to make me do things I don't want to do.
Very well. Only I can't see why you refuse to have any visitors. It'll give you some interest in things.
It may surprise you to know, Doctor, that I am expecting 2 visitors.
Indeed? What made you change your mind?
I think it's time I drew my will. Before I do so, I want to get acquainted with my only living relatives, my former husband's nephew and niece, Gerald and Millicent. I haven't seen them since they were children, and I'm curious to see what they've become. I understand Millicent is an actress.
An actress? You don't mean that your niece is Millie Richards, do you?
Yes, have you heard of her?
Well, of course. She's one of Broadway's leading actresses. I saw her in a play recently and thought she was excellent.
She probably drinks and smokes and has been married 6 times.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about that.
Before I draw up my will, I intend to learn everything about her and her brother Gerald. He's 22 and probably never worked a day in his life.
Aren't you being unfair, judging them before you've even seen them?
Oh, perhaps. But I'll give them both every opportunity to prove they're worthy of the Richards fortune. They said they'd be here in time for lunch. They should be on their way now.
Oh, my head.
How's the hangover, brother dear? Painful, I hope?
Millie, what am I doing in your car? Where are we going?
Have you forgotten, darling? This is the day we were invited to visit Aunt Martha. You remember Aunt Martha? She's the one with all that money.
Save it, will you? I'm in no mood for your witticism.
Well, considering I spent half of last night looking for you under nightclub tables, you might be a little more grateful.
I can recall doing as much for you. Where are we, anyway?
About 20 miles from Aunt Martha's.
Oh, my head. What a night.
Yes, wasn't it, darling? Everywhere I went looking for you, they gave me IOUs you'd left behind. Exactly how much do you owe around town?
3 months ago, it was $11,000.
That means you probably owe twice as much by now.
Look, Millie, you've got to help me. If I don't clear up my debt soon, I'll be in real trouble.
And what exactly am I supposed to do?
You gotta lend me enough money to hold off my creditors.
Lend you money? Oh. You may not know it, Gerald, dear, but I'm in far deeper than you are.
But you were getting $1,000 a week for playing the lead, and why not be happy? How can you be in debt?
It's really very simple. I was getting $1,000 a week. I was spending $2,000.
Oh, that makes everything just perfect. Both of us so deeply in debt, we probably won't dare go back to town.
Perhaps after this visit to Aunt Martha, we'll be able to go back to town in different circumstances.
What do you mean?
Have you forgotten Aunt Martha has something like $4 million?
So what? You think she'll lend us money to pay our debts after not even seeing us for 20 years?
Gerald, you're a fool. Why do you suppose she invited us to visit her? Because she's getting along in years and she has decided to make her will. Naturally, before she does so, she wants to see what we, her only relatives, are like.
Millie, do you really think she'll leave us some money?
If we make the right impression, there's no reason she shouldn't leave us all of it. All we have to do is convince Aunt Martha we deserve it.
And how are we going to do that?
By showing her we are simple, lovable, and unspoiled. You remember the ingenue role I played in I Dream of Love?
Yes, of course. You weren't half bad.
Half bad? I was superb. The critics were mad about me. Brooks Archer said that in all his life...
All right, you were superb. What about it?
Well, I think I'll play that role for Aunt Martha. Just a simple, unsophisticated girl, unspoiled by success.
Well, maybe you can get away with it, but you know I can't act. How am I supposed to behave?
You just play the strong, silent type and leave all the talking to me.
Well, I only hope you can sell the old lady on our charm.
Darling, you are forgetting I am, quote, Broadway's leading younger actress, unquote. When the curtain rings down on my special performance for Aunt Martha, the Richards' money will be ours.
Miss Richards and Mr. Richards are here, madam. Will you see them now or later?
I'll see them now, Philip.
Yes, madam. Mrs. Richards will see you now.
Thank you, Philip. Come in, Mildred, Gerald. Well, it's been a good many years since we've seen each other, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been a long time, Aunt Martha.
Yes, I've been meaning to call on you for ever so long, Aunt Martha. But my work has always interfered, and just at the last moment. Well, what finally brought you here? Well, when you said in your letter that you weren't feeling well, I simply couldn't stay away. I'm very touched. Of course, the fact that you might get an inheritance has nothing to do with it. Why, Aunt Martha, what a thing to say. I'm not like that.
Of course she isn't. Millie doesn't need money. She's one of the finest actresses on Broadway.
Oh, I've heard. And what do you do for a living, Gerald? Oh, Gerald works for a Wall Street firm, Aunt Martha.
Yeah.
He works so hard. They pay him so little. I seem to remember that Gerald's father left him a sizable inheritance. What became of it? The inheritance? Oh, that was lost in poor investments.
Yes.
I see. I'm afraid there's a good deal about you two I don't know.
I haven't done very much, and I haven't gotten very far, Aunt Martha, but Millie's really been a credit to the family name. Everyone's heard of her.
Notoriety is hardly a guarantee. Why, Aunt Martha? Now, see here. I want you two to be my guests for a week. Frankly, I want to know what you're like before I decide how to draw up my will. Yes, of course, Aunt Martha. But I hope you'll take care of yourself so you will live for years and years. Thank you, Millie. Now I must ask you to leave me. I'm a bit tired.
Why, certainly, Aunt Martha.
Of course, Aunt Martha. We'll talk some more tomorrow.
I'm glad we're out of there. She stares at you as if she could see right through you.
The room's so dark it was hard to see her. But you can tell she can't last much longer.
The main point is, did she fall for a little act? If you ask me, she wasn't exactly bowled over by your performance.
Nonsense. I played my role perfectly. She's a bit suspicious now. That's only natural. But before I'm finished, she'll be eating out of my hand.
Well, I certainly hope you're right.
Just give me a week, darling, and you and I will be heirs to the Richards' fortune.
A week passed.
and read her notices from a large book of clippings. Martha Richards listened quietly, now and then venturing a question, and Millie became more and more certain she'd won the old lady over. By the end of the week, she was quite sure that she'd convinced her aunt of her own simple, unspoiled character.
But... Hello, Millie.
Gerald, where have you been all night? I've looked every place for you.
I spent the night in New York.
You've been drinking.
So what?
You're a fool. What if Aunt Martha heard about it from the servants, just when everything's working out perfectly?
So everything's working out perfectly, is it?
Yes, it is. Last night, Aunt Martha phoned New York. I listened in on the hallway extension. It was her attorney she was calling, and he's coming out here tonight to draw up her will.
You don't say. Well, well.
What is the matter with you? You're acting very oddly, Gerald.
My dear Millie, it may interest you to know that the greatest performance of your career has gone for nothing.
Why, what do you mean?
You may be able to sweep the Broadway audience off its feet, but not Aunt Martha.
Oh, I tell you, she believes in me completely.
Oh, does she? While Aunt Martha was listening so devotedly to your every word, she had a private detective in New York at work investigating us.
She had a private detective?
Yes, dear sister. While making the rounds of the nightclubs last evening, I learned that quite a few questions have been asked about us this past week.
So that's what she's been up to. Hiring a private detective to pry into our past.
And you can guess what she'll do when she learns that I haven't any job and gambled my inheritance away. And what do you think she'll say when she hears you were named as correspondent in 3 divorce actions and were involved in the Wainwright scandal?
I'd like to scratch her eyes out, playing with me like a cat with a mouse.
Well, the game's up. We may as well go to our rooms and pack.
And walk out on $4 million? I should say not.
There's no use being stubborn about it. We gambled and we lost. Tonight the lawyer will be here and she'll cut us off without a cent. There's nothing we can do about it.
Well, I don't give up so easily. There must be something we can do.
Well, what, for example?
I don't know yet. Let me think. I won't go back to New York so deep in debt I can never get out. For the rest of my life, I'd be hearing her voice.
Millie, dear, I want you to tell me all about yourself. Where you've been and what you've done.
Well, she won't beat me. Before I'll let her cut me off with a pen, I'll... Yeah. Oh, yes.
What are you planning?
Gerald, Aunt Martha is not going to cut us out of her will.
Yes? And exactly how are you going to prevent her?
If we have nerve enough, we can stop her. We can inherit the whole fortune. Now, you listen to me, Gerald, and listen closely.
As Millie explained her idea to Gerald, his face whitened, but she scornfully beat down all his objections, and in spite of his fears, in the end, he agreed to do as Millie suggested. Then in the hours that followed, Millie locked herself in her room and practiced her aunt's signature and her aunt's voice until she was satisfied she could imitate both perfectly. After that, there was nothing to do but wait tensely and nervously until 8 o'clock that night, when Millie and Gerald quietly slipped down the hall to their aunt's room.
Millie, we can't go through with this. It's crazy.
Be quiet, you fool. It's the only way out.
But what if we're caught? You know what that would mean.
If you do as I say, we won't be caught. Now get hold of yourself and then you knock. You know exactly what you're to do.
Yes.
Come in. Good evening, Aunt Martha.
I hope you're feeling well, Aunt Martha.
Oh, Millicent, Gerald, come in.
Thank you.
It's dark in here, Aunt Martha. Shall I turn on a light?
No, that isn't necessary. I prefer the dark.
Of course. Just as you say.
Your voice sounds strange, Gerald. Is there anything wrong?
Oh, no, of course not, Aunt Martha. How do you feel tonight?
I'm a little tired tonight.
Oh. Gerald, perhaps you ought to fix Aunt Martha's pillows. She doesn't seem very comfortable.
Oh, you needn't bother. I'm quite comfortable, thanks.
Gerald, fix Aunt Martha's pillows.
I can't go through with it. I can't.
I should have known better than to count on you.
What are you two talking about? What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing important, Aunt Martha. Here. Let me fix this pillow for you.
But I tell you, I don't want it fixed.
Oh, but you do.
Millie, don't.
Stick that pillow away from my face again.
Millie, don't. She's suffocating.
Oh, be quiet. If you haven't the nerve to go through with this, I have. It's almost over. If this doesn't overtax her heart, nothing will. There. She's limp. She's not struggling anymore. I'll take the pillow away.
She's still alive.
How do you feel now, dear Aunt Martha? Is there anything more we can do for you? You want to kill me. Everything I've heard about you is true. But you won't ever get any of my money. Oh, my heart. Oh. She's gone. She's dead.
Millie. Her eyes are still open. Staring at us as if she could see right through us.
Never mind her eyes. They can't bother us now. She's dead. Not from suffocation, but from a heart attack. I told you my plan would work.
We killed her.
Nonsense. We simply helped nature take her inevitable course. You think of it that way and you'll feel better.
You aren't human.
Well, I'm afraid we haven't time to discuss that. Aunt Martha's lawyer will be here in an hour. Now, will you do as I say, or won't you?
Now that we've gone this far, I guess I have no choice.
Thank heavens you have enough sense to see that. You do exactly as I say, and we can't fail.
Millie, the car just stopped in front of the house. Must be that lawyer, Jordan.
No. Certainly is punctual.
Are you ready for him?
No. I need a little more shading under the eyes.
Millie, hurry. You'll be here in a minute.
I've never been late for a curtain yet, and I won't be late for this one. There. Now, you help me on with Aunt Martha's bed jacket.
All right, here you are. There.
No. How do I look?
You look exactly like Aunt Martha. If I didn't know her body was in that closet, I'd swear you were her.
In the dim light of this room, no one can help but think I'm Aunt Martha.
Yes, but what about your voice and the things you'll have to know?
I have been practicing, Gerald. Listen to this.
As mistress of this house, I answer only those questions I wish to answer, and I assure you I shall not be tripped up.
There. Now, does that convince you I can play the starring role of Aunt Martha?
Yes, I'm convinced. Millie, quick, get in bed. I hear something coming.
All right. Now, please stop shaking. I tell you, we can't fail. I shall give the greatest performance of my career.
Come in.
Good evening, Miss Richards.
Good evening, Mr. Jordan. Please come in.
Thank you. Hope you're feeling well.
I'm 67 and I feel 87.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't think, Mr. Jordan, you've ever met my nephew, Gerald Richards.
Hello, Mr. Jordan.
How do you do?
Mr. Jordan, I want to have a will drawn up and signed tonight.
Tonight? Well, surely you can't be serious, Mrs. Richards. Vast holdings like yours require a will that will take days to draw up properly.
All I want is a simple will dividing my entire estate equally between my nephew Gerald and my niece Millicent.
But, Mrs. Richards...
I'll be frank with you, Mr. Jordan. I have a premonition that there is no time to wait for an involved will.
I see.
I've been feeling worse than I've admitted to Dr. Jeffries. Quite possibly I won't be here tomorrow to sign a will.
I surely hope you're exaggerating, Miss Richards.
If I am, we can draw a new will later. Tonight I won't rest easy until I know that my wishes have been put into writing.
Very well, Mrs. Richards. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I left my secretary downstairs until I'd seen you. I'll just step out and tell her what you want. She'll draw up the papers in a very short time.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
I won't be long.
Well, Gerald, you feel better now?
You fooled him, Millie. He's completely taken in.
As soon as the will is signed, I'll get rid of him. Thank goodness there's no danger of Dr. Jeffries getting here tonight.
No, you might not fool him quite as easily.
Well, he's attending a meeting of the State Society of Physicians. Wait a minute. Is Jordan coming back?
Since all you want is a simple declaration, Mrs. Richards, my secretary won't take long over it. Is this Millicent Richards your niece, by any chance, the Broadway actress?
Yes. Have you seen her?
Well, yes, I never miss any of her plays, if I can help it.
Indeed. And what do you think of her?
Well, she always puts on a good show, but privately, I think she has a tendency to overact.
Oh, you think she overacts, do you?
Yes. I take her last play, Why Not Be Happy. Why, I think she played it much too hard for comedy. I'd have preferred to see an actress like Joan Walker in her role.
The critics didn't agree with you. Gerald, will you please hand me Millicent's scrapbook? You'll find it on the desk there.
Really, Aunt Martha, do you think...
Gerald, hand me that scrapbook.
Very well.
I can understand criticism when it's justified, Mr. Jordan, but it seems to me that you're going against my niece's huge public.
Here's the scrapbook, Aunt Martha.
Thank you, Gerald. Now, just a moment, Mr. Jordan, and I'll read you what the critics had to say about Millicent's performance in Why Not Be Happy. Here we are. This is what Martin Walters, dramatic critic of the Evening Sentinel, had to say. Rarely in 30 years of theater going has this reviewer seen such a fine flair for comedy as was displayed last night by Millicent Richards in her new hit, Why Not Be Happy. And that, Mr. Jordan, is the opinion of one of the best critics in the country.
Well, I may be wrong, Mrs. Richards. Naturally, I was only venturing a personal opinion.
Excuse me, Mr. Jordan.
Yes, Miss Andrews. You finished already?
Yes, sir. It's just a paragraph as you instructed. Here's the original and the copy.
Good. Now, let me see what you've written. Mm-hmm. Yes, perfectly straightforward. Everything in order. Now we need witnesses. Miss Andrews will do for one, the butler for the other, if he's handy.
He's just out in the hall.
I'll get him in, Aunt Martha.
Thank you, Gerald. Now, Mr. Jordan, you are sure this will is going to stand up in court?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Richards. But if it's probated, it'll certainly leave a good many unsettled problems to your heirs.
I'm sure they'll be able to handle them. Oh, Phillips.
Yes, madam.
I want you to witness my will.
Certainly, madam.
Give me the will, Mr. Jordan, and a pen.
Now?
Thank you. Now I sign here.
Right at the bottom, Mrs. Richards.
There.
Now the carbon copy.
There. Now I feel better.
That does it, except for the witnesses. Phillips, will you sign here? And here, please.
Certainly, sir.
There, sir. Now you, Miss Andrews.
Mr. Jordan.
Excellent. Your will is signed and witnessed, Mrs. Richards.
Oh, I'm glad. It wasn't too late. Now, if you don't mind, I'm very tired. I'd like to be left alone.
Of course, Mrs. Richards.
Phillips, show Mr. Jordan and Miss Andrews to their rooms, please.
Yes, madam. If you'll just follow me.
Good night, Mrs. Richards.
Good night, Mr. Jordan. I'll see you in the morning, I hope.
Of course you will.
They're gone. And the will is signed. See, I told you it would work.
So far, but we aren't through this thing yet.
Oh, don't be a fool. The money is as good as ours. All we have to do is put Aunt Martha back in her bed and slip out of here, and tomorrow someone will find her dead, and you and I will inherit everything.
Mrs. Richards. Mrs. Richards, Dr. Jeffries is here. Mrs. Richards, excuse me, but... Dr. Jeffries. Dr. Jeffries, come quick.
But it's so dreadful. If only we'd known, if only we'd been able to help her somehow. But to think of her dying alone in the night with nobody.
Now there, Miss Richards, you must be brave. Your aunt wouldn't want you to take her death like this.
You're very kind, Mr. Jordan.
She said only last night that she had a premonition she might not live much longer, that she felt worse than she admitted to you, Dr. Jeffries.
That's quite possible. She hated to seem ill or in any way not her old self.
She didn't suffer, did she, Doctor?
No, I'm sure it was all over very quickly. Her heart just gave out. She must have died shortly after you left her. Well, she's been dead about 10 hours.
I really didn't take her seriously when she spoke of not living through the night. She seemed so strong when we were talking, as if she'd grown younger. And she and I were arguing. It was quite like old times.
You and Mrs. Richards had an argument last night?
Well, not an argument, really.
They were just discussing my sister's ability as an actress, Doctor.
Yes, Doctor, that's all it was. I hope you won't mind, Miss Richards, but I told your aunt I thought you overacted your roles.
Oh, of course I don't mind. But what did she say to that?
Oh, she almost hit the ceiling when I criticized you. She claimed you were the finest actress in the country.
Aunt Martha always was a dear.
Strange that she should have said that, considering she never saw Miss Richards perform.
Well, maybe she hadn't, but she opened a book of clippings about Miss Richards and read to me what one of the critics said about her niece.
She did? She read you the review? Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
I see. And was Miss Richards present at the time?
No, I wasn't there, Dr. Jeffries. Why?
Because I think, Miss Richards, that Mr. Jordan's criticism was justified. You do overplay your roles.
I beg your pardon. I never overplayed a role in my life.
I'm afraid that you have. You overplayed your biggest role last night.
Last night? What do you mean?
Your Aunt Martha was an extremely proud woman, Miss Richards. She couldn't stand to be pitied. Just a year ago, she became quite blind.
Aunt Martha was blind?
What are you saying? Her eyes were...
Yes, they seemed very bright and penetrating, but they were sightless. No one outside this house knew the truth. Mrs. Richards refused to leave her room, kept the lights turned down low, saw almost no one. Thus she kept her secret.
Oh, but if Mrs. Richards was blind, how could she have read me that notice last night?
She didn't, Mr. Jordan.
She did.
An egomaniac actress, disguised as Mrs. Richards, read her own notice to you, then forged Mrs. Richards' signature to a false will. Isn't that so, Miss Richards?
Go on, tell him, Millie. You were so clever. The greatest actress in the world. Nothing could go wrong. You had everything worked out to the smallest detail.
Don't be quiet, you fool. No court in the world will believe them. I'll give a performance that will sweep a jury off its feet. They'll never convict me, do you hear? Never.
This is the mysterious traveler again. What happened to Millie and Gerald? Oh, didn't you hear? They're both playing in a long run now. Life imprisonment. The critics thought Millie's performance at the trial was superb, but the jury disagreed. They're inclined to think she had overacted. That recalls the case of another actor who tried to play the role of a dead man. He did it so realistically that they buried him, and then... you have to get off.
These were Maurice Tarplin, Mercedes McCambridge, Gladys Thornton, Martin Wolfson, and Jimmy Lipton. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. Engineer Alfred King. Sound Walt Schaefer. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly, transcribed with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, Joe Forte, Gene Vanderpyle, Jeff Silver, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. If you could make your own pantry survey, in home after home where women take pride in their cooking, you'd find Pet evaporated milk on the pantry shelf. Sometimes a whole month's supply, because in those handy airtight Pet milk cans, the good sweet milk stays good and sweet. Now, that stay sweet quality is only one reason why good cooks cook with Pet milk. Extra richness is another reason, for Pet milk is good sweet country milk evaporated to double richness. That means it's twice as rich as bottled milk in all the nourishing substances nature puts into whole milk. Good cooks like that extra richness because by using Pet evaporated milk, they can put extra amounts of milk nourishment into favorite family foods. In addition, there's the economy factor. For Pet brand evaporated milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. So for convenience, for fixing more nourishing, more delicious food at lower cost, keep Pet brand evaporated milk on your pantry shelf. An unexpected hot, dry spell has come to Wistful Vista. It's hot in the homes and stores and offices. It's even hotter in the streets. And it's hottest of all under the collar of Mr. Magee, of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
My gosh, this is the hottest weather I ever sweltered through, Molly. It's hotter than the hand-hammered hinges if I hadn't better say it.
No, it isn't really that bad, Magee. I think we just feel it more because it's unseasonal. You know, the weatherman says it will break just as suddenly as it started.
Ah, him. What does he know? Draws a lot of circles on a map, predicts 10 more days of sunshine, steps out the door, and falls into a snowdrift.
Well, frankly, I don't know how those weathermen get it right as often as they do myself. Dearie, what causes the weather anyhow?
Well, the weather, my dear, it's rather difficult to explain to an amateur. It requires a knowledge of rain, wind, and other simple scientific phenomena.
Scientific what?
Phenomena. Phenomena.
Phenomena. I didn't recognize the word.
I'll explain the whole thing to you someday when it's cooler. You know, it's darn near as bad right now as that hot spell we had in Peoria back in 1912.
Oh, I remember that. It was hot, wasn't it?
Oh, that was murder. The thermometers went off like firecrackers all over town. Practically all the dogs had sprained ankles.
I may regret asking this, but why did the heat make the dogs sprain their ankles?
They kept tripping over their tongues.
Well, Mother believes you, dearie, but if you told that to anybody else... Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kids. Hot enough for you?
Now, there is a very witty remark. Who in the world thought that one up?
Papa, son.
Oh?
Papa was just loaded with comical sayings like that.
Yeah?
It ain't the heat, he used to say. It's the stupidity.
He was so right.
I wonder when we're going to get some rain.
I'll be the first to know when it's coming, Johnny. I got my own private weather bureau, son.
Private weather bureau?
Yep. In my shoes.
Shoes?
Got a corn on one foot that kills me when it's going to turn cold, a corn on the other foot that murders me when it's going to rain, and a bunion that slays me when it's going to snow.
I don't wish you any misery, but... Hey, does that really work, old-timer?
Oh, never fails, Johnny.
Yeah?
Anytime the weather's going to change, I know at least 3 hours ahead of time.
Imagine that.
Boy, if I knew it was going to rain before anybody else did, I could make myself... Hey, maybe we can do a little business.
Yeah?
I got a deal for you. Look, when your feet tell you we're going to get some rain, give me a call right away. I'll give you $5 to tip me off.
Don't know what you got in mind, Johnny, but my feet are in your hands. Where's the 5 spot?
Here you are.
Thanks, Johnny. I better get going now. Daughter, Do you know what the fellow who run a shirt-making factory and had a daughter 9 foot tall said to that daughter when he seen her loafing at her sewing machine?
No, what?
He said, "So long, daughter." So long to you, too, Johnny.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the Song of the Bayou. Well, the heat wave continued, and for the rest of the day and night, Mr. Magee suffered. Not in silence, you may be sure. Then the next morning came, and he got a phone call.
79 Wistful Vista, Fibber Magee speaking. Oh, it's you, old-timer. What's up? Yeah? Both corns, eh? The bunion, too? Well. Gee, that's great. Well, thanks a lot, old-timer. Goodbye. Hey, Molly, big news, kiddo. The old-timer's feet are killing him.
Well, I'm so happy for him.
Well,
Why?
that was him on the phone, and the deal I made with him yesterday is going to pay off. We'll be rich. Loaded.
Well, good for us.
He says inside of 3 hours we'll have rain, snow, and all the trimmings. His
Well.
feet are killing him. We'll clean up.
Well, I'm glad to hear the heat is going to break, but how do we make all this money?
Simple American ingenuity, baby. We rush down to the Bonton and corner the raincoat market. Buy up all the umbrellas in stock. Grab all the galoshes.
And?
Set ourselves up at 14th and Oak. And when the rain starts, we ask our own prices, Molly. Think of the panic when all them people get trapped downtown in the rain. And with us with a corner on the umbrella market at the corner of 14th and Oak, boy, this is it.
But, dearie, do you really think...
Come on, kiddo. No time to waste. Let's get down to the Bonton.
Okay.
Good morning, Blenkinsop. All quiet in the umbrella department, I presume?
Yes, Mr. Frisbee, I haven't made a single sale all week. The weather, you know, dry.
Quite. If it continues, I may decide to close umbrellas and transfer you temporarily to candlesticks or gents' undergarments.
Oh, I wish you would, sir. I get so lonesome here. Of course, I'll be glad to stick it out, sir, if you feel it's for the good of the Bonton.
Ah, that's the spirit, Blenkinsop. You have the makings of a section manager.
Thank you, Mr. Frisbee. But I don't know if I'm worthy.
Tut, tut, Blenkinsop. I have risen to floor manager. But at one time, I myself was in umbrellas.
You, sir? Gad, sir.
Ah, those were the days. especially the stormy ones. I recall when customers would come to my counter, drenched and dripping, soaked to the skin, pleading to purchase an umbrella. I'd let them stand there shivering miserably in puddles of water while I changed the price tag from $6.98 to $10.75.
Oh, that must have been fun, sir.
It was delightful. I hope you'll experience that pleasure someday.
Well, I'm afraid it won't be soon. Who'd buy an umbrella during weather like this?
You're right. No one in Wistful Vista would be stupid enough to do that.
Hey, Bud.
Yes?
I want to buy all the umbrellas, raincoats, and galoshes you got in stock.
Isn't your name Magee?
Yeah, why?
When I made a remark a moment ago, I just didn't think of you.
Well, that's too bad. Well, how about some service? Give me an armload of stuff now, and I'll leave a deposit on the rest.
Very well. Take him, Blenkinsop, and I do mean take him.
Step right up, folks. All right, folks. Step up and get your umbrellas while they last. Price is going up any minute. Oh, it's hot. The line forms to the left, folks. Get your umbrellas here.
Think we ought to call a policeman to handle the crowd?
Don't worry. As soon as it clouds up a little, the rush will start. I got $62 invested here, and I'll triple my dough. Uh-oh, here's a customer. All right, folks. Get your rain clothes here. Better die before it's too late.
What's the gag, mister? Election bet?
Oh, come on, Myron. It's probably one of those quiz show stunts.
Yeah. Boy, it takes a real jerk to stand out in the sun like this and try to sell umbrellas.
No sale, dearie.
Well, they'll realize their mistake when it starts cloudbursting. I raise these umbrellas to $10 apiece. And look.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Good afternoon, Molly. And a puzzled glance in your direction, public nuisance.
Hi, John's other Hopkins.
Well, what did you do? Decide to return all the umbrellas you borrowed from your friends now that nobody can use them? Where's mine?
No, Doctor. He's trying to...
Tell him nothing, Molly. Let him get drowned. Serve him right for insinuating that I don't return stuff I borrow.
Oh, get him. Listen, once upon a time, little wide eyes, you borrowed my garden hose.
Well, maybe so I did.
Yes, you said a small green shoot had appeared in your yard, and you wanted to keep it alive and see what it was.
Well, maybe I did.
That small green shoot is now 12 feet tall and has a hammock swung from it. But have I gotten my hose back? No.
I'll return it when I'm through with it, you big Indian lender. I'm using that hose for a hammock rope.
Now, Magee, shame on you. I'll make him return it tomorrow, Doctor. Been pretty busy lately, have you?
Well, fairly so, Molly. Oh, incidentally, Magee, you could use a little minor repair job, you know.
Me?
Yes, you really should have that hirsute epidermis adornment removed from your lower maxillary, my boy.
Yeah? I should?
Yeah.
Gee, what kind of an operation is that, Doc?
A shave. I'll see you, Molly. So long, son.
Goodbye, Doctor.
A wise guy. All right, folks, get your umbrellas here.
Magee, this is so silly.
Huh?
The old-timer said the rain would come 3 hours after his corn started to hurt, and it's been 4 hours already.
Well, you got to make allowance for his age, Molly. Maybe his corns have slowed down like the rest of him.
Hey, boy. Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Oh, hi, Junior. You want to buy an umbrella? Better grab one while you can, boy.
He has inside information that it's going to rain, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, stop kidding. Where'd you get that dope, pal?
For your information, Junior, I ain't giving out any information. I got to protect my sources on account
of... Oh, go on. Tell him, Magee. What harm can it do?
Well, he might steal the whole idea. He might forget the sacred vows of friendship, which I hold so dear, and turn out to be a sneaky, chiseling rat. I know I would.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Wilcox wouldn't. Go on, tell him.
Well, okay, Junior. Can you keep a secret?
Of course, pal.
Good.
I'm not a guy who blabs.
Good.
Any secret is safe with me.
Good.
I only talk about things everybody knows. Like the fact that pet evaporated milk is such a great favorite with smart housewives.
Oh.
It's no secret, of course, that pet milk adds extra flavor and extra goodness to any family's favorite foods.
I might be wrong, Junior, but I think we got off on a sidetrack.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal. I asked you a question, and then I didn't wait for the answer. Shall we start over?
Yes. Leave us do.
All right.
Junior, can you keep your big mouth shut?
Of course, pal. I'm not a guy who blabs.
Good.
I always keep my mouth shut. Except when I'm served one of those wonderful cream pies, for instance, made with pet milk. Oh. Then it'd be silly to keep my mouth shut and miss the delightful flavor, the creamy goodness that pet milk gives.
Hey, throw the switch, Junior. Throw the switch. We're on that sidetrack again.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal. I just get carried away. Shall we start over?
Yes, leave us do. Junior, can you keep something quiet?
Of course, pal. I'm not a guy who blabs.
Good.
Many people have said that I'm too quiet.
Good.
The only sound they hear out of me is the beating of my heart.
Oh?
Beating with sheer joy at the sight of a cup of coffee made doubly delicious by the addition of pet milk.
I guess the main track just don't go through here.
Oh, gee whiz, pal, I interrupted you again.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry. What can I do, pal, to show you how sorry I am?
Oh, I don't know. Would jumping off the city hall be too much?
McGee, well, I'll tell you about the umbrellas and things, Mr. Wilcox. McGee bought them to sell because he thinks it's going to rain because the old-timers' corn said so.
Yeah? Well, pal, if your luck holds out, you should make a fortune.
You really think so?
Why not? He's been supporting himself on his own corn for years. Come on, kid.
All right, folks, step right over here and get your umbrellas before it's too late. When the rain comes down, the prices go up. Here's a couple of customers.
Excuse me, would you mind taking off your hat, sir?
My hat? Oh, why no, sis. There.
Turn around. That's it. You see, Gordon?
Well, all I know is Uncle Frisbee at the Bonton said the guy had a hole in his head. Maybe it's just a little hole that you can't even see.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Let's go home, McGee, before people
Well, hello, missus, and you too, McGee.
Hello, Ole.
Oh, hi, Ole. I didn't see you coming, boy.
I've been seeing you for quite a while from across the street at the Elks Club.
Yeah?
McGee, I bet you 50 stupid people have stopped and asked you what's with the umbrellas.
Yeah, easy that many.
So it should be a nice change for an intelligent person to ask you. What's with the umbrellas, McGee?
Well, they're to sell, Ole. McGee thinks it will rain soon.
Yeah, I got the tip from the old timer. He can tell the weather by his feet.
By the feet, huh?
Yeah.
That's very interesting. In Sweden, we used to tell the weather by the fingers.
Fingers? How'd you do that?
Oh, we stick a finger out the window. If it comes back in wet, it's raining.
Well, now, there's a smart system.
Workable, too.
Well, sometimes it ain't work so good.
No?
Now, there was a farmer back home who stuck his finger out the window just as another farmer drove by on a thrashing machine.
My gosh, he ought to look before he stuck his finger out. I'd call the guy who done that a nitwit.
You would?
Yeah.
Everybody else call him Three-Finger Johnson.
Well, if you don't want to get soaked going home, you better buy an umbrella. Any minute now, it's going to pour.
Oh, I don't mind the rain, McGee. It was because of a heavy rain that I married my missus back in Sweden.
Oh, how did that happen, Ole?
Well, you see, she had her cap set for me, but I was being hard to get.
Yeah?
And then came a big rainstorm. For weeks, it just come down by the bucket.
Yeah, go on.
Well, we was in the parlor together, and I was wishing the sun would shine again.
Uh-huh.
And she says, a penny for your thoughts. And I say, I was thinking how fine it would be if we had a little sun. And she says, oh, Ole, this is so sudden, and I was a-gone good.
That's so long, both you fellas. So long. The King's Men and the Cowboy Song.
I'm riding along. Oh, a cowboy needs a horse, needs a horse, needs a horse. And he's gotta have a rope, have a rope, have a rope. And he ought to have a song, have a song, have a song, if he wants to keep riding. Now a cowboy needs a hat, needs a hat, needs a hat. And a pair of fancy boots, fancy boots, fancy boots. And a set of shiny spurs, shiny spurs, shiny spurs, if he wants to keep riding. Oh, the fence is long and the sun is hot, but the good Lord knows that a cowboy's gotta keep riding, riding along. So he gets himself a horse and a rope and a song, and he finds himself a hat, fancy boots, shiny spurs. And there's nothing more he needs or can have or can get if he wants to keep riding. If he wants to keep riding, 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 riding along. Hoo-wee, 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 riding along.
simply ridiculous. Look at these umbrellas. The sun is warping their ribs.
Well, cover them with the raincoats.
The raincoats are all sticking together. They're melting. And so am I. Let's get out of here.
No, sir. I still say we're going to get some rain, Molly. I thought I felt a cool breeze a minute ago. Did you feel that?
Yes, that was the exhaust from the 14th Street bus. This is the silliest idea. Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Magee.
Hi, Latrivia.
Magee, would you mind telling me...
We're standing here with these umbrellas on account of we got good reason to think it's going to rain, and when it does, we're going to sell them. Does that answer your silly question?
No, I wanted to know what time it is. However, your story was fascinating.
Well, it's 2:15, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Molly. My watch is being repaired, and I was afraid I might miss a date I have with Chief of Police Giddings.
Oh, yes, we know the chief. You appointed him to that job, didn't you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. It has proved to be an excellent choice. Chief Giddings is not only a capable official, but he's a very good friend of mine, to boot.
Well, that's a heck of a way to treat a friend, boy.
I beg your pardon, Magee?
Booting the poor man around just because you gave him a job. Yeah. I suppose you have to show him who's boss, but after all...
No. I didn't mean that at all. I merely said...
I got to admit the chief was built for booting, though. It's hard to resist a target like that. Do you give it to him just with your regular shoes on, or do you wear special boots?
Yeah.
I use neither shoes nor boots on Chief Giddings. I don't ever have...
Oh, barefooted, huh? Now, that's very sporting of you.
Yeah, if I was you, I'd wear boots. You might get him in a bad angle and bust a toe.
Well, now, there's no danger of such an occurrence. Look, all I meant is that Giddings is a fine police chief and a good friend. It would be preposterous to treat the chief in such a manner. He's a dignified citizen, a man of standing.
Oh, you betcha he's a man of standing. How could the poor guy sit down the way you keep dishing it out? With your big size 12.
Oh, please listen to me. I'm fond of Chief Giddings.
Oh, yeah?
I knew him when he was just a patrolman. I've seen the chief rise a long way.
You've probably seen him rise as much as 2 feet off the floor. You know, a well-aimed kick can really do wonders.
Look, this is getting silly. Giddings and I have been friends for years. When I realized he would make a good chief of police, I went before the city council and had him placed in the proper position. Now, do you understand?
Well, by George, that rips it. We've had it. You ain't satisfied to kick him in private. Right in front of the city council, you got to put him in the proper position. Him bending over and you laying the leather on the seat of his poor pants.
I didn't slay the heather on the beat of his pants. I laid the leather on the seat of his hands. His hands. Look, when I said Chief Giddings was a friend to boot, to shoot, I didn't mean I kickshly axed him. I actually nicked him, afflicted him, booted him in the city council. You were the one that... Magee?
Yes, boy?
Have you sold any of these umbrellas?
No, not one.
I'll take one. How much?
Gee, you're a pal, Homer. You can have one for $10.
Here you are. Now give me back the 10 and 10 more.
Huh?
You've made a sale, so you require a city license. $20. I'm collecting it.
Oh, no. No, sir. I'll go to jail first. I'll call Chief Giddings to boot.
Pay him, dearie. Pay him. I insist.
Well, okay. Here, take it.
Thank you. I hope we meet again some rainy day when you're selling sunglasses. Goodbye.
My gosh, kiddo, why'd you make me pay him?
Because after what you put me through today, you don't deserve to be in a nice, cool jail.
Oh, gee whiz, it's worth being miserable out here if we can make a lot of money. And I maintain we'll make it as soon as we... Oh, here he comes,
Who?
The old-timer. Now we'll get the latest weather report. Right from the horse's hoof. I got $62 tied up, sir.
Hello there, kids. Hey, I've been looking all over for you.
Hey, where's the rain, old-timer? You said your corn's hurt this morning, and that meant it was going to pour down rain.
There's been a slight change in the forecast, son.
Huh?
Remember the $5 you give me?
Yeah?
I took it and bought myself the first pair of new shoes I had in 15 years.
Yeah?
It was them shoes that was killing my feet this morning.
You mean...
Yep. The joke's on me, daughter. I got my old shoes back on and my corns feel real contented. Reckon we're in for a long a hot spell.
Oh, $62 worth of umbrellas. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. With the arrival of the first baby in your home, your way of living is bound to change. But you won't need to change the brand of milk you use if that brand is Pet Evaporated Milk. For the Pet Milk, which helps many a young wife fix the kind of food her husband likes best, is the very same brand doctors recommend so highly for babies. And this you can be sure of. No brand of milk you can buy is better for babies than Pet Milk. No milk is easier for a baby to digest. No milk is more uniformly rich. No milk has a better balance of the important milk minerals and vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin. And it's that combination which helps Pet Milk babies have strong, straight bones and sound teeth. Helps them make good, steady growth. So give your first baby the right start in life by giving him Pet brand Evaporated Milk. When you see how he grows and thrives on this safe, easy-to-digest milk, you'll do as millions of devoted mothers do. You'll see to it that all your babies are happy, sturdy Pet Milk babies.
So the guy says he's sorry, but the umbrellas are now second-hand, and the Bon-Ton allow me only $10 for the whole mess.
Including the raincoat?
Everything. Let's go home.
Did you take the 10?
Yes.
You sold everything back to him?
Yes.
Step out here on the sidewalk.
It's raining.
Yes.
Oh, that ought to be good for the rhubarb.
Good night, all.
Have you ever been faced with the decision to part with a possession you love just to keep peace in the family? Then you'll understand how Sally Carter feels in the dramatic story of the week presented on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Be sure to listen. You'll also hear Mary Lee Taylor's Pet Milk recipe of the week for baked chicken wedges, a new easy way to use a small amount of chicken to serve 4 hungry people. Tune in next Saturday morning to this same NBC station for the story of the week and the recipe of the week brought to you by Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
The preceding was transcribed. Now Eddie Cantor brings more great entertainment on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Barb, you said tonight's story had something to do with a Scotch background.
Right, Dad?
Well, now, no cracks about the Scotch being stingy, please. You know, my ancestry's Scotch.
How could I forget?
Say, I don't see why everybody thinks it's so smart to crack wise about being economical. It's just good common sense.
Oh, you're an expert on common sense, are you, Tom?
I certainly am, Mr. Glenn, and I can prove it. Listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Daggers in the dark. Tonight's story opens in the makeshift dressing room which adjoins the small auditorium of the Women's Club in a small Midwestern town. The room's only occupant, alive, is Jean Gordon.
Jean, is that you? Jean. Jeannie, what the... Great Scott.
Father murdered with his own dirt.
Jean, snap out of it. His own dagger. right through the heart.
Oh, Pete, who could have killed him?
I don't know, sweetheart, but I wish I did. Because that's the question the police will be asking us.
All right. I'm Joe Briggs, sheriff here. I take it you're Gordon's daughter.
That's right, Sheriff. Gene discovered the body.
Who are you?
Vale, Pete Vale, booking agent.
Yeah? Where's the body? Let's have a look at it.
Hasn't been touched, Sheriff. There, under the window where Gene found it.
Ah. What's this get-up? Did he always wear this?
Kilts? Sure, he was a Scotch entertainer. That's why he's here in town. Didn't you see the show?
You mean he wore skirts on the stage?
Oh, please, Sheriff. My father's dead.
It was a Scotch act, Sheriff, father and daughter. Scotch songs and dances, both of them dressed in tartans.
Both of them, huh? What about the young lady? She ain't wearing them.
Well, I changed into street clothes
Before your father was murdered, huh? What about this knife sticking in him? Ever see that before?
Now, that's what the Scotch call a dirk, a dagger. It's part of the costume, part of the act.
You mean these people are knife throwers?
No, the Scotch Highlanders wear a knife in their stockings, just below the knee at the top of the stocking. That dirk was Gordon's, the one he wore in the act.
Yeah, and all either one of you knows is that he was found laying here on the floor with that knife in his heart. Is that it?
No, Sheriff, that isn't all.
Now, Jeannie...
Be quiet, Pete. This is something the sheriff should know.
Well, all right, come on out with it. What is it?
Well, Father and I, we've been quarreling.
Jeannie, for the love of Mike...
No, Pete, they'll find out sooner or later. I'd rather tell it my own way.
Jeannie, you're just making it tough
now
on
you
yourself.
lay off, mister. What's your story, young woman?
Well, Father was old-fashioned. He used to be a big-time entertainer with his Scotch stories and songs. But he didn't realize that times had changed.
Get to the point.
What she means is I was fighting with her old man.
What?
No, Sheriff. I wanted to break away from Dad. I did it once and was doing all right on my own. Doing modern stuff, jive. But he got so angry about his own daughter singing jazz songs that he came out of retirement and had Pete set up this tour of tank towns.
Huh?
Look, Sheriff, it doesn't mean anything. Old man Gordon was big time, sure, 20 years ago. Command performance for Kings and all that stuff. Made a lot of dough. But when Jean here got set to be a star in her own right, he got mad. Especially when she started jazzing Scotch songs.
Well, what's that got to do with this?
Nothing.
You see, the only reason Pete is here...
I'm their manager. That's why I'm here.
Oh, don't try to kid me, Vale. I know managers don't come along on one-night stands. Especially managers of people performing before small-town women's clubs.
That's right, Sheriff. Pete and I want to get married. That's why.
Jeannie, now you have done it.
Pete wanted to have it out with Father, once and for all, but I asked him to let me do the talking. I knew Father didn't want me to marry Pete. I knew Pete would just make him angry, so...
So?
So I talked to Dad, and it was just as I'd expected. He wouldn't give his consent. I told him we were going to get married anyway. Tonight.
So your old man tried to stop you, and you stuck the knife in him. In self-defense,
No.
huh?
Look, I was just outside when she screamed. I ran in and caught her.
Oh, so that's your story, huh?
The only thing she didn't tell you is that I saw her father right after the show.
You saw him? I thought you was waiting outside.
Well, I wasn't.
Well, you'd better tell me where you was, or I'll have to dig it out of you.
I don't have to talk unless I want to.
Oh, Pete, please. Sheriff, he's only trying to protect me. He thinks the evidence looks bad for me.
Well, right now, it don't look so good for either one of you. Are you sure nobody in the audience knew your father was killed?
Well, I don't know. I didn't hear anything before it happened.
Wasn't anybody working backstage?
Sheriff, these women's clubs, all they've got is a committee to run the show, and everybody on the committee is so busy congratulating themselves after it's over, nobody worries about the performers.
Well, it strikes me, young lady, that neither one of you have been paying much attention. That makes it tough when you're trying to get away with murder. Come along. Well, Alma Peabody, what are you doing in the courthouse?
Joe Briggs, this is serious. I've something to tell you.
Well, I'm always glad to talk to important people, Alma. And I got about as much work to do as I ever had here. And
I know. That's why I'm here.
Well, all right. Get it over with. It's a cinch I won't be able to do anything until you do spill it.
Joe, I know something about that murder.
What do you know? You're president of the women's club that sponsored this Scotchman's appearance. Is that what you know?
No, Joe. I knew Angus Gordon a long time ago. I mean, I knew him well.
You mean you were a bobby soxer when he was a big star like Harry... Well, anyway, Alma, this is serious business.
Joe, it's hard to say this, but you may find it out yourself, and then it'll look... Well, I was married to Angus Gordon.
What?
It's true, Joe.
Are you losing your mind, Alma? You was married to Jim Peabody before you came to this town. Everybody knows that.
Everybody thinks I was never married before because I was so young when I came here with Jim Peabody. But I was born in Scotland, and my parents married me off to Angus Gordon when I was 16. Angus was just a coal miner then.
Well, all right, Alma, all right. You kind of knocked the wind out of my sails there for a minute, but what does all this have to do with murder?
I'm trying to tell you, Joe. When Angus and I came to this country, he was just a struggling Scotch singer, poor as a church mouse.
Yeah.
So when Jim came along and offered me real security as the wife of a bank president, I left Angus. I never loved him anyway.
Alma, you've been thinking that I might suspect you of Gordon's murder if I found out about this?
Well, my conscience bothered me. I just had to tell you for fear you or someone would make it seem different than it really was.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got nothing to worry about. I got your ex-husband's daughter locked up along with her boyfriend. Between the two of them, I figure I got the one who done it.
But do you think the girl is actually implicated, Joe?
I doubt it. I figured the boyfriend done it. The girl's trying to protect him, but that won't last long when I turn the heat on.
Joe, do you trust me?
Well, that's a strange question.
Oh, don't hedge, Joe. Answer me.
Well, Alma, when it comes to murder, I don't trust anybody. But to be sheriff in this county, you've got to be careful of your politics, and you swing a lot of votes.
That means you do.
What do you got up your sleeve?
I think I might help you and at the same time do something charitable for Angus's daughter. If you'll let me, Joe.
You sure you're not holding out on me about this girl? She's not your daughter, is she?
Oh, heavens, no. Angus adopted her right after I left him.
And what is your interest?
Oh, I suppose it's conscience. I feel badly about what happened to Angus, and I'd like to do something for Jean. Something that might help you.
Help me? How?
Well, if you put Jean in my custody temporarily, I could be nice to her.
That's no help to me.
Oh, but don't you see? Let the young man out, too. If he did murder Angus, and if Jean knows he did...
Oh, you mean they might try to get together, huh?
Exactly. I'll watch Jean like a hawk. Only she'll think I'm just being nice to her for the sake of her father. Then if this person she wants to marry comes around, I'll be able to find out what he's cooking up. Something you could never do as long as you hold them both in jail.
Well, it's crazy. It ain't right.
But you'll do it?
All right, Alma. I'll send the girl to your house.
Pete.
Let me in before somebody sees me.
Oh, Pete, where did you get the ladder? How did you get here?
There. I made it.
Oh, Pete, you're crazy. What are you doing here?
That sheriff has an idea we'll try something together. That's why he sent you here and let me out on bail.
But this time of night, what's the idea?
I wanted to be sure old Mrs. Peabody'd be asleep, so I could talk to you privately.
Oh, she's asleep, all right. But, Joe, what are we going to do about you? The sheriff is sure to get you convicted for what happened to Father. He practically told me that.
Yeah. I understand he offered you a nice little deal.
What do you mean?
That's why I'm here, baby. To tell you can't get away with it.
Pete, what are you talking about?
I never thought this would happen to me. Falling for a gal and having her turn out to be a double-crosser.
Pete, I've never seen you like this.
No? Well, you never will again.
Do you really think I'd sell you out?
Oh, spare me that, will you, Jean? It's bad enough to know it.
Peter Vale. Oh, you really think?
I don't think anything anymore. I just came to tell you I'm going to beat it. But before I go, come over here. Close to me.
Pete, what's got into you? Nothing's changed between us.
Listen, Jean. Before I go, there's just one thing.
Oh, Pete, please. Not this way. I won't listen to you. I can't.
Okay, baby. If that's the way you want it.
Oh, no. No, Pete.
Angus Gordon, the Scotch entertainer, was murdered. And now Angus' daughter, Jean, was she murdered, too? Well, it looks very much as if Sheriff Joe Briggs has plenty of problems to solve in the second act of Dagger in the Dark. But now, while the scenes are being shifted, listen to this. And now, Act Two of Dagger in the Dark. Sheriff Joe Briggs has arrived at the home of Mrs. Alma Peabody to find Jean Gordon bleeding profusely and still unconscious. As the curtain rises, the sheriff is talking to Alma.
I sure was a fool to listen to you, Alma. If I'd have left the girl in jail, this wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I know, Joe. I regret this even more than you do. But there's one good thing about it. Don't you see?
What's good about a knife wound in a pretty gal like her?
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean, now you know who did the other murder. Who killed Angus Gordon.
You mean because you saw Pete Vale hauling the ladder up to the side of your house?
Of course, Joe. I saw him as clearly as I see you. He climbed up to poor Jean's window and stabbed her. That's the way he stabbed her father.
Did you see him do it? You got the knife?
Knife?
Well, whatever he stabbed her with. You got the weapon?
Of course not.
Well, then we don't know as much as you think we know. All we know is you think you saw this guy hauling the ladder up.
I did see him.
Well, how'd he get away then? You claim you called me as soon as you saw him.
I did. He just must have got away.
Uh-huh. Well, how? My men were all around the house the whole time. When I got here myself, you were just coming out of Jean's room. And you say you got to the girl right away.
Oh, Joe, don't argue about such inconsequentials. Do something about Jean.
Yeah, she's all right. The doc's in the other room fixing her up. She's going to be all right.
But what about the man, her boyfriend?
Yeah, we'll get him. Don't worry so much. That's my job.
What? Jean!
Wait a minute. What are you doing out of bed, miss? Where's the doc?
I'm all right. The doctor left me quite a while ago.
Jean, you should be back in bed. Come, I'll help you.
Leave me alone, Mrs. Peabody. I want to know what happened to Pete.
You mean you're worried about that Vale fellow yet?
Sheriff, tell me what happened to him. Is he all right?
Be switched if I know, Jean. I ain't seen him. Only Alma here claims she's seen him with a ladder outside your window.
Well, sure he was here. But is he all right, Sheriff?
See, I told you, Joe.
Please, Sheriff, I've got to know. Pete thinks I lied to you about him. Did he get away?
Now, look, young lady, you shouldn't be worrying about a guy who stuck a knife in your back.
Pete didn't. I know he didn't.
What?
Jean, you're not rational. Why, of course it was he. It was so dark you couldn't see.
But not so dark I couldn't feel. Look.
Well, your finger's scratched. What about it?
Whoever it was who tried to kill me was behind me. I could still see Pete against the window when this hand was clapped over my mouth.
Oh, Joe, don't mind her. She's so weak from the wound she just can't remember right.
No. I felt this hand over my mouth and I reached up and tried to pull it away. That's how I scratched my finger.
On the knife?
No, on a diamond ring.
What?
I could feel the ring when I tried to pull the hand away. Don't you see? It couldn't have been Pete. He never wore any rings at all.
But, Jean, who else could it have been? The house was locked. There wasn't any other way of getting in except through your window. It must have been your friend Pete.
I don't know who it was, but it wasn't Pete.
Well, this beats me. Teaches me a lesson not to listen to women, even women like you, Alma.
Joe, you've got to do something about this. I can't have my reputation at stake this way.
Your reputation?
Attempted murder happening right here in the Peabody house. What will the town think? Joe, you've got to clear this up right away.
That's a fine attitude.
Yeah, now, wait a minute, you two.
Just
now...
what you might expect of a Tanktown big shot.
Why, Jean, after all I've done for you.
All you've done was you who got my father to come to your old woman's club show.
Me?
I heard the other women talking about it. I know you didn't write the letter, but it was your idea. And now all you're worried about is what people will think about you, even though Father is dead and somebody tried to kill me.
Jean, you ungrateful little...
No, that's no way to fix anything.
Well,
now,
neither one of you has to worry about me anymore. I'm going to get out of here and find Pete Vale before he gets caught for something he didn't do.
Oh, no, you don't. Wait, I'll get it, Alma. Yeah, Sheriff speaking. Hey, who? Yeah, Lambert. Yeah. Yeah. Well, bring him out here. Yeah, right away.
Oh, it's Pete. I know it's Pete.
What's happened, Joe?
Oh, it's that Vale feller, all right. Gil Lambert, the lawyer, was on the other end. He said Vale walked into his office an hour ago. They're coming out here right away. Okay, Gail, come on in. You too, Vale.
Hello, Sheriff.
Oh, Pete.
Jeannie, are you all right?
Now, break it up, you two. This thing isn't settled yet.
The idea, the audacity of this young man.
Now, Mrs. Peabody, don't be too unkind.
Joe Briggs, if you're any kind of a sheriff at all, you're going to...
What are you fretting about, Alma? There's plenty of men guarding the house. Nothing can happen.
Why don't you arrest this young man and be done with it?
Well, first, I want to hear what Gil has to say. You said it was important, didn't you, Gil?
I did?
Well, I'm not going to listen to such twiddle-twaddle.
Now, look here, Alma.
It's all right, Joe. Let her go. We don't need her for this.
Let me go. I like that. I'll go as I please. And next election, I'll see we have a new sheriff in this community.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
Tell the sheriff what you told me.
Oh, Pete, please get yourself out of this.
I will, sweetheart. Just a minute.
Now, come on, Vale. Let's hear it.
Not so fast, Sheriff. You almost got me on this when you told me that tall tale about Gene ratting on me. But in a way, I'm glad you did.
What do you mean? Let him tell it, Joe.
You wanted to find out which of us was guilty, so you told me Gene accused me of murdering her father.
Yeah.
That's what brought me here to Gene's room. And that's what started me seeing things.
But what, Pete?
Gene, I knew I hadn't put that knife in your back. But I also knew that if I was found with you, everybody'd be sure that I had. So
you ran out on her.
So I could see that whoever used that knife had missed the mark. I knew Gene was going to be all right, so I left to find the clue that would tell me who did it. This.
That's the knife that killed Angus Gordon.
That's right, Joe. I took the liberty of getting it out of your office.
Take a good look at it, Sheriff. See anything?
Pete, what are you getting at? That's Father's dirk.
No, it isn't. Look at the head.
Yeah, some kind of scratches.
Why, there's writing on it. Engraving so small, I can't quite read it.
That's right. Look at it through this enlarging glass.
And fare thee well, my only love, and fare thee well a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 miles. Why, that's Bobby Burns.
A nice sentiment, isn't it?
What are you getting at, Vale?
When I left Gene here, I went back to the dressing room where Angus died. All his personal stuff was still there, so I went through it. And I found a small box full of sentimental things about his marriage.
You mean his marriage to Alma Peabody?
How did you know?
She came to my office and told me.
Oh, she did she? Well, that's just fine.
What about the box, Pete?
Well, it was full of letters and a lot of other stuff, all about Alma. Apparently your father was a sentimental man even before he adopted you.
Tell them about the knife, Pete.
Right. Now, in this box, there was a sales slip for a handmade dirk with 4 lines of engraving and specifications that it be made smaller than the normal size.
I don't get it.
There was also a letter to Angus from Alma, in which she thanked him for the dirk he had given her when he went away on his first tour of this country. And she quoted the lines engraved on the dirk, those lines from Burns.
You mean that this knife belongs to Alma?
That's right, Joe.
But how...
You see, Pete came to me because he said he needed a lawyer, and he was sure he could clear himself if I'd agree to help him. After he went through that box of your father's, he was sure the weapon found in your father's body was smaller than the dagger your father used in his act. It proved he was right.
The 2 daggers were identical in design, but this one is smaller and has the engraving.
You mean that I'm supposed to arrest Alma Peabody because of this?
What? Arrest me?
Shut up, Alma, shut up. What would she be killing an ex-husband for?
Revenge, probably, or jealousy because he'd done so well. She probably hated him.
Well, Alma, looks like I got to take you into the courthouse.
What? Arrest me for murder? Why, Joe Briggs, I'll sue you for defamation of character.
I got my duty, Alma, and it kind of points toward you. Come on.
You will live to regret this, Joe Briggs. I've never been so humiliated in my life.
Well, there's nothing much I can do about it, Alma. Nothing that'd interest you, anyway.
Interest me? What do you mean?
Why, there ain't really any evidence against you except what I got.
What do you mean, Joe Briggs?
Oh, that stuff about the daggers. That could be blown higher than a kite. You see, I'm the only one who knows your real motive.
What are you talking about?
Peabody's been dead quite a spell, Alma. Money don't last forever.
What?
The way I figure, you asked this Angus Gordon for some money for the sake of old times.
Well, how did you know?
And I make it my business to know such things. Sheriff, ain't I? And he turned you down. Wouldn't give you a penny.
But, Joe, you couldn't know that, right?
No, I heard it myself, Alma. Gordon was a mite worried about you. Yeah, figured you might be up to something.
Joe, that's not true. He was, well, as nice to me as he could ever be to anyone.
Yeah, sure would look good for you if I was to testify about that meeting, wouldn't it?
Oh, you couldn't. You couldn't do such a thing to me.
Well, I've got my duty, Alma, and then there's the law.
Well, what about the law?
Well, a man can't testify against his own wife.
What? Joe Briggs, you must be out of your mind.
Be quite a thing for Joe Briggs to be married to Alma Peabody, wouldn't it? Have folks buzzing plenty. And it'd clinch you're not getting caught, too.
But, Joe, I didn't murder Angus Gordon.
Sure, but you think it over, Alma.
We found something very interesting among Alma Peabody's souvenirs, Joe.
Well, now you look here, Lambert. You got no right to be snooping through her house.
It ain't legal.
Legal? If I can convict Dad's murder, I don't care how legal it is.
Here's the weapon, Sheriff. She'd put it back on her writing desk. Her letter opener.
And it's a little long for its holder, Joe. Apparently, when she killed Angus Gordon, she left her dirk in his body, and then she took this. But his knife was long and didn't quite fit the letter opener case. You see?
Yeah, about an inch difference in the length. But she didn't have any motive. I'll bet these two planted it there.
I don't think so, Joe. We wired New York and talked to his lawyers. We found out about Angus Gordon's will.
Well, what about it?
He left his money share and share alike to his adopted daughter and his former wife.
You don't say. But he never let Alma know about it, did he? Well, that still don't give her any motive.
You don't really think you can get away with it, do you, Briggs?
Well, what are you talking about? Me? What?
Dad's will said he'd investigated and found his former wife was in need of money.
Well?
Dad wouldn't have paid for an investigation. He never paid for anything he could get for nothing. He'd have written to the sheriff.
What? You mean...
Don't worry, Mr. Bridges. We can check that. Dad never threw away a piece of correspondence. But I know how he'd operate. And when you found he was coming here, you saw a chance to capitalize on what you knew.
Now, wait a minute. I never had a letter from him in my life. And I didn't know a blamed thing about any will.
You'd figured some way to get part of that money, Briggs. What was it?
Nothing. Look, if anybody was to benefit, it'd be Gil Lambert. He's been lending Alma money to live on for close to 3 years. Why, she must owe him nearly $10,000. And he's a lawyer.
Oh, no, you don't.
Put down that gun, Gilbert.
Sorry, I can't oblige you, Sheriff. You were wrong, Miss Gordon. Your father paid for his investigation. I made a deal with Alma Peabody after I'd corresponded with the old man. I'd finance her till she got the money, in return for half of what she got.
You killed Dad, and you didn't even know him?
Yes, and I'd have killed you, too, with a little luck. I had to hurry to get home before your boyfriend found I wasn't there. I saw him pounding at the front door, and I had to sneak around the back way. I pretended I'd been asleep. How he ever happened to come to see me...
Put down that gun, Gil.
No, thanks, Sheriff. She still gets her share of the money. And someday I'll get my part of it from her, because you won't get me.
No, I think I'd rather keep it all for myself, Mr. Lambert.
What? Well, you...
Yeah. Nice work, Alma. You got him.
I was never much good with a dirk, but as a girl, I rather prided myself on my marksmanship. I knew he was guilty, but I was scared to death. When you went for Mr. Vale, I was, blind with fear.
I don't blame you, Mrs. Peabody.
But, Pete, how did you happen to pick Lambert?
I don't know, Jeannie. Just, a stab in the dark.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Marshal.
Huh?
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah. Wow. Morning, Cyrus. How have you been?
Oh, tolerable, I reckon, Marshal. Rheumatism is plaguing me some.
No?
At my time of life, a man's got to expect a few miseries. Are you heading for your office, are you?
Yeah, sure I am.
Well, I just thought maybe we could sit and talk a spell.
Well, come on.
I don't get into town too often, Marshal.
Yeah, I know that.
I just thought we'd sit and talk.
Oh, I see. Things all right out the farm?
Oh, yes, same as usual. Farming don't change much. You get a good crop one year and a bad one another. But all evens out in the long run.
Yeah, I guess it does. Go ahead.
Thank you, Marshal. Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, you know Cyrus here, don't you?
Sure. How are you, Mr. Hudson? Fine, Chester. My land, I didn't hardly recognize you at first. We don't see you in town very often. No, the place keeps me pretty well tied down.
Have a chair, Cyrus.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Feels good to sit. I ain't getting any younger.
Well, I guess none of us are.
Mr. Dillon, I fetched the mail up from the depot.
Oh.
There on your desk.
No, thanks.
Wasn't nothing important, though.
I'll look at it later. Say, you haven't got any coffee, have you?
Well, I got some brewing. Will it be all right if I whittle, Marshal?
Well, sure. Go ahead.
Seems to help a man to talk. Whittling and talking just go together somehow.
Yeah. What was it you wanted to talk about, sir?
Why, nothing exactly. Just talk's all.
Oh, I see.
This is going to muss up your floor some. Oh, well, that's all right, Mr. Huggins. I got to broom it out later anyhow. That's one thing Bertha'd never stand for. Bertha figures the barn or out in the yard's a place to whittle.
How is Bertha?
Fine. She's fine. We've been together a long time, Marshal. Me and Bertha. 37 years we've been married. That's a long time.
Yeah, sure is.
Married back in Ohio. Then we went down to East Texas for a while and come on up here later. Yeah, been a lot of changes in them years.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Chester.
Weren't no town here at all when we first come to Dodge, just a fort. Then later a trading post. Buried our boy here the second year. Used to grow corn down in the bottomland and sell it to the garrison at the fort. And it's when the Indians didn't get it first. Yes, sir, there's been a lot of changes.
Yeah. Cyrus, you didn't come clear into town just to sit and talk about the old days, did you?
Why, I don't know what you mean, Marshal.
Oh, I think you do.
37 years we've been together. Through better and worse. Finest woman that ever lived. Marshal, she left me.
She what?
Bertha, she's run off. Disappeared. Without so much as to buy your leave.
Cyrus, that doesn't sound like Bertha.
Yeah, she did. Woke up one morning and she wasn't there. I kept figuring she'd come back, but she ain't.
Well, maybe she's visiting one of the neighbors.
No, they all been by. The one she might have.
Well, there must be some reason, Sarah. She just wouldn't up and leave you. She'll be back.
That's what I hoped. It's mighty lonely on the place without Bertha. I couldn't even go on without her. And the neighbors, well, they figured I ought to come tell you about it. So that's what I done.
Well, how long's she been gone?
3 weeks.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. It's about Camp Morgan Ever heard of him? Well, he was one of the legendary heroes of Oklahoma, or to be more specific, of the oil industry. Seems it was Morgan who first discovered oil in them parts. Now, folks say that old Morgan didn't need divining rods and such to show him where the oil was. No, sir, he'd just follow his nose. Why, he'd just sniff his way across the field. And when he found the right smell coming up out of the ground, that's where he'd plant his well. Old Kemp Morgan didn't need any help planting that well either. No, sir. He was his own crew, old Morgan was. Kemp would dig down as far as he could reach. Then he'd unlimber his sharps and shoot a hole through the bottom of the pit. And talk about fast. Why, that boy would have his derrick up and his oil tanks built before the oil had time to reach the surface. Oh, he was a goer, he was. One time he dug a well so deep that it come out on the other side of the world, right into the middle of a rubber plantation. Down around Brazil it was. For days that well spouted pure rubber. Man from Akron, Ohio, that is, took it off Morgan's hands at a nice little profit for old Oil Nose. Yes, sir. Morgan was tops in the oil field. Never brought in a dry hole but once. Kemp wasn't one to lose, though. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. He took that old dry hole, sawed it into lengths, and sold every last one of them to Kansas farmers for fence post holes. Kind of hard to believe, isn't it? Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship, too? Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Now, just take it easy, mister.
Come on. How about another little drink, sweetheart?
No, not right now. You'll have to excuse me.
Yeah, don't be like that, sweetheart.
Sorry, but a friend of mine just came in.
Well, I'm a friend of yours, too, ain't I?
That's one way of putting it. See you later, mister.
Hey, now, I've been spending good money on you.
Evening, Matt.
How are you, Kitty?
Here to talk, drink, and force the law or propose marriage.
Well, talk will do, I guess.
Well, let's sit down. Where you been for the last 2 days?
Trying to find a woman.
Well, in that case, Matt.
No. This is a particular woman.
I'm fairly particular at times.
Well, you're not 60 years old, though.
Good of you to notice.
And your name's not Bertha Huggins.
Oh, yeah, of course. I heard she'd disappeared.
Yeah, disappeared's right. Chester and I have checked every possible way of leaving Dodge City, and as far as we can find out, she's still got to be here somewhere.
But where?
Yeah, we even followed up the chances she might have hired a wagon or a buggy.
Maybe horseback.
No, she's 60 years old, Kitty. And she's in bad health, too.
Well, doesn't her husband... What's his name?
Cyrus?
Doesn't he know anything about it?
No, just that he woke up one morning and she was gone. That was over 3 weeks ago. Nobody's seen her since.
Strange. Matt, you don't suppose Cyrus might have... Well...
Oh, no, there's no reason to think anything like that.
No, I guess not. I imagine he's pretty broke up over it.
He sure acts like it. You know, Kitty, he seems 10 years older all of a sudden. He talks vague, half balmy.
Well, by golly, a man steps out just long enough to deliver a baby, and he finds somebody trying to steal his girl.
Hello, Doc.
He's not trying, Doc. More's the pity.
Oh, and you're not my girl, Kitty. More's the pity.
Oh, why haven't you ever asked me?
Oh, you mind if I sit down here, man? Yeah.
Seems to me you're already sitting, Doc.
Well, Kitty, the last thing in the world you need is a broken-down old cowtown sawbones.
What do I need, Doc?
Well, not me. Oh, and not this hard-headed, battered-up excuse for a lawman, either.
Well, I thought he was in pretty fair shape.
Oh, pretty close. He's got so many bullets in him, if you drop him in the water, he'd sink like a rock.
You don't say.
Sure, he'd say anything to keep from buying a beer.
Well, now, I just can't out of it, man. Not the way you've been letting my patience disappear on me.
Oh, you mean Bertha Huggins? Was she a patient of yours, Doc?
You know, come to think of it, Kitty, maybe that's why she ran off. Self-preservation.
She better not have done any running. Not in her condition.
Oh, was it bad, Doc?
It was bad enough.
What's wrong with it, Doc?
It's easier to say what isn't. Oh, I suppose too many years on the prairie sums it up. Too many 16-hour work days, crop failures, too many nights awake in Indian country.
Well, it's sure no country for a woman, all right.
It's no country for a human being. So I think I'll get out of it. I'll just marry Kitty here and I'll go back and live in Boston.
Don't tempt me, Doc.
Ah, you'll never leave Kitty any more than I will, or Doc here.
I guess. Anyway, I don't think I'd be very welcome in Boston.
Oh, well, I'd like to know why not.
Thanks, Doc. Well, the beer's on the house, boys. I'll go bring it.
Well, what do you think's happened to Mrs. Huggins, man?
Beats me, Doc. Not a soul in town has seen her in the last 3 weeks. Not since the morning Cyrus woke up and found her gone.
Well, it seems to me he's acting kind of strange about it.
Well, he's pretty broken up about it, naturally.
Well, yesterday morning I saw him on the street and I asked him how she was. He said fine. And then he walked right on down to your office and reported her missing.
Well, Cyrus isn't getting any younger, Doc.
But I asked him to leave her come and see me, and he said he'd tell her. I've got some medicine from St. Louis that I thought just might help her.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, yeah, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Jonas over at the Journal Story wants you to come over there right away. It's about Miss Huggins.
What?
Well, there's some fellow come in there trying to sell some second-hand clothes and things, and Mr. Jonas recognizes the stuff. It belongs to Miss Huggins.
Marshal. Right glad to see you.
I am for a fact. Is that him, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, standing there by the stove. He's getting restless, too. Had a hard time keeping him here.
Well, I'll see what he's up to.
Careful, Marshal. He's wearing a gun under his coat.
So am I. Evening, stranger.
Howdy.
You're new in town, aren't you?
Just going through.
Now, when'd you get here?
I ain't sure that's any of your business, mister.
I met Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal. That make you any more sure?
I didn't know you was a lawman.
When did you hit Dodge?
Well, just today. You got no reason to jump me.
I haven't yet. What's your name?
Hody Peel. Look, I ain't done nothing.
And you got nothing to worry about. Just stand still, buddy.
Yeah. What'd you take my gun for?
Might save us both a little trouble.
I ain't going to stand for this, Marshal. I'm a law-abiding citizen with a wife and a family.
No? Where are they?
We've been camping about 5 miles up the river. I rode into town alone. We've been looking for some land to take up.
Homesteader, huh?
If I can find a decent piece of land, I am.
How long you been camped up there?
Around 3 weeks, I guess.
Uh-huh. Come on over here to the counter.
All right, Marshal. I don't know what you're thinking, Marshal, but you're wrong. I ain't done nothing.
This is stuff, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, that's right, Marshal. Now, most of the things, here, like these turtle shell combs and the hand mirror and some of the clothes, could be anybody's, but this wool shawl and this needlepoint shopping satchel, I've seen Miss Huggins in town with these time and time again.
So that's what it's about.
Now, you're sure, Mr. Jones?
Well, of course I'm sure. She's had them things for years.
Marshal, this stuff was give to us. I didn't steal it. Some farmer stopped us when we drove past his place and give it to us.
You know his name?
I didn't ask. It's about 8-10 miles west of town, a place with 2 white barns.
That's the Huggins place, Marshal.
He's an old fella. Talked kind of crazy. That was about 3 weeks ago. We cut off the trail and drove into his pasture to water our team, and he was there by a little spring.
Doing what?
He was busy digging a hole. We didn't hardly notice him at first. Then he took us up to the house and gave us his stuff.
Did you see a woman around the place?
No, just him. It was dirt from head to foot. It's kind of funny, that hole he was digging. I remember thinking at the time it looked sort of like a grave.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, and it keeps Washington's economy healthy, too. A leader in apple production, raising 1/4 of our nation's supply, the state of Washington could almost be called a gourmet state, for she also leads the West Coast in seafood, and her 5 famous types of salmon lead the world in canned fish commerce. So proud of their salmon are Washingtonians that a visitor to Seattle, the pearl of the Northwest, can send home an ice-packed Chinook from the Waterfront Fish and Oyster Company. Equally pride-inspiring are the snow-capped Olympics, the lofty Cascades and Mount Rainier. But tourists must be content with sending pictures of these. For all of its contributions to the rest of the United States, Washington remains a hometown state, with Treaty Day powwows in January on the Indian reservations, March's ski patrol race in Snoqualmie Pass, the spring festivals of rhododendrons, daffodils, and apple blossoms, and, of course, a salmon fishing derby in September. But every month, Washington is the evergreen state.
This is quite a surprise, Marshal.
Morning, sirs.
Hi, Mr. Huggins. Oh, can't complain. Come on, get out of them saddles now and rest yourselves. Mighty good to see you.
Oh, thanks.
Come on up to the house and I'll have Bertha fix you some coffee. What?
You'll have Bertha fix coffee?
Sure will. Well, she'd be awful upset if she knowed you stopped by and I didn't even bring you up to the house.
Well, but your wife's gone, Mr. Huggins.
Gone?
Well, that's what you told me a couple of days ago.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Marshal.
Well, you came to my office, Cyrus, and you told me that she was missing, that she'd run off.
Why, Bertha wouldn't do a thing like that. We've been together 37 years.
Well, then she's here. She's up at the house.
No, she's not.
But you just said for
Chester.
us to...
She went to visit her sister in San Antonio.
Oh, I see.
I forgot about it. It just slipped my mind for a minute.
Cyrus, you got a spring over there in the pasture. I'd like to take a look at it.
Well, it's just a spring, Marshal.
You mind walking over with us?
No, I don't mind. By golly, it's funny about me forgetting Bertha went to visit her sister.
Yeah.
And you say I come into town a few days ago and told you she'd run off?
That's right.
Golly, looks like my memory's starting to go on me.
Maybe.
Funny thing. When it's something that happened way back, I can remember it fine. Like Bertha and me was talking the other day about when we first got married. Remembered it just like it was yesterday. And that was 37 years ago. It's funny.
Yeah.
Things the last 3 weeks, though, they're kind of clouded over for some reason.
When did your wife leave, Cyrus, to go visit her sister?
About 3 weeks ago. Well, here's the spring.
Yeah. Let's take a look over here.
No, I don't want to.
Let's go.
All right, Marshal.
Did you dig this grave, Cyrus?
Why, I don't know what you mean.
That wooden headboard. Read what it says.
I don't see it. I don't know what you're talking about.
It says Bertha Huggins, beloved wife of Cyrus Huggins. Married 37 years.
Bertha's in San Antonio. I don't know why anybody'd put that up.
Cyrus, you can't go on living on a dream. You better tell me about it, huh? Cyrus?
Well, it was in the night it happened. She was feeling poorly for weeks. And that morning when I woke up, she was already gone. Laying there, cold. I pretty near went out of my mind, Marshal.
So you buried her. You gave away her clothes and things, huh?
I started pretending, I guess, like she went off someplace and was coming back. Pretty soon I started believing it. I had to believe it. I couldn't even think of going about without her. I just couldn't face it. But at the same time, I knew, of course, in a way that she... Marshal?
Yeah.
Marshal, she's dead. She's really dead. And that's the truth.
Come on, Chester.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 49 American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Excuse me, this is Kenny Delmar. Excuse me, I have a special announcement to make. Herbert Tarleton cigarettes are back. Good news for those who prefer a cork-tip cigarette. Herbert is back, and there's something about them you'll like. Herbert is back after being made only for the armed forces. Yes, Herbert is back. That cork-tipped cigarette, Herbert Tarleton, available now for you. Yes, Herbert is back, and remember, there's something about them you like. There's something about them you like. This is Kenny Delmar. I trust you will welcome home Herbert Tarleton. There's something about them you like.
The Lucky Strike program starring Ray Milland with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Wait a minute, Don, wait a minute. What's the idea of saying the Lucky Strike program starring Ray Milland?
Well, Jack, I didn't see anybody get up and walk out.
I mean, that has nothing to do with it.
Oh, Jack, stop pouting. Your lower lip looks like a shoehorn.
I'm not pouting.
Well, you told us yourself that Ray Milland was going to be our guest.
That still doesn't entitle him to top billing. He's just a star in pictures. I'm a star of stage, screen, and radio.
And we'll milk cows if you back them into Beverly Hills.
Well, now you're just being smart. I merely said that Don didn't have to give Ray Milland star billing when he's only going to be our guest.
Jack, I only did that as a matter of courtesy.
Don, if you want to be courteous, do it on the Ginny Sims show, not mine. And another thing.
Jackson, I know what you're beefing about. I've been with you for 8 years, and I've never had no star billing.
Well, you've been with me for 10 years.
I don't count the 2 years I was auditioning.
Look, just be happy you got the job. Now, let's get on with... Gosh, Ray Milland should have been here a half hour ago. I can't understand what's holding him up.
I saw his picture, Jackson. I couldn't understand what held him up either.
Yeah.
I saw the picture. I went to the box office, bought a ticket, and they gave me my change in pretzels.
Stop with the gags already. I'm going to call Ray's home.
Oh, Jack, you don't have to. Ray Milland just came in.
He did? Good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our guest. One of the finest actors in Hollywood, the star of The Lost Weekend, and winner of this year's Academy Award, Ray Milland.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Say, Ray, how come you're so late?
I'm sorry, Jack, but I stopped off at the newspaper office to put an ad in for a butler.
Oh, I thought you had a butler.
Oh, I have 3, as a matter of fact, but they want a 4th for bridge.
Oh, well, wouldn't it be cheaper to teach them gin rummy and let one of them go?
If it was Jack, he'd teach him solitaire and let 2 of them go.
Mary, please. Well, Ray, it certainly is a wonderful achievement, getting the Oscar. Tell me, how did it make you feel winning the Academy Award?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. I don't feel any different. I'm still the same sweet, modest, lovable fellow I always was.
Gee, if I ever won it, I'd be a louse. Gosh, Ray, what I wouldn't give just to see the Oscar.
Well, Jack, by coincidence, I just happened to have it with me.
Weighs 25 pounds. He just happens to have it with him. Let me see it, Ray.
Yeah?
Gee, isn't it cute? A bronze Oscar with a little ice bag on its head. You know, Ray, this may surprise you, but I've never won an Academy Award.
Why, Jack Benny, you haven't?
Why, Ray Milland, what a performance.
Mary, quiet.
Well, Jack, why don't you introduce me?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Ray, I want you to meet the members of my cast. This is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Mary. I'm glad to know you.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Milland. Would you consider going out with a girl who doesn't drink?
Mary, please.
Why, certainly, Mary. In fact, I like to go out with girls who don't drink. What are you laughing at?
Jack likes to go out with girls who don't eat.
And they're hard to find, sister. And Ray, this is Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Amateur.
Amateur? Phil, you wouldn't appreciate this, but Lost Weekend was something new, something daring. I doubt if any other actor would have the stomach, the courage. I doubt if any other actor would have the courage to attempt a role like that.
Well, that shows you how much you know, Jackson. Right now, Gary Cooper's doing the same thing in Saratoga Drunk.
That's Trunk, Saratoga Trunk.
Well, I'm glad you told me. I ain't going to waste my cabbage going to see a lot of baggage.
Yeah, baggage. Now, Ray, the reason Phil, why are you staring at Ray like that?
Well, I'm just admiring the guy, Jackson. He does it and gets an Academy Award. I do it and get a hangover.
Well, it's still the weekend. Go get lost. Now, Ray, the reason I asked you
Jack, do you mind if I ask Mr. Milan a favor?
Why, no.
What has it done?
Well, gosh, Ray, you're such a great actor and everything.
Oh, well.
And you're so sweet and modest and lovable.
I know.
Well, I read something in Shakespeare that I'd like to hear you do. You know, the speech that starts out, to be or not to be?
Oh, yeah, that's Hamlet's soliloquy. Why, certainly, Don. I'll be glad to do it.
Good. I copied the speech myself and made just a few minor changes.
Well, that's all right. Just give it to me and I'll be glad to read it.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Quiet, everybody.
LS or MFT? That is the question.
Here.
Whether 'tis nobler in the minds of men who know tobacco best, to be so round, so firm, so fully packed.
Here.
Or to be so free and easy on the draw.
Here.
Where?
Here.
Oh.
And so, good citizen, remember, the quality of 40 paramount.
That's all American.
You work for your boss and I'll work for mine.
Oh, yeah. Now, Ray, the reason I asked you to come over here is because tonight, for our feature attraction, we're going to do our version of your picture, The Lost Weekend. Now, naturally, since I'm the star of this program, the leading role will be played by me.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't you think that as long as I originated the part in the picture, I should also play it here?
I do not. I mean, just because you won an Academy Award has nothing to do with it. After all, when I was your age, I could have won an Oscar, too. Except there were no Academy Awards in those days.
There were no movies either.
No.
And darn few people.
Phil! They may have had awfully long arms, but they were still people. Anyway, Ray, I think I should play the lead.
But, Jack, that doesn't make sense. You brought me up here because of the Lost Weekend, and you give me nothing to do.
Well, maybe... Say, I've got a wonderful idea. Let's both play the part. We'll be twin brothers.
Twin brothers?
Yeah, we'll give them a double feature. We'll be the Burnham brothers. How about it?
Okay with me.
That's fine. Now, Phil, you'll be our older brother who tries to convince us that drinking is very evil.
Who's going to convince me?
Phil, it's just a part. After all, you know, I don't drink, and neither does Ray. Now, Mary, you're going to play Jane Wyman's part, the girl that Ray and I are in love with, but you can't make up your mind which one of us you want.
The UNO should have problems that easy.
Mary, don't be so sure. You know, you might have to take Ray. Now, this play will go on immediately after the... I'll take it. Hello?
Telephone call for Mr. Ray Milan.
Oh, just a minute. It's for you, Ray.
For me? Well, hello?
Hello, Mr. Milan. This is Rochester. I saw
saw by an ad in the paper that you wanted a butler, and I called up to find out about it.
But aren't you already working?
I sure am.
Well, why are you dissatisfied with your present position?
Well, I've concluded that any relationship between the hours I work and the money I get is purely coincidental.
You consider yourself underpaid, huh? How much are you making now?
Well, frankly, I'm ashamed to tell you. But if I have a suit cleaned and go to a movie in the same week, one of them has to be on the installment plan.
Well, you spoke of long hours. What kind of hours have you been working?
From 8 in the morning till dark.
Well, those aren't such long hours for a butler working until dark.
Under normal conditions, no. But Mr. Benny has a sun lamp outside the kitchen window to fool me.
And that sun lamp fools you?
Not only me, his chickens have been laying 6 eggs a day.
I see. Well, if you go to work for me, you'll find that your duties won't be hard, but they'll be exacting.
Exacting?
Yes. For instance, I like my breakfast served in bed. But unlike other people, I can't wait. I want it there when I awaken.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you could have my breakfast ready the minute I wake up?
Yes, sir. I'll pull the cork out the night before.
Now, wait a minute. I think you have a mistaken idea about my drinking, Rochester, because I never...
Rochester? Ray, let me at that phone. Hello, Rochester. Is that you?
Uh-oh.
Rochester, why did you call up Ray Milland looking for a job?
It was an accident, boss. I called up the Homeway Laundry and got this number by mistake.
The laundry? Then why'd you ask for Ray Milland?
I didn't. I asked for May Dillban.
May Dillban?
She's a starch girl on the 4th tub.
Rochester, that's a mighty weak story.
What do you expect on a moment's notice? A bestseller?
Stop being funny, and I'll talk to you when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Imagine doing a thing like that behind my back. Come on, Larry, let's have a song.
Come closer to me so I can see heaven in your eyes. Come closer to me so I can be close to paradise. Thrill me with your kisses. Let me learn what bliss is. Kiss me once and then we'll kiss and kiss again, and life will be divine. Come closer, my dear, so I can hear music in my heart. I've waited so long to hear the song that your love will start. Darling, I'll adore you, live my whole life for you. All I ask is this, please give me one more kiss and whisper you'll be mine. All I ask is this, please give me one more kiss and whisper you'll be mine.
That was Come Closer to Me, sung by Larry Stevens. Very good, Larry. I bought that record you made of that song, and it's swell.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, our version of the Academy Award-winning picture, The Lost Weekend. As our story opens, Ray and Jack Burnham, twin brothers, have been persuaded by their elder brother, Philip, to go to the country for the weekend. At the moment, the twin brothers are in the room packing. Curtain. Music.
Gosh, Jack, I don't know why we have to go away on this weekend.
Neither do I, but Brother Philip insists upon it. Are we all packed?
Oh, just about. Shirts, ties, sweaters, socks, quarts, fifths, and pints.
Good. And put the bottles on the other side of the suitcase. My underwear is snapping at them. Now, let's see.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Brother
Philip. Those bottles again. Now, look, boys, you got to stop this drinking because we're all going out the country for a weekend, and the fresh air will do us a lot of good.
Well, I'm not going.
Now, sure you are. Think of it, fellas. Chickens, horses, rabbits, and the scent of new mown hay. Now, you've just got to go because it'll be a wonderful weekend.
Why do we have to go?
Because we won it on Truth or Consequences. Oh. Now, look, boys, I hate to keep lecturing, but don't you know how bad liquor is for you? Don't you realize that alcohol is your worst enemy? Liquor isn't good for you. Now, you should stay away from it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opinions expressed by Mr. Harris are written in the script and are not necessarily his own.
All right, we'll go to the country with you.
Well, you better get ready. We're leaving on the 7:15 train. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, Brother Philip. Gee, I hate to go away for a weekend.
Me, too. I was figuring on losing this one.
Yeah. Quick, Brother Philip's coming back. Hide those bottles.
Okay, there.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Jane.
Hello, boys. I just saw Philip, and he told me you're all going away for the weekend.
Yes, we are.
You boys are so wonderful. You know, sometimes I regret that you two are twins. I just can't make up my mind.
Make up your mind? What do you mean?
Well, there are two of you and only one of me.
That's funny. We always see two of you.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget, boys, your train leaves at 7:15. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Brother Philip. We mean goodbye, Janie. Gee, what twins we are. We both make the same mistake. Quick, she's gone. Let's open the bottle.
Okay.
Oh, gee, look, we've only got 2 bottles left.
Well, let's drink one and hide the other.
Okay, I'll put it up there in the chandelier.
Good.
Oh, darn it, I can't reach it.
Well, give it to me. I'm higher than you are.
You are not. I can do it.
All right, but don't screw the bottle into the socket like you did the last time. When I turned on the switch, it blew out a powerhouse at Boulder Dam.
Don't worry, don't worry. There, the bottle's in the chandelier. Now, let's open the other one and...
Oh, boys.
Yes, Brother Philip.
Jane and I are going to the... Wait a minute. Give me that bottle. I'm going to pour it down the sink.
Oh, no, Brother Philip. Don't pour it down the sink.
That's right, Brother Philip. Let Ray drink it. That stuff will eat out the plumbing.
Well, I don't care, boys. I'm not going to give it back to you. And remember, you're not to leave this room until it's time to go to the train.
We won't, Brother Philip.
Come on, Jack. He's gone. Let's go down to Nat's bar room and he'll give us a drink.
Okay. Come on, lads. Set 'em up. Set 'em up.
Yes, yeah.
Nothing doing. Not another drop until you paid the bill you ran up this afternoon.
How much do we owe you?
$18,000.
Oh.
All right. You can keep your old liquor. We're going to the country. Yeah.
Come on, Ray. Let's go.
All right. Hold me up.
No. You hold me up. I held you up yesterday. Smell that fresh air.
Yeah, isn't it awful?
That's what's wrong with this country. It's full of it. Come on, let's go down to the corner to Joe's bar.
That won't do us any good. I haven't got any money.
Neither have I.
Sweeter lines for you.
Not a nickel. Let's try the other side of the street.
No. This singing won't get us any drinks. I'll go home and get my violin.
That's my line. I'm tired. Let's lie down here in the gutter.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Ray. Don't you want to put your head up on the curb?
No, I always sleep without a pillow.
My feet are cold. Pull up that manhole cover. There, now I'm comfy.
They can't keep me in here. I'm Napoleon. They can't keep me in here. I'm Napoleon.
Well, get on my back. I'm your horse.
Ray, where are we?
I don't know. Let's ask that man in a white coat.
Oh, yes. Say, mister.
Yes?
Where are we?
You're in the alcoholic ward.
Alcoholic ward?
I want to get out of here. Let me out.
Yes, let's out of here.
Oh, you don't want to leave until you've seen the floor show.
Floor show?
Yes. In the middle of the night, you start seeing things. You won't see pink elephants. You're going to see red, white, and blue turkeys.
Oh, goody. They changed the bill.
And then you're going to see tiny rabbits in straw hats. Midget monkeys that come through the keyhole. You know, the kind of talent that's handled by Madman Munce. You'll see thousands of little snakes that knit themselves into a sweater. And that isn't all.
Stop it!
Oh, I can stop it, but you can. You're going to see beetles. 23 of them running in the Santa Anita Handicap. And 11 of them are in the fields. There'll be grasshoppers 5 feet tall. And there'll be woodpeckers pecking on your head. Peck, 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 peck. Yes, sir, you bet. And how?
Stop it!
Let us out of here!
Not before the floor show. And it'll start as soon as it gets dark. It's like the doctor was saying to me. Delirium is a disease of the night. Well, good night.
Ray, he's gone. Now's our chance to get out. There's an open window.
Okay, let's go.
Well, here we are, back in our room.
That's funny. We didn't even open the door.
No, we crawled in under it.
Oh, I see. You know, Jack, we'll either have to give up drinking or get our knees half soled.
Come on. Let's look for that bottle we hid. Let's see now. Where do we put it?
Maybe it's in this dresser.
Yes, the dresser. Maybe it's behind the bookcase. No, it isn't here either. We gotta find that bottle.
Maybe it's behind the sofa. Help me move it out.
Yeah, the sofa. We gotta find that bottle. Wait a minute. The china closet.
Yeah, the china closet. Let's look.
Paper plates.
Jack, the bottle isn't there. I'm getting weak. I gotta have a drink.
Sit down and rest a while, Ray. Get your mind off it. I'll turn on the radio. There.
I'll sit down. But I gotta have a drink. I tell you, I gotta have a drink.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot.
Shut that off! Oh, find that bottle. Find that bottle. I got to have a drink.
Wait a minute. It's getting dark out. Turn on the lights.
All right.
Well, there goes another powerhouse at Boulder. Here it is, Ray. We found the bottle. We found it.
Yeah, we found it. We found it.
Say, Ray, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be awful if Mother were here?
Yeah, there isn't enough for 3 of us.
I'm sorry we blew out the lights. Now we're in the dark. Can you imagine that guy in the hospital saying we were going to see little animals?
Yeah. Let me have a drink.
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh. Give me another drink.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
Do you mean to stand there flapping your wings and tell me you didn't say anything?
I haven't got wings.
Then what are you doing on the chandelier?
I'm not on the chandelier.
Well, there's something up on the... Look, it's a bat. It's a bat.
I see it. It's picking the straw hat off the little monkey.
Oh, the monkey! He's coming at me! He's coming at me! Keep him away from me! Keep him away from me!
Oh, this little animal. And here come more of them. They're coming through the keyhole. They're swarming around. They're getting closer. They're surrounding us. Ray, look out!
I can't help it!
Ray, look, they're coming at me now. The little animal's got my throat. It's something. Do something. Ray, do something. Oh, thank heavens they're gone. Tell me, Ray, what did you do?
I threw my Oscar at him.
I knew those things would come in handy. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, Dennis Day left our program and went into the Navy. At about the same time, another boy was honorably discharged from the Army Air Forces, and we were very fortunate in getting him to pinch hit while Dennis was away. Of course, I'm referring to Larry Stevens. Now that the war is over, Dennis Day will be back with us next week. Larry, I want to thank you for the wonderful job you've done on our show. You were a great asset, and I'm sure that our listeners feel the same way I do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Benny. It sure has been grand being with you and your whole gang.
Well, it was grand having you. We'll be hearing you on the air and seeing you soon in the new 20th Century Fox picture, Centennial Summer. Good luck, kid.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Ray Milland appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may be soon seen in the picture Kitty. Jack will be back in a minute, but first here's my good friend F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Roy Lee Daniel of Durham, North Carolina, 32 years an independent tobacco auctioneer, said.
I've seen Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, quality tobacco that's chock full of aroma, mildness, and good taste. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 15 years.
Yes, sir. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thanks, Ray
This is
Milland,
NBC,
very,
the
very
National
much for
Broadcasting
appearing on our
Company.
program, and congratulations.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in The Great Man's Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One day while I was lunching in the studio restaurant, I noticed a woman, a very, very old woman, seated at another table. I thought I knew most of the players in town, but she was so striking in appearance, I asked my casting director to find out who she was and something about her. I found out very quickly. The little old lady was 109 years old, and her name was Barbara Stanwyck. I hadn't even recognized one of my favorite stars. That just goes to show you what a convincing performance Barbara gave in the Paramount picture, The Great Man's Lady. She plays the same part tonight. the woman called Hannah Sempler, from the age of 17 to the age of 109. And with Barbara, we present two leading men, the brand new star, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris, who's just made a direct hit in the Pine Thomas production, Aerial Gunner. In the untold story of almost every great man is a great woman. The Great Man's Lady is the drama of one of these, a strange chapter of love and adventure and sacrifice out of the lives of two great people. Think of all the changes that a woman 109 years old might have seen, from the first railroad train to the miracles of the present. Electricity, automobiles, radio, airplanes, and important everyday things like Lux Flakes, which have made life easier and more pleasant for many millions of women. See, 109 years ago, that's 1834, Andrew Jackson was president. Travel was by stage or sailing vessel. Men wore beaver hats. The ladies wore crinoline gowns. And the washing, pity the poor housewife, was usually done by boiling the clothes over an open fire in the backyard. The women of that day would certainly have regarded Lux Flakes as a new form of magic. And it's still magic, but not new to most of you. Now the curtain rises on the first act of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Hannah, Joseph Cotton as Ethan Hoyt, and Chester Morris as Steely.
Behind the deeds of every great man, you will always find a woman hidden in the shadows, working with him, striving for him, urging him onward. No man is ever really great without a woman at his side.
These are the words of Hannah Hoyt, age 109 years, wife of the long-departed Ethan Hoyt, the great man for whom a great western metropolis was named. On this spring day, in the year 1941, Hoyt City celebrates the memory of its founder. In the park, speeches are made, the band plays, and the people sing. But the Great Man's Lady is not attending the celebration. She's retired behind the drawn blinds of her old house. Here she's lived in peace for the last half-century. Now the quiet is broken by the clamor of the press, reporters from all over the country who invade her parlor.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Come on. We want to see Mrs. Hannah Hoyt or Hannah Sempler or whatever she calls herself.
She ain't seeing nobody, sir.
Tell her the press is here.
I done told her, sir.
Well, tell her again. Go on. Here she is. Get a picture, Jerry. Hold it, Mrs. Hoyt. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. To what do I owe this peculiar honor?
One more picture, please. Look this way, Mrs. Hoyt.
My name is Hannah Sempler. May I ask why you intrude here?
Well, I suppose you know what day this is.
Yes.
It's Ethan Hoyt Day. The whole city is celebrating. They're unveiling a statue of Senator Hoyt at 4 this afternoon.
Yes.
Will you be there, Mrs. Hoyt?
Miss Sempler.
Sorry. Do you expect to be there, Miss Sempler?
No.
Why not? You were his wife, or were you?
Wait a minute. Miss Templer, I'd like to apologize for all of us, for our rudeness in breaking in like
Now,
this.
forget our rudeness. It's the public who's broken in. The public in whose eyes Ethan Hoyt has grown to the size of a national hero.
The public, sir? You are the public?
Miss Sempler, we come here seeking the answer to a great human enigma. A matter of history. Were you married to Ethan Hoyt? And if not, why did he die in your home? Was his real wife there? If you and he had any children, where are they? You see, Miss Sempler, if your claims are true, it'd make him a bigamist. We ask you to prove these claims in the public interest.
The public? You aren't the public. The public is made up of millions of private homes like mine. In our homes, we draw inspiration from the memory of our great men, like Senator Hoyt. You want to destroy that memory. You seek nothing but scandal. But you will find none here. I bid you good day.
She can't prove a thing because the story's just a pack of lies. She's an old windbag trying to crash the limelight.
Oh, stop it. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Can't you see she's helpless and all alone? She's a very old lady.
Yes, it's true. I am old. Very old. But I've made no claims. I've told no lies. Whatever I know is a matter of my own private history. That is all.
Okay, Miss Sempler, let's go, Jerry.
Miss Templer.
Well, you came with the rest of them. What are you waiting for?
Because because I...
Yes, I know. You got a public, too?
Not yet, but I will have. I'm a biographer.
A what?
I'm writing the life of Senator Ethan Hoyt.
Oh, nice job. You like your work?
I think he was one of the most wonderful...
Yes, so do I guess I ought to know about that.
Oh, then you have to help me. I've got to know what part you played. Were you married to him? Did you have a child? Oh, I've got to know all sorts of things. That's why I had to see you.
Oh, look away, girl. There's nothing much to see. Just 100 or so years of memories. I ought to have been buried years ago. I can't really say that. I'd like to live to be 200 years old. And then you and I'd both be old ladies. We could compare notes. You come back in 100 years, then I'll talk to you.
Then you won't help me?
Any good reason why I should?
No. Except... I'm sorry. I'll go now.
Yeah, girl, wait a minute. Oh, are you crying? Oh, one of the meanest things about growing old is you forget how important everything seems to young people. Here, come over here and sit down.
I'm all right, Miss Templer.
Sit down, I said. You know, girl, you need more gumption and spirit. Yeah. Now, where'd you say you learned about Ethan Hoyt?
In books.
Oh, proof. You'll never learn a man out of books, nor a woman either. Oh, girl. Men were different in those days. Men like Ethan. There was a band playing in his heart and the devil in his eyes. And I was a very young lady in a stuffy Philadelphia house in the year 1848. I'd met Ethan before, once or twice. But the time I remember best was the night he came galloping up to my father's house. I saw him from the upstairs window, galloping back from the west, like a bright bit of the wind.
Evening, Miss Templer.
Hello.
Well, back.
So I see.
Well, come down and welcome me home. That's what you've been waiting for, isn't it?
I haven't been waiting for you, Mr. Hoyt. I've just been looking at the moon.
There isn't any.
Oh, good night, Mr. Hoyt. Cousin Bettina, did you see him?
Well, I must say, Hannah.
What's the matter?
Making a public spectacle of yourself.
Oh, don't be stuffy, Bettina. Did you see how he smiled?
A gentleman would never have dared.
Gentleman? You mean like my Mr. Cadwallader? I dare say he's never smiled in his whole life.
Hannah!
I almost died laughing when he proposed to me. Miss Templer, I have the great honor to address myself to your favor. Your father and I are thoroughly agreed...
Hannah, that's not very ladylike.
What's not?
Making fun of the man you betrothed to marry.
Oh, rats, he's really betrothed to my father.
Hannah Templer.
Well, they made the agreement, not I.
Parents know better.
How do I look, Bettina? You know, I think he liked me.
Who?
Ethan Hoyt, of course.
Hannah.
Well, he smiled, didn't he? He always smiles. Every time I see him, he smiles.
That's because he's a ne'er-do-well.
A what?
Mama says he lives with the Indians and smells like a buffalo.
Oh, prove it.
Well, he makes his clothes from dead animals.
That isn't buffaloes.
It's all the same.
Well, then I think buffaloes must smell lovely, like the fresh air in the sun. Good night, Bettina. Have a good sleep.
Where are you going?
Downstairs.
But you can't. He's down there.
That's why I'm going.
Hannah Templer. Where you going, honey?
Downstairs.
Well, don't go in the library, child.
Why not?
Because there's having a big private confabulation in there.
But, Delilah, I need a book.
Now, you're going to need 2 books when your father catch you eavesdropping, and they ain't going to be in your hands, neither.
Oh, now, don't be quiet. There he is, Delilah.
But it is.
Oh, isn't he handsome?
Come away, child. Come away.
Gentlemen, I wish I had the power to make you see it with my own eyes. 2 great rivers of the West coming together like an arrow. Like a sign from the Almighty, gentlemen, pointing out the natural site of a great new city. And the public buildings, gentlemen, all grouped around a great square filled with fountains and trees. And behind the city, a hill. And on the hill, homes. Homes, gentlemen, filled with light and air. And the country itself, the West,
only I had the power to describe it. A virgin land as lovely as an unexpected smile, as beautiful as that young lady in the doorway. Good evening, ma'am.
Hannah,
Good evening.
what are you doing down here?
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. I thought you might like some brandy.
Good evening, Miss Templar.
Mr. Cadwallader.
Mr. Hoyt, this is my daughter Hannah.
Miss Hannah and I have met, sir.
Oh, when?
Well, the last time I was here.
Oh. My daughter is betrothed to Mr. Cadwallader.
I see. Well, your health, Miss Hannah. I'm sure you'll be very happy.
Oh, thank you.
You may leave, Hannah.
Yes, Father.
You were saying, Mr. Hoyt?
Oh, the truth of the matter is, Mr. Templar, I need your help. Money and supplies. I came to you because, well...
Because no other business firm would carry your risk.
Because you knew my father, Mr. Templar.
Yes, and had respect for his judgment.
He was a man of great vision, sir.
Exactly. Enough vision to say no to a venture like this.
Exactly.
You mean that...
I mean no.
But there's talk of a railroad.
Don't you wild men realize what you're doing? Talk of expanding the country. The country is large enough as it is.
Large enough, I agree.
Yes, well, you listen to me, Mr. Templar. You too, Mr. Cadwallader. This country's going to be bigger, a whale of a lot bigger. There's 2,000 miles of America out beyond the Mississippi, land and riches beyond belief. But it's not going to belong to men like you, men who won't take a risk. It's going to belong to men who aren't afraid, men with luck in one hand and risk in the other.
Oh, you're so right. You're so absolutely right.
Hannah, I told you to... Excuse me, gentlemen.
But, Father,
Come upstairs at once, miss.
Well, what was that he picked up on the way out?
I believe it was a switch, sir.
A switch? You really think he's... Huh?
I do indeed.
You really believe in that sort of thing?
She's a very headstrong young girl, Mr. Hoyt.
Oh. I suppose after you are married, you really intend to...
Oh, yes. It helps maintain the home.
Oh, I see. Of course, out where I come from, a woman is...
You have women out west?
Oh, yes. Some.
Yes, but mostly Indian squaws, I presume.
Mostly. Only the Indians have that.
I've heard otherwise.
Well, don't let me influence you.
Exactly. I suppose that you...
I spend most of my time with cattle.
But the women, I suppose...
We rope them.
What?
Rope them, Mr. Cadwallader, and brand them with hot irons and hang them on forked sticks over a hot fire.
You're joking. Women?
Cattle, Mr. Cadwallader.
Oh, I thought we were talking about women.
Women? Why, if we had women like you have back here, we'd treat them like queens.
Sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Hoyt, I'd ask you to remain for supper only.
I understand.
Now, just one thing more. About the matter of risk. I don't want you to go away with the wrong impression. We take risks every day. All right, this very year it's a fair risk, as we'll make only 10% profit instead of 12%.
Exactly. All right, gentlemen, I think you've both lost something. My odds are all or nothing. Good night.
He didn't leave Philadelphia right away. I caught a glimpse of him what it was, dressed in his buckskin, galloping about town on his great black horse. And then one night, there was a moon this time. I was lying in bed when I heard a noise at the window.
Who is it?
Hello.
Oh, what do you mean by... Go away.
In the morning.
For goodness sakes, will you please...
I mean, I'm going for good.
Oh.
Come down. I want to say goodbye to you.
I can't. You'll wake everyone up, Father.
Come down. I'll wait for Dad.
Are you crazy?
Yeah.
I believe you are.
Coming down?
Of course not. I can't.
Come up there.
No, wait. Oh, wait till I get dressed. I'll come down.
Isn't it funny? Ethan thought he was talking me into something that night. There I'd been setting my cap for him. And he didn't even know it. Poor Ethan. He never had a chance.
It's a nice night.
Yes,
I thought it'd be pretty here. Moonlight and everything.
yes. They say a full moon makes people do strange things.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like it's not me here at all. Not really.
No, I think we'd better go.
Do you feel strange, too?
Mm-hmm.
You're afraid of something.
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
I don't know. Yes, I do. You shouldn't be here, Hannah.
Well, of all things, did I ask to come?
No. I mean,
Go on.
you know what I mean.
I can't imagine.
You know I'm in love with you.
Oh, no.
Believe me, Hannah.
Maybe.
Got to. I won't have a chance to say it again. Do you love me?
Maybe.
I think you do, Hannah.
Oh, Ethan, yes.
Hannah.
You know something? You don't smell at all like a buffalo.
Oh. Don't I?
No.
Why? You're crying.
Oh, I've got a handkerchief.
Here, let me have it. Now look up here. What are you crying about?
I don't know.
Because I'm leaving?
I don't know.
Hannah, may I keep your handkerchief? I'd like to take it with me. Something of you.
Oh, Ethan. Take me with you, too. Take me. Yes. I ran away with him that night. And we joined the wagon train on the west bank of the Ohio. We were married out in the middle of the prairie land with the wagon train passing by and a storm gathering overhead.
For the good Lord strike the thunder, what men would join, yea, verily. I can't find the place.
Just hit the high spots, Parson. Rain's almost here.
Yep, here it comes. Maybe I can do it without the boat.
Go ahead.
Hold hands, please. Ethan, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
And do you, Hannah, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband, Joseph W. Park?
I do.
Then let no one put asunder whom God hath joined forever. I pronounce you man and wife.
Whoa there, whoa, boy. I've got to take care of the horses. Whoa.
Well, missus, it's all over.
Yes, of course.
Plain wedding's 2 bits. Pretty one's $1.
Well, we haven't much money. Would a plain one be all right with you?
Sure. Now, let me see. Got the wedding certificate here. Mm-hmm. What's Ethan's last name?
Ethan Hoyt, H-O-Y-T.
H-O-Y-T? Yes.
Hannah Sempler, S-E-M-P-L-E-R.
Sempler? There you are, Miss Hoyt. All leave.
Thank you.
Come on, let's go.
Coming, Ethan.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Horses going to bolt if they don't get moving. Here. Up you go.
All right.
Get
I'm
up.
ready, Ethan.
Get up. Well, Hannah,
Well, Ethan.
got to kiss the bride, didn't I?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
We've got other things to do, I suspect. Flowers, a ring.
It's what the man said that counts. He said forever.
That's right.
You and me, Ethan. Forever.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in the second act of The Great Man's Lady. Now it's intermission time, so let's go along with our reporter, Libby Collins, as she talks to Mary Sue, a wartime bride.
Oh, phew. What a whirl. Your dress is a dream, Mary Sue. Thank you. It's cotton. I chose it especially so I can wear it summer evenings. It'll pack beautifully, too. Talk about packing. Let me show you my trunk. My goodness, what are all these things? My home, if you please. Everything I need to dress up one room. Let's see. Colored table linens. Aren't they pretty? And here are curtains. Even a couch cover and pillow covers. And a string rug. And all these other things. See? Why, you can have a home anywhere. Well, that's what I want, with Bill and me on the move all the time. And I can always keep everything spick and span, too, because all these things are Luxable. That's right, Mary Sue. Lux makes living out of a trunk or a suitcase a lot easier. You don't have to take so much with you when you can freshen things so easily.
And your things will stay bright and new-looking longer when you stick to gentle, new, improved Lux for their care. It's the mildest, gentlest Lux ever made. Super safe, not only for pretty dresses like Mary Sue's, but for your colored linens and curtains, all your household washables. Lux things last longer. Yes, Lux things last longer, and Lux lasts longer, too. Gives you richer suds, thrifty suds that do more work than ever. Get new improved Lux Flakes tomorrow. It comes in the same blue box you know so well. But now, it's better than ever. New improved Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Hannah, Joseph Cotton as Ethan Hoyt, and Chester Morris as Steely. From the pinnacle of more than a century of life, Hannah Hoyt looked backward to the year 1848, to the time when she and Ethan rolled westward in a covered wagon to found a great city on the barren prairie land.
Most of the wagons were going through to California for gold. But we left them at Fort Scott and turned off on the trail for Hoyt City.
Whoa there.
Ethan, are we going to stop here?
Well, looks like a good place to camp for the night.
Well, can't we go on?
There's a riverbed just ahead of here. Don't want to risk a flash flood during the night.
No, I mean all the way on to Hoyt City. It's only 6 more miles.
Well, look, Hannah, there's something I've got to tell you.
Won't it wait?
No. I mean, you take the morning. Things look brighter.
What thing?
Well, Hoyt City.
Oh, don't worry about that. The way I feel right now, Hoyt City will look like Philadelphia almost.
Well, that's what I mean.
You mean it won't?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, I don't expect it to. But just imagine, a real bed to sleep in, people, lights, hot water, and clean clothes.
I know, Hannah.
A home on the hill overlooking the city. A public square filled with fountains and trees. What kind of trees, Ethan?
Well,
oh, no, don't tell me. I like surprises.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
I got my surprise, all right. Hoyt City in 1848. One street ankle-deep in mud, and a series of ramshackle wooden buildings. That's all. Oh, yes. There were 4 saloons.
Well, here we are, Hannah. This is it.
Yes, Ethan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah. I wanted to tell you before. I know how it must have sounded. Like I'm just a plain liar.
No. You were just seeing it the way it's going to be, that's all. A great city can grow here, Ethan.
You really think so?
We'll build it, you and I.
Sure we will.
People will help us.
That's how I meant it. But it can really be like a city glittering in the sun with towers like silver and gold.
People, Ethan. Thousands of people building something all new and shiny. Hoyt City.
I tell you, Hoyt, your city is nothing but a jumping-off point for the gold fields. You ought to see that. You've been here a whole year now. Where's the building that was going to start? Where's all the people?
Mr. Frisbee, if the railroad came here, we'd...
My dear Mr. Hoyt, railroads cost money. So far, you haven't been able to raise a penny.
You mean you won't put it up either? Is that it?
Well, now, I didn't say that. I've come all the way from the east to look this thing over. I don't enjoy wasting my time, Mr. Hoyt.
All right, what do you want?
I want Hoyt City, a fair share of it, say 3/4 of the land.
You can't, it's mine.
Sit down, Mr. Hoyt. You're in no position to argue. Now, what's that, Indians?
No, my wife. Rabbits again for dinner.
Now look here, Hoyt. I brought all the papers. You just put your signature here and you'll get your railroad.
My wife won't listen to it.
Your wife? What's she got to do with it?
She owns half.
Then get her to see it our way. It's to her own advantage. You see, Hoyt, I happen to know her father. Fine man. Fine Philadelphia home. What'd she be coming out here?
A crack shot, among other things.
And she deserves better. Give her back what she has. A real home, clothes, social position. You don't want her to turn into one of these prairie women, do you?
Evening.
Oh, Hannah, this is Mr. Frisbee, my wife.
Good evening.
Howdy, Mr. Frisbee. I gotta clean these here rabbits, Ethan.
Hannah, Mr. Frisbee wants you to sign this paper. Let the rabbits wait. This is important.
Nothing ain't important as victuals, Ethan.
Hannah, stop this foolishness.
It's just a matter of your signature, Mrs. Hoyt.
The land transfer, Hannah.
You mean you want me to sign it, Ethan?
Yes.
But I forgot how to write.
Mrs. Hoyt.
I'm a prairie woman, Mr. Frisbee. Is this here the paper?
That's right. It's the... Mrs. Hoyt, you're tearing up the agreement, are you?
Now get out.
Look
get
here.
out, scat.
Mrs.
Go
Hoyt.
on, you miserable little sneaky little... You rabbit.
Well, I suppose that settles.
Oh, I don't think your Mr. Frisbee will bother us for a while anyway.
He won't build the railroad either.
Ethan, you mean you really wanted me to sign it?
Not a matter of what we want. It's a matter of fact. Hoyt City is a failure.
I can't believe it, Ethan.
Look at it, Hannah.
I can't believe that you can change like this, give up so easily.
Not me. Here, I'll show you. Look at your hands. A year ago, they didn't look like that.
But I don't mind.
I wanted to fill them with diamonds and gold.
You will. Ethan, I had a dream.
So did I.
No, I mean a dream about gold.
Gold?
Oh, maybe it sounds silly, but I really did. A misty sort of dream about a mountain of gold. A black mountain with a sunny peak like a beckoning finger in the sky. seem to be California.
You mean you want to go?
Tomorrow.
Hannah.
And we'll come back, Ethan.
With our pockets bulging, gold flowers for your hair.
We'll come back to Hoyt City to finish what we've begun. We had $100 to our name that night. We needed 1,000. Ethan went down into town to see how much he could raise. We got as far as the second saloon. And then he ran into Steely Edwards. Steely ran a Montague.
Right over here, friends. Try your luck with Steely Edwards. You can't lose without trying. It's all in the cards. 3-card Monty. The game's crooked, the cards are fixed, you can't win. Step right up. I take no bets from paupers, widows, orphans, or cripples.
Go ahead, Ethan. Take a chance.
Well, who's Ethan? Well, Ethan, want to lose your money?
I've got $100 on the ace.
Eye on the ace, friend. Now watch closely. Here it is. Now here. Here. And now where?
Here.
No, friend. Here.
Oh.
I told you can't win, friend. You're beaten before you start.
I'll try it again.
Yeah, for what stake?
My horse.
Your horse. Very foolish. Eye on the ace, friend. Now watch closely. Here it is. Now here. Now here. And now where?
Here.
Oh, too bad, mister. It's here. Now suppose we try it once again.
I've got a workhorse.
A workhorse. Well, here we go again. Now watch the ace and watch it close.
I guess you took that fella for about everything he had, Steely.
Did you go up and collect those horses?
Yep, got the rest of the stuff, too.
Well, check it off against the list. 2 horses.
2 horses.
2 cows.
That's right. Chickens.
And a voice.
What? Oh, well. I wasn't counting on you, madam, but I assure you, after I get the animals bedded down for
I
the
didn't
night...
come here to talk nonsense, Miss Edwards.
You better be careful. You know that gun might go off.
Yes, it might.
You're a very frightening young lady.
I want everything you took from my husband. I want it all back.
Well, naturally. But that's contrary to the sport.
Sport? You call it sport to cheat a man, to take advantage when he...
No. He was only slightly, madam. Besides, he enjoyed losing. You know, that's what Monty is for. To give enjoyment to the working man.
I want everything he lost.
Would you really shoot?
Try, miss.
No, sir. Oh, madam, you're welcome to the livestock, but as for the money, I don't see your viewpoint.
I want that, too. We need it.
Oh, so do I. I'll tell you what. I won't give you the money back, but I'll play you for it.
Against what?
Against, what have you got to offer?
Nothing.
Oh, don't be so modest. You know, a pretty woman always has something to offer. Let's say a kiss, shall we?
If you think you...
Otherwise, you'll have to shoot me. Very unprofitable. Well?
All right. But I'll shuffle the cards.
Certainly. Your deal, madam.
Well, I got everything back. Of course, Steely let me win. And then Ethan and I went to California. For 8 wonderful, terrible years, we wandered up and down the Pacific coast. Wonderful times when Ethan and I were together. Terrible times when he was away. And every time he came home, there was Steely Edwards. He tagged along after me for 8 years. I can't say I minded much. There was something wonderful about stealing. But that's as far as it went. I loved Ethan too much.
Come on, Hannah, get your hat. I bought 2 tickets for the concert tonight.
I can't go, Steely, but thanks.
Oh, thanks. You know, that's what you always say.
By this time, you ought to know what I mean.
I don't know. All I know is...
Steely, do me a favor.
Anything.
Go down to the Faro house and leave me alone.
I thought you said you didn't like gambling.
Well, I don't call it working for a living.
I suppose Ethan never gambled in his life.
That's got nothing to do
Well,
with
that's
it.
just the point. For 8 years, he hasn't had anything to do with anything but himself. Except when he comes home for a bath or to change his clothes. Oh.
I'm sorry, Steely, but you deserve that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I did.
Anyway, those 8 years are over. Things will be different now with Ethan and me. You see, I'm going to have a child.
A baby, huh? Well, that's fine, Hannah. That's great. I guess you won't be going anyplace for a while.
No.
Well, I'll run along. Good night, Hannah.
Good night, Steely.
Leaving, Edward?
Who's that? Oh, is that you, Hoyt?
Yeah.
So you're back, huh? Well, welcome home.
Thanks. I figured you'd be glad to see me.
Did you have luck this time?
No, did you?
I'm not so sure I get that.
Suppose I explain it, or maybe you'd better explain how it is I happen to run into you every time I come home.
You better get inside. Hannah's waiting.
Come here.
Now, you take your hands off, friend.
We're going to settle this thing right now.
Well, that's all right with me. But I think I ought to tell you, I never carry a gun.
Well, lucky for you. Now get out of here and stay out.
Some more coffee, Ethan?
No.
Oh, it's wonderful to have you back. I've got so much to tell you. Ethan, I'm...
Hannah, we'll keep...
Oh, that's a fine thing.
Then save it till morning, will you? I'm tired. Dog tired. Got a spare bed for a miner down on his luck, Mrs. Hoyt?
Yes, of course.
Good.
Your bed's all ready. I've just got to turn down the covers.
Oh.
Was there anything doing this trip, Ethan?
No. Same old story. A little gold, but you can't get it out of that blue stuff. Sticky as pitch. Blue stuff. Some people claim it's silver, but they're crazy. Just gets in the way.
Lie down, darling. I'll take off your boots.
Watch out. It's all over the blue clay.
It's messy, isn't it?
Yeah. Strange country up there. Virginia City, a black hill called the Sun Mountain. Like a finger beckoning from the sky.
Sun Mountain?
Yeah. A mountain of blue clay.
Ethan, are you asleep? Sun Mountain. Like a finger beckoning in the sky. My husband, it was on his boots. I thought I'd take a chance and have it assayed right away.
That was no chance. This stuff is silver.
Silver?
Literally solid. It'll run $5,000 to the ton.
If Steely Edwards here, I've got to see him right away.
Right over there at the bar.
Thanks. Steely!
Why, Hannah. Well, at your service, madam.
Steely, listen, we're rich.
Well, good. Who?
Ethan and me. He found silver, Steely, tons of it.
Tons of silver?
I've got to get him out of town now, tonight. The word's going around. They'll mob him to find out about it. Can you lend me some money?
For him?
For me, to buy the mines. I'll pay it that. Oh, please, Steely, every cent I'll scrub, I'll cook, I'll pay it all back.
And you're going to stay here?
Yes.
And he'll let you stay?
Oh, he doesn't know about the baby. I can't tell him. He wouldn't go, not if he knew. You wouldn't go, Steely.
No.
Oh, don't you see? It's his chance. It's what he's been looking for, grubbing and digging his way through the mountains for 8 years. He's got to go, Steely. Alone.
If some woman ever felt like that about me, if her name was Hannah, how much do you want?
Oh, Steely, thank you. Ethan, wake up.
Huh?
Ethan, listen.
What is it? What's the matter?
Get dressed quick. The whole town's on its way here. You've got to get out.
What?
Silver, that blue stuff on your boots.
Silver?
Solid silver. Here, put them on quick. They'll be here any minute. Go out the back way. Here, take this.
What is it?
Money to buy the mines.
Money to buy... Where'd you get it?
Oh, hurry, Ethan. Don't stop to argue.
Where did you get it?
Steely Edwards.
Yeah. That's what I thought. You're coming with me, Hannah.
No.
Why not?
I can't.
Why not?
I can't tell you, Ethan.
You can't tell me. Well, maybe I can guess. Look at me.
Yes, Ethan.
You can't tell me.
No.
Then I know.
Oh, Ethan, please.
Well?
You can't go like this thinking what you do.
What else am I to think? What else?
Ethan, they're here. You have to go.
All right. Tell Edwards he'll have his money inside a week.
Oh, no. You can't come back in a week. You'll have to stay.
I'll send the money. I'm not coming back myself at all. Goodbye, Hannah.
Ethan! Goodbye, Ethan. Good luck.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Before Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris, here's another round of our conservation quiz. Questions on how to help clothes last longer by caring for them correctly. Here's our first contestant, Sally, Mrs. William Johnson of North Hollywood.
And our first question, Mrs. Johnson, is, should a girdle be luxed once a week, several times a week, or once every 2 or 3 weeks?
Several times.
Several times a week is best if you want to get the best kind of wear from it. If soil and perspiration are left in the fabric, they tend to weaken its elastic qualities. Luxing takes away soil and perspiration very gently, helps girdles last and keep their fit longer.
And, Mrs. Johnson, you'll find this box of new improved Lux Flakes will last a long, long time, too. It's very thrifty.
Well, that leads right into our second question, Mr. Kennedy.
And Mrs. John Sutherland of Los Angeles will try to answer it, Sally.
Now listen carefully, Mrs. Sutherland. If 2 tablespoons full of Lux will wash a day's underthings and stockings, just 2 tablespoons full, how long will a large box of Lux Flakes last? 14 days, or 28 days, or almost 2 months? If you're not sure, take a guess.
28 days?
Oh, no. 1 big box of new improved Lux will do stockings and undies every single day for almost 2 months. That's practically all the rest of the summer. Don't forget that your slips and other undies will wear better, look new longer when you wash them the gentle Lux way.
Follow the directions right here on the box, Mrs. Sutherland, and you won't make any slips in washing. You'll save 2 ways. Lux things last longer, and Lux lasts longer, too. It comes in the same familiar box, but it's better than ever before. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
You're invited to meet our stars in person after the play. But now the curtain rises on the third act of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris. Hannah Hoyt has paused in her story, dreaming of the past, her eyes closed as if in sleep. The girl reporter waits for a moment, then gently touches the old lady's hand.
Mrs. Hoyt.
I'm not asleep, girl.
Mrs. Hoyt, the baby, was it ever born?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Young Ethan was born in November of 1850. He was just 2, the year of the Sacramento flood.
The flood? You were in that?
Yes, we all were. The people started to desert the town one night in December. I'd just finished packing when Steely Edwards came to the house.
Steely!
Get out of the rain.
Oh, you're a godsend, Steely.
I had no idea it was this bad.
Take the baby. Help us down to the boat.
The boat?
We're going to San Francisco. That's where you're going, isn't it?
Yes, but...
Well, then come on. You always said you wanted to take me on a trip. If you wait any longer, it'll be too late.
It's been too late ever since I met you the first time, Hannah.
What do you mean?
You're not going to San Francisco. You're going to Virginia City, where he is.
Oh, no, Steely, I can't.
Why not?
I've never even heard from her.
Now, look, Hannah, you love him. That's all that matters. All your life, you've gone back to him. Come on, swallow your pride. Do it once more. You see, young Ethan's never heard from him either.
He had the tickets for me on the stage to Virginia City. All night we traveled through that storm, the horses floundering in mud to their knees. And then towards dawn, we reached the bridge.
Yes, sir! We'll never get across this bridge. Let's put underwater right now. Let's dive in space.
Oh, Ethan, hush, baby. Mother's here. Mother's here, darling. It's all right, Ethan.
Mother, she comes back.
We're going to see Daddy, Ethan. You're going to see your daddy.
Get back! Get off the bridge! Hurry up!
If my son were alive today, he'd be 83 years old. He died that morning in the flood. There was no use in going on to Virginia City. Ethan had heard about the child, and he thought I was dead, too. A year later, I found out that Ethan had married again.
I know now what you meant when you said, come back in 100 years. 100 years of greatness and heartbreak, of sorrow.
I went to San Francisco then to work in Steely Edwards' place, the Crystal Palace. I was still there in 1868 when a gentleman playing at one of the tables asked to see me. The gentleman was my father.
It's Steely's office.
Hannah?
I'm so glad to see you, Father. I thought of you
Stop
so...
it, Hannah. I came here with a business proposition, nothing more.
Oh, what?
Everyone thinks you're dead. So did I until today. I want you to remain dead, legally.
I don't know what you mean, Father.
You still call yourself Hannah Hoyt.
Yes, I'm married to Ethan.
But he's married to J.B. Dawson's daughter back in Hoyt City. He has a fine reputation, a fine home, a son.
A son?
Hannah, I want you to change your name and go away, far away somewhere. I'll make it worth your while. It means everything to me, everything. And if you don't do it for me, do it for Ethan. He's in trouble enough now, and the least breath of scandal would ruin him. Dawson and I need him in Congress. He's running against a hothead from Hoyt City, a dreamer who thinks that building Hoyt City is more important than building a railroad. Why, great Scott, if Ethan's not elected, I hate to think what it would mean for all of us.
Please go.
What?
Please go, Father.
For the last
time,
Hannah.
please go.
Oh, very well, Hannah.
The house wins, gentlemen. The house always wins. Place your bets, please.
Steely, I want to speak to you.
What's the matter?
I'm going back to Hoyt City.
No more bets, gentlemen. Is it Ethan?
Yes, he's in trouble. He needs me.
Double, gentlemen. The game is against you. Better luck next time.
Better luck yourself, Steely Edwards.
Yeah. Thanks. Goodbye, Hannah.
Goodbye. You know where I found Ethan? In our little cabin. The house he had built for me. He had come back to our home. To be alone and think.
Hannah. Hannah, is that you?
Yes, Ethan.
This afternoon, I thought I saw you in the crowd when I was speaking.
Yes, I didn't die. I was bringing you your son.
My son?
Yes, Ethan.
Forgive me, Hannah. I failed you. I've always failed you.
No, you've gone forward the way you were supposed to go. That's what I wanted for you.
I'm like a blind man now, Hannah. Man in the dark.
No, you'll see again. You'll see what you yourself used to see better than any man on earth. A fine, bright world. We started to build it once.
Not as simple as that. I've changed. I came back here alone and tried to build what we dreamed together, you and I. It was no good, Hannah. My heart was gone out of me. I took the easy way just like I've always done. Except when you've been around to keep me straight.
And now you're in trouble.
I'm in just as deep as the rest of them, corrupting judges and legislators to get what we want. Money is the great power, Hannah, and my money is tied up with the railroad. If I fight the politicians now, I'll be fighting myself.
But that's right. That's what you must do.
You've got to help me, Hannah. I can't do it alone.
You're not alone. You have a family.
Yes. As you too, Hannah. So I'm all mixed.
No, you're not. I've divorced you.
When?
Before I came here. Or not because I don't love you. I always will. But because our marriage was the only weapon they could use against you.
I won't let you do
You've
this,
got
Hannah.
to. And you've got to work for all the things we dreamed together. Speak for the truth and fight for it. Speak for all the people to hear. Help them to build something fine and free. A country that your little boy, that all our children will be proud to inherit and live in.
If only we were beginning all over.
Spring never comes again, Ethan. Ethan went on from there. Went on into greatness and glory. He used his greatness like a beacon to give men hope. Men building cities and a nation.
Do you mind if I say something?
No, speak ahead, girl.
I think that statue in the park is the wrong person. It ought to be you.
Oh, nonsense, girl. Behind the deeds of every great man, you'll always find a woman hidden in the shadows. Working with him, striving for him, urging him onward. No man is ever really great without a woman at his side. But the woman is only a helping hand. What Ethan did, he did alone. I never saw him again until he came back home in 1906. He stood in the doorway one spring morning, his hair all silvery in the sunlight. He was holding out his hand, smiling at me, so sadly.
I've come back, Hannah. I've come home to die.
The people heard he was there in my house. They came to pay him homage.
Hannah, I do. All right?
You did just fine, Ethan, fine.
You gave me the strength and the courage.
But you did it alone, Ethan. All alone.
No, Hannah. You were with me every step of the way. I wanted you to be proud of me.
I am proud of you, Ethan. Prouder than a cat with a dozen kittens.
Hannah,
Yes, Ethan.
come closer.
Yes.
Closer. I want to tell you. I'm in love with you, Hannah. You must believe me. I won't have a chance to say it again.
Yes, Ethan. Yes. There now on that statue. And no one's ever going to pull him down. No one. I have our marriage certificate here. See? On the 20th of March, 1848, Ethan Hoyt and Hannah Simpler were united in the holy bond.
I'm not going to write his life, Mrs. Hoyt.
I knew you wouldn't. Now, run along, girl. You've got 100 years of your own to live. If you can take it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, girl. "20th of March, 1848. Ethan Hoyt and Hannah Simpler were united forever, Ethan. No one can change them. Forever.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. Tonight, in North Africa, in the South Pacific, the Aleutians, all over the globe, Americans are fighting. If by doing one small thing here at home, you could send them more ammunition, more medical supplies, would you do it? Are you doing it? The thing I mean isn't exciting. It isn't glamorous, but it is important. It's collecting waste fats and greases from your kitchen and turning them in for salvage. Every spoonful of waste fat you can spare is needed. It contains glycerin, one of the things used in making war materials. 1 tablespoonful of waste fat saved a day adds up to 1 pound a month. Enough to fire 4 anti-aircraft shells at an enemy bomber.
Well, here's what we do at our house. First, of course, we use what fats we can for frying and so on. Then, when we're through with them, we strain them into a clean tin can. Any kind of a fruit or vegetable or soup can. Then we take them to the butcher, and he turns them in to be made into gunpowder and other things our Army needs.
The cans you turn in will be salvaged as well as the fat. So don't use glass or paper containers that break or leak. Remember, every spoonful of waste fat you turn in is important. Save every bit. Turn it in promptly. Your butcher will pay you cash for it. And within 21 days, the fat you turn in will be helping to provide both ammunition and medical supplies for our men on the fighting front. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
3 good troopers troop back to our microphone now. As curtain call time comes for Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris.
How does it feel to play the part of a woman 109 years old, Barbara?
Wonderful, Joe. Just think I could be Cecil B. DeMille's grandmother.
Well, what beautiful eyes you have, Grandma.
The better to see that Stevie is blushing.
I'm just sunburned. See, Barbara, when the tip of my head gets sunburned, it's rather obvious.
Things like that could break up a whole play, Mr. DeMille.
I remember a story my father once told me about an actor who was playing a very tragic scene on the stage about 50 years ago. The audience was weeping copiously, including a small boy with long golden curls who watched the play from the wings. But in addition to crying, the boy was eating taffy, and the tears and the taffy were running down his face together. And just as the star said goodbye forever to his leading lady, he saw the tears and the taffy, and he couldn't stand it. He giggled right in the leading lady's face.
Who is the actor, Chester?
It was my father, William Morris.
And a great artist, too.
I wonder whatever happened to the kid with the long curls.
I don't know, Joe. I think he went into pictures or something. His name was Cecil DeMille.
And he had long curls? Are you kidding?
Times have changed. You know, Barbara, a lovely lady who was actually in that scene is here in our theater audience tonight. Chester's mother, Mrs. William Morris.
Oh, I wonder if she recognizes you, C.B. Maybe I better change the subject. What's next week's play?
One of the biggest comedy hits Broadway and Hollywood have seen in years, Barbara. It's My Sister Eileen. And our stars will be Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair. My Sister Eileen is the story of 2 girls from the Middle West and their adventures in the wilds of New York. The play ran for 2 years on Broadway, and next Monday night we'll have the same 3 stars you saw in the Columbia picture. Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair.
Sounds like standing room only, Mr. DeMille.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I hope you all live to be 109. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater has again been named as radio's best dramatic program in Movie Radio Guide's annual poll of listeners. To you, our audience, who gave us this honor, and to the editors of Movie Radio Guide, we send our thanks and a promise. A promise that the Lux Radio Theater will continue on the same standards that won this distinction. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Barbara Stanwyck's next picture is the Universal production For All We Know. Joseph Cotton appeared tonight by arrangement with David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in the Universal picture Hers to Hold. The Great Man's Lady has been presented tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is Dixie, with Bing Crosby, Dorothy Lamour, and Marjorie Reynolds. Heard in tonight's play were Fay McKenzie, Norman Field, Catherine Wiley, Roland Drew, Ruby Dandridge, Charles Calvert, Ernestine Wade, Leo Cleary, Fred Mackay, Charles Seal, Robert McKenzie, and Leon Ledoux. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen.
Folks, if you're not taking vitamins, summer's a good time to start. And here's your chance to start absolutely free. Just send your name and address to this station for your free sample of Vims. Vims are the amazing vitamin mineral tablets that give you all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. Remember, for your free sample, send your name and address to this station. Ask for your free Vims. Offer good in USA only. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a kid and a $100 bill and ended in the death cell of Joliet.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was a great night. Chilly as I walked hunched against the rain, stopping long enough to catch the sweetness and light in the headlines. H-bomb menace, traffic toll mounts, murderess to die this morning in the electric chair. Okay, people, keep it up. You're doing fine. But I had my own worries, wondering where my ever-loving story had come from tonight. It hit me before I expected it. A little kid, 6 maybe, came running at me and into me before I could step aside. Well, you better get those brakes relined, fella.
Let me go.
Okay. Where to?
I'm on the way.
All right. Now you get your breath for the second lap.
They're coming after me.
Oh, who?
I want to go to my mom.
I thought you were running away. Wait a second. What's this?
My money.
A $100 bill?
It's mine.
Just a little loose change, huh?
Please give it back to me. I gotta get a bus.
Where do you live?
I want to go to 616 Wolverton.
Wolverton's quite a piece from here.
They're coming after me.
Who?
In that auto, see?
Looks like we're surrounded, kiddo. Take it easy for a second.
It's him.
You've been a bad boy, Marty. Running away like this.
You ain't gonna take me back.
You're a kid, mister?
No.
What's the angle here?
The kid ran away from his old man.
I didn't. My father's dead.
Sure. He always says that. Now, come on, Marty.
No.
It seems he doesn't want to go with you.
He will.
Or maybe not. I'd like to know.
Shut up. Eddie, back.
Big boys.
Yeah. Mister, you just forget all about this. Marty, get in the car.
Get away from that kid.
Eddie, Mac.
Don't hit him. Don't.
That's a sample. Open your trap again and you get the rest. Come on, let's go.
Before my eyes closed all the way, I saw them hustle the kid into the car. It began to move away, glided under a street lamp, and from the rear window a face looked out. Jerry McCallum. The brains behind almost any illegitimate enterprise you could name. Nothing too small or too big for Jerry if it made a nickel. From what I saw of McCallum's face, he could have gone in right then for murder. Mine. A half hour later, after some minor repairs on my face, I dropped in to see Sergeant Kalski. I asked some questions, and I got some answers. McCallum had never gone in for kidnapping, and no cop would stick his neck out without positive proof. If I wanted to go slumming, I was going alone. It wasn't far to McCallum's place, but knowing where he lived and getting to see him were two different things. However, I had a hunch that Jerry McCallum would see me. I made sure of it by sending him a note with one word on it, Marty. McCallum had me shown in. He smiled at me from behind a marble-top desk, flanked by two of his boys, one of them my playmate of a little earlier.
Always glad to see a newspaper boy, Stone. You fellas print rough stuff once in a while, but it makes good for circulation, huh? True or not?
Yeah, sure. You know, we make up those things printed about you. Forgive us.
So, what do you want tonight, Stone?
For a starter, 10 minutes alone with Loverboy there, the one on your right.
Willie Bigger? Why?
Guess.
Now, Willie hasn't been...
I know. Hasn't been out of your sight for a week. In fact, about 40 minutes ago, he was baking a cake. Okay, forget it.
Good idea.
Where's the kid?
Marty?
Yeah.
Do you like children?
Yeah, until they grow up. They're nice people.
The kid's none of your business, Stone.
You know, I'm curious. Along comes a kid with $100.
That all? Well, he took it. I keep lots of dough around here and drawers everywhere. The kid grabbed some and beat it.
Why? Because he wanted to go home?
Did he say where?
No. No, he didn't.
Okay, then. This is his home. What would you say if I told you he was my kid?
Nothing. I'd be speechless.
Stone, forget this whole thing. You've got nothing. Nothing. Whatever you're thinking is your idea, and that's as far as we go.
That's as far as you go?
Both of us. Now beat it. Don't crowd your luck.
Okay. There's nothing I can prove, but it makes a good story. It's good reading.
You got no finish to it.
You know, Frank Stockton wrote a story once, The Lady and the Tiger. There's no finish to that one either, but it caused more comment that way.
You're not scaring me, Stone. People can ask all the questions they want after tomorrow.
After tomorrow? Mr. McCallum, why after tomorrow?
I'm sick of looking at you. I'm even sicker of listening to you. Now, get out.
Oh, by the way, Mr.
Get out.
Yeah, one thing more, though. A friend of mine, a cop named Kowski, knows that I came here. I'm telling you in case my back looks inviting when I walk out. So long. On the way down to the street, that tight feeling grabbed my throat, made my nose itch and my eyes water. I kept my shoulders hunched against a bullet or a knife, but nothing came. Why not? I asked that 1,000 times before I hit the street. I knew I didn't scare McCallum when I told him about Kowski. McCallum had a million ways to rub out anybody who got in his way and a million alibis to keep himself clear. He'd done it before. But me, he let go. Why? He said after tomorrow. He didn't want anything to happen until after tomorrow. I kept thinking and kept walking. And then something began to go around on the back of my head. McCallum tomorrow. McCallum tomorrow, and suddenly it hit.
All about the electrocution PR. Paper, mister?
Yeah, Star.
Okay. Yeah. Nice morning for somebody to sit in a hot seat, huh? Classy looking dame, too. Now, why price something like that? There's $1 million that you better burn.
McCallum's girlfriend. McCallum's.
Yeah, where you been, mister? Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but you forget things when they're not close to you.
Yeah. Yeah, classy looking dame. Never think a doll like that a bumper husband, huh? Gonna fry it. Hey, mister, you sick or something?
Or something, yeah. Bud, you ever get a great big hunch?
Once. I lost.
I might, too, but it's worth a try. I grabbed a cab. I thought maybe some of McCallum's boys were tailing me, so I had the driver cut back and forth. Then, when I was sure we were clean, I had him drive to McCallum's apartment house and park down the street a few doors.
This okay, mister?
Yeah. Turn off your motor.
Okay, but I gotta leave the meter ticking.
That's okay. Now, listen, turn off your lights.
What?
Look, I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star. Here's my press card.
Okay. What's up?
You take this newspaper?
What do I do with it?
I pretend you're reading it.
All right.
You want a story? Yeah. Now, look, don't pay any attention to anything. You're just parked. You're waiting for a fare. You're reading that paper. Understand?
I get it. Hey, well, what about you?
I'll sit back. Think anybody can see me from the outside?
Nah. Not if you sit in the corner. Nah.
Okay. Now, just sit and read the paper.
Okay. I guess this dame's gonna cook, huh?
Yeah.
You'd think a big shot like McCallum would be able to get his doll off a rap. But he didn't.
I wonder.
You wonder? Mister, at midnight she gets it. They pull a switch, then no more Lorraine Adams. Ain't much to wonder about. Once they pull it in it.
Hold it. Pretend to read the paper. Can you see?
Yeah. Some guys are coming out. You see?
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking this way.
Don't look up.
One of them's coming this way.
Okay, start your motor. Start pulling out.
Yeah. We gotta go right past him. You better squeeze hard against that back seat.
I'm all right. Don't go too fast. You know, just as though you're cruising for a fare.
Okay. It's okay. They ain't looking at us.
Hey, Mr. Stone, did you see that dame that was...
Yeah, get past. Then step on it around the corner.
Mister, I ain't sure what I seen, but there was a dame just coming out of the lobby. I only got a quick look at her face.
Yeah, so did I. What did you see?
If that dame was in this style in the paper, I'll buy a horse.
Yeah, so we're even. We're both crazy. I saw her, too. Lorraine Adams. How do you convince a night editor you haven't suddenly walked out from under your head? How do you do it even when you've got proof of something that sounds and looks crazy? I listened to my editor, Matt Campbell.
You're nuts, both of you. Stay in out of the night air.
Yeah, but both of us saw. The driver...
I got eyes. Yeah? You want to take any bets, either of you?
Oh, that call comes through, Matt.
When that call from Joliet comes through, 5 will get you tax-free 10 that Lorraine Adams is sitting in the death cell right now.
She's not.
All you've got is a yarn about a kid wandering around holding $100 in his hot little hand. There's no record of any kidnapping, any...
Look. Lorraine Adams killed her husband because she was McCallum's girlfriend. You remember the trial? She pleaded not guilty, self-defense.
Yeah, but it didn't stick. Public sentiment was against her.
Yes, and no appeal, nothing. Jerry McCallum didn't raise a finger to get her off. Why not, Matt?
Couldn't, that's all.
With his battery of high-priced lawyers and with his connections?
Okay. What's your best?
That Lorraine Adams is free right now. I don't know how. I don't know what the kid Marty has to do with it, but...
Now, there's a call, Andy. Hold your hat. Matt Campbell here. Okay, put it through. Randy.
What?
Putting up a fine?
Oh, on the line.
Okay. Now, hello. Yeah. Look, Stromberg, you're covering the Lorraine Adams electrocution, aren't you? Uh-huh. Well, listen, this is going to sound nuts, but is Lorraine Adams still in the death cell? Oh, you don't say. Okay, C.I., thanks. No, that's all. So long.
All right, Matt. Give.
You know what I'm going to do with this 5-spot? Buy you a jacket with sleeves that tie in the back.
What did Stromberg say?
The Lorraine Adams execution is scheduled tonight as planned. The chaplain is with Lorraine Adams right now because at midnight, in exactly 2 hours and 10 minutes, she burns.
Back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
In 2 hours and 10 minutes, Lorraine Adams would go to the electric chair. But I saw her, and the cab driver saw her, right in the middle of Chicago, free as a bird. I checked some more after I left the office. The police went along with the gag and checked the prison. Yes, the girl in the death cell was Lorraine Adams. Her fingerprints proved it. But then who was the girl the cab driver and I saw? Was McCallum going to work a switch at the last minute? Fantastic. Sure, but McCallum might be able to work it. And how did little Marty tie in? What did a 6-year-old kid have to do with it? Well, I had until midnight to learn a lot of things. There was only one place to start. 616 Wolverton, the address Marty had given me. It was a cheap boarding house. I had the driver wait. I knocked on the manager's door. It took 3 minutes to get her out of bed, and she wasn't happy.
What do you want, huh? What's the idea, huh?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
I take a newspaper. You selling papers this time in the morning?
Oh, no, listen to me, will you?
Magazines all day, newspapers in the middle of the night.
Here, take this and listen.
$10? For what?
There's a little kid live here. His name was Marty, about 6, brown hair, cute little guy.
Are you kidding? That was 4 or 5 months ago.
But he lived here?
With his mother.
His mother? What did she look like?
Ask my husband.
Where did she go?
Only one thing I can tell. She worked at a joint called,
Oh, come on now, come on.
The Blue Heron. Yeah, I said the Blue Heron.
Your hat, sir? May I check it for you?
No, thanks, honey. That clock behind you, is it right?
Sure. It's only 10 to 11. The night is young.
You want to bet? How long you been here?
A year, maybe. Why?
Well, I won't check my hat, but I'll leave this with you.
For $5, you could leave a diving suit. Who do I kill?
A girl used to work here. She had a little boy named Marty.
I don't remember.
Oh, yes, you do, baby. Your face shows it.
So I need makeup.
You've seen the kid, haven't you? You knew his mother?
Look, mister, I don't know anything that goes on. I check hats and coats. That's why Mr. McCallum pays me.
McCallum? Oh, the Blue Heron is one of his spots.
Oh, go away now, will you?
Did you like the girl?
She was a sweet kid.
Well, then help her. She's in trouble.
God, I don't know anything, but there was a guy, a knocked-out musician, trombone player. He went for her. Find him.
Where? What's his name?
Harry Aaron. He used to play here, but when Peggy left...
Peggy?
Yeah, Peggy. Hey, you don't even know her name. What do you want?
Where can I find Harry Aaron?
You get out of here. Beat it.
Take it easy.
Get out
now.
before I call the bouncer.
With the clock getting ahead of me, I looked up Harry Aaron in the musician's directory. With only an hour and 10 minutes left, I tried to find him. Yes, he played here, he played there. He was a good boy, but he was always high. I covered one spot after another. Time running out. An hour left, 50 minutes. And then finally I hit a rooming house. One of those places where you stay up all day and all night. Anybody goes to sleep, he's a curiosity. There was a jam session going on, and I headed for the music. Five boys were swinging high, but the trombone player was the one I wanted. Skinny, pale face over with some perspiration-drenched hair. I walked over to him. Hiya, Harry. Harry!
Knock yourself out. Grab anything. Cut in. What do you play?
Nothing.
What do you drink?
Nothing.
What are you living for?
Harry, come on off the ceiling. Can you hear me? I want to talk about Peggy. Peggy!
What? What do you say?
I want to talk about Peggy. You remember?
What about her? What about Peggy?
Let's get out of here, Harry. There's a coffee shop down the street.
Hey, buy me a drink, huh?
All right. But come on, huh?
Hey, wait a second. Wait. Listen to that beat, boy. It's like a train running inside. And grab anything. Cut in any place.
Peggy. Harry. Peggy.
You said Peggy?
Harry, you got to come with me. You've got to talk. We got 40 minutes, Harry, and after that, it's kiss the boys goodbye. I made him drink coffee strong and black, and I made him walk until his head cleared up a little, but it took time. Time, and only 30 minutes of it left before that execution. And then we sat and talked.
What do you want from me? I'm knocked out, me. The top is all gone, inside gone. What do you want from me?
Peggy, where is she? And why did she leave?
Who are you?
I'm Stone, Chicago star. Now listen to me. You remember Marty?
Marty, sure. Peggy's kid. I got a picture of her right here. Hey? That's Peggy, and that's Marty right there.
Peggy? This is Peggy?
Yeah.
Dark hair, you bleach it blonde, and she... Look, Harry, talk fast. I don't know what we'll get, but tell me when you saw Peggy last and what she said.
She was going away. With him. McCallum.
McCallum? Why?
There's one night after the show. She was in the line. She was, the chorus.
Yep.
I went to see her. I found her packing a suitcase. She didn't tell me before that she was walking out. She just looked at me.
Goodbye fast, Harry. Real fast.
Why, kid? What's all the rush?
I can't tell you, Harry. Only you're not going to see me anymore.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
You don't, Harry. You don't at all.
Sure, McCallum. I know. We talked a long time to you yesterday.
It's nothing to do with McCallum.
No, sure not. It's nothing to do with a knocked-out horn player either, huh?
Oh, Harry. Don't talk like that.
Okay, I'll play it for you sometime. 20 choruses. Oh, I don't blame you, Peggy.
I got a kid, Marty. I'm sick, you know that. Got maybe a year. Doc said so. What happens to the kid then? What happens to
me?
him?
I could.
No.
Maybe
I ain't going to have Marty eating off the trunk. Crackers and milk 3 times a day.
Now, what's McCallum going to do for him?
Say goodbye, Harry. Please.
You know I love you. You know that?
Yes.
Means nothing to you.
For the love of... Harry, get out of here. Don't stand there just looking at me. I won't be able to go through with it. I won't. And let go of Harry. From my kids.
Well, that's all. That's all I know.
When did that happen?
5 months ago.
Just before Lorraine Adams went to trial for murder.
What are you talking about?
Look. This is Lorraine Adams' picture in the paper. Here's Peggy. See, bleach Peggy's hair, and she's Lorraine Adams. McCallum saw that.
You're crazy, Stone. You're crazy. McCallum couldn't make the switch.
He did it before the trial. Lorraine Adams gave herself up a week after she killed her husband. But it wasn't Lorraine, it was Peggy.
Crazy. It's crazy.
No. In less than half an hour, Peggy will go to the electric chair in place of Lorraine Adams.
But get her out. You gotta do something.
Our only proof is Marty, but he's at McCallum's place.
Stone, she's gonna die. You said it. She's gonna die. Stone, do something.
Well, I'm going to Joliet to see the warden. You gotta do something too, Harry. Find Marty.
It's preposterous, Mr. Stone. Impossible.
But it was done, Warden. And in 10 minutes, a girl will go to the chair. 10 minutes.
I've called the governor. He's left it up to me.
Well, then stop the execution.
I can do that only if this girl admits she's not Lorraine Adams. I've broken a rule, Stone, on the strength of what you told me. The girl is being brought here, to the visiting room, to talk to you.
And what if she doesn't admit?
There's no proof. The execution is scheduled.
Oh, where is that Harry?
Warden, she's here. Bring her in, Chaplain.
Hello, Peggy.
What is your name?
I am Lorraine Adams.
Chaplain. This girl is not Lorraine Adams. Didn't she tell you that?
What she told me, I cannot tell you.
But in a case like
I
this...
confess my crime to him and to God.
Yes, that you took Lorraine Adams' place. You were tried, convicted, sentenced, and you'll die. In less than 10 minutes, you'll die.
I am Lorraine Adams.
You took her place. You gave yourself up in her place. That's why the real Lorraine Adams was gone for a week, to give you time to bleach your hair and...
I killed my husband.
You're killing yourself. For what? For Marty? For your boy? No, Peggy, no.
Peggy, why don't you?
There's nothing else to say.
Look, you made a bargain with McCallum. What kind of a bargain? That you'd never see your son again? You only had a year to live, but in that year you'd have had him. And what did you leave him to? A vicious gangster who'll never keep his promise to you. You'll die, Peggy, and so will Marty. Yes, he'll die, too. As you know him, he'll be dead. Think what he'll be living with a rat like that.
I'm Lorraine Adams. Lorraine Adams.
Oh, Warden,
I can't believe she'd lie now. She's facing death, Stone. She can't lie.
But she is. For her boy, she would. She would.
Wait a moment.
Hey, Sonny.
Mom! Let me go.
Marty!
Let him go, Kemp.
Mom, I've been looking lots of places. Mom, it's me, Mom. You got to been here? No. Mom, you ain't mad at me.
Oh, Marty! Marty, baby!
Harry brought me, Mom. He's hurt.
Where is he?
Out here, Mr. Stone.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Stone. I get here in time?
Yeah, in time, Harry.
That's real out of this world.
How did you get McCallum?
A long time ago, I bought a gun. I never used it until tonight.
Warden.
I'll get the girl. All right, Peggy.
Hi, Peggy. Hi.
Harry.
Had a hard time trying to get in here.
Take it easy, Harry.
Sure. Peggy, I go... Oh, brother. Am I a knocked-out character? For sure.
Love. Love. Spell it one way, interpret it 100 ways. McCallum's for Lorraine Adams. Be willing to wreck anyone else's life. Peggy's for Marty. Harry's for Peggy. Yeah, it's love that makes the world go round. It all depends on who does the spinning. Copy, boy.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Although our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High, her problems, like those of any other teacher, aren't always confined to purely scholastic ones. There's Mr. Philip Boynton, for instance, a biology teacher of whom Miss Brooks is extremely fond.
And who, in return, lavishes his affection upon his frogs and guinea pigs. There have been other problems, too. A perfect example of what I'm talking about occurred last Sunday. A grand illustration of what can happen when you let a little softness of the heart spread to your head. The day started off innocently enough when my landlady, Mrs. Davis, knocked on my door around 9:30 in the morning.
Connie! Oh, Connie! Get up, Connie. It's 9:30.
Oh, come on in, Mrs. Davis.
I don't like to disturb you like this on Sunday.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Davis. I've been up.
Since when?
Since you said, Connie, oh, Connie, get up, Connie, it's 9:30.
Well, I got your note to wake you, dear, and...
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Davis. I've got to do a little checking today on one of my pupils who's been absent all week, Eddie Garson.
But, Connie, today's Sunday.
I know, Mrs. Davis, but Eddie's always had such a good record of attendance. I just can't understand it. His mother hasn't answered any of my notes, and by tomorrow, Mr. Conklin will send a truant officer after him. I'm going over to his house today and investigate.
Oh, it's very nice of you to take such an interest in the boy, Connie.
Well, I feel it's my duty to go to Eddie's home, Mrs. Davis. He's always been a good student, well-behaved, with a fine character, and he lives 4 doors from Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I see. Connie, did Mr. Boynton ask you for a date?
Well, how could he, Mrs. Davis? I haven't asked him to yet. But if I can straighten out Eddie Garson in a hurry, I might accidentally run into Mr. Boynton. I'm perfectly willing to meet him halfway. Of course, if his door opens outward, I'm liable to get a broken nose.
But I understand that Mr. Boynton likes to take his Sunday morning constitutional by himself.
Well, that's what's nice about a constitutional. You can always amend it.
Coming. Miss Brooks.
May I come in, Eddie?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sit down, Miss Brooks.
Thank you, Eddie. I'm glad to see you're not sick. I came over to find out why you haven't been in school all week.
Well, frankly, Miss Brooks, I've been pretty busy.
Oh, well, I guess I can go home now.
You know, it's no joke trying to raise kids.
Kids? But you're only 14 years old yourself.
Well, that's what makes it so tough.
Oh, well, I guess I can go home now.
I've been taking care of my kid brothers, Miss Brooks. You see, my father's on the road and my mother's in the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. Is there anything I can do to help?
Oh, there sure is, Miss Brooks. Mom's over in the Clay City Hospital, and I'd like to hitch a ride out and see her today. If there was only someone to stay with the kids.
Well...
You will? Oh, gee, that's wonderful, Miss Brooks. Hey, Mike. Hey, Danny, will you come here?
What do you want, Eddie?
Yeah, this is Miss Brooks. She's my English teacher at school.
Oh.
I'm glad to know you, too, Mike.
And this is Danny. Say hello to Miss Brooks, Danny.
Hello.
Huh? Now, there won't be any trouble at all, Miss Brooks. In fact, they'll give you all the help you need.
Help?
Well, yeah, with Tommy, the baby.
Help?
Well, I'll be running along now. I'll be home in time for dinner. Thanks a million. So long.
Well, here we are.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
Well, you'll have to wait. Oh, on second thought, maybe you other two better wait. Oh, quiet, baby. Nice, baby. Your mother will be home soon. Oh, dear. How does your mother keep him quiet?
You gotta tell him a story. Yeah, you gotta tell him a story.
All right, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time...
He heard that one.
He's pretty blasé for a child his age. Anyway, once there were 3 bears.
You want to tell him that, old chestnut?
Give her a chance, Danny. She might put a switch on it.
And so Snow White and the Prince lived happily ever after.
I'm glad for him.
I wonder why Eddie ain't home.
You wonder why Eddie ain't home.
Some English teacher.
You know, I never in my life hit a child, and this is the first time I ever wondered why. Eddie should have been back by now, though. It's after 7.
I'm hungry.
I'm thirsty.
Well, I'll get you something to eat and drink in a minute. Quiet, Tommy. Now, once there was a girl named Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, great.
Whose father was a traveling salesman. And the glass slipper fit right over Cinderella's foot. Oh, well, thank goodness they're all asleep. Now, if I only knew where Eddie was. Oh, shh. Hello?
Hello, Miss Brooks. Well, gee, I had a wonderful visit with my mother, thanks to you.
Oh, I'm glad, Eddie, but where are you now?
Well, I'm still in Clay City, Miss Brooks, with some friends of Mother's. The doctor said she can go home tomorrow, and if you'll just stay with the kids overnight...
Oh, but Eddie, I haven't got any,
We're one of Mother's. Well, gee, I sure appreciate this, Miss Brooks. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, well, it's in a good cause.
I'm hungry.
I'm thirsty.
Once there were 3 little pigs.
Let's not bring personalities into this.
I'm hungry.
I'm thirsty.
Well, come on, drop the other shoe. That's better. Now, once there was a big giant. Oh, what a horrible night. Let's see now. I better see what's in the kitchen before Hungry, Thirsty, and Screamy wake up. Oh, there's not a thing in the cupboards. I better call Mrs. Davis. If they'll only stay quiet for a few more minutes.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. This is Connie.
Connie, I've been worried sick. Where in the world have you been?
I have no time to explain now, but I want you to do me a favor. When Walter Denton comes by to take me to school, send him over to 225 Park Street.
225 Park Street?
Yes, Mrs. Davis, I can't make it to school today.
But, Connie...
I'll tell you all about it when I see you.
This is mysterious. Not going to school on Monday morning. I'd better call Mr. Conklin. I'll just tell him that Connie is sick and...
Hello?
Hello. Is that you, Osgood?
This is Mr. Conklin speaking.
This is Margaret Davis Osgood, and I just want to tell you that Miss Brooks won't be in school today. She doesn't feel well.
Doesn't feel well? What's the matter with her?
I really don't know, Osgood. I just know she's quite indisposed.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Davis. You always get indisposed on Monday.
What's that, Osgood?
Tell Miss Brooks to take care of herself. Goodbye.
He didn't sound very concerned. If I were you, Connie, I wouldn't go in until I... Well, who am I talking to? She's not even home.
What are we going to eat, Miss Brooks?
As soon as I send one of my students to the store, Mike.
You playing hooky today, Miss Brooks?
I guess I'll have to until your brother Eddie comes home. Say, that reminds me. I better call Mr. Conklin. But what'll I tell him? I can't explain about Eddie on the phone. Besides, there's no proof of his story until his mother comes back.
I wish you'd talk to us for a while. You're making me very nervous.
I'm sorry, Danny. I know what I'll do. I'll make believe I'm Mrs. Davis and tell him I'm sick.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Conklin. This is Mrs. Davis.
Margaret?
Yes, I just wanted to tell you that Miss Brooks doesn't feel very well.
What's the matter? Is she taking a turn for the worse?
Who?
Miss Brooks.
Yes? Oh, that is, she's no worse than she's ever been.
Have you had a doctor?
Yes, but how did you know she was sick?
You just told me a few minutes ago.
I did? Oh, of course I did. Well, I'm terribly upset about this.
Now, for heaven's sake, Margaret, don't go to pieces.
Oh, quiet, Margaret. Tommy. I'll be all right. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
I wish my mother was here. I want my mother. I want my mother.
I could use my mother, too.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement.
Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedans,
Westinghouse laundromats,
Fromm Silver Fox scarves,
Toastmaster toasters.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, your last chance. Contest closes next Saturday.
Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
And now back to Our Miss Brooks, where we find Walter Denton and Harriet Conklin listening to the radio in Walter's car.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our newscast from our nation's capital.
I think they're going to give another clue for the $18,000 contest on Sing It Again.
Okay, Harriet.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is your extra clue to the Phantom Voice on the CBS Sing It Again program. At camp, his father was a king who spent some time at lumbering.
Okay, Walter, you can turn it off now.
Boy, I'd sure like to win those prizes. At camp, his father was a king. What was the second line, Harriet?
The second line? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh.
It was nice of you to give me a ride this morning, Walter.
Oh, that's all right, Harriet. If I were the principal's daughter and you were me, you'd give me a ride if my father drove off to school early in the morning without me this morning, wouldn't you?
You mean the only reason you stopped for me is because of my father?
Oh, of course that's not what I mean. I thought you might want to ride over and pick up Miss Brooks with me. Mrs. Davis was pretty mysterious about her. Said she hadn't been home all night.
Well, where did Mrs. Davis say Miss Brooks was, Walter?
225 Park Street.
Park Street. Doesn't Mr. Boynton live on Park Street?
Yeah, come to think of it, he does.
Walter, remember that picture we saw last week? The one called Her Other Life?
Yeah, Harriet.
Maybe Miss Brooks has another life. Who knows? She might even be secretly married.
Miss Brooks? Married? To who?
Why, to Mr. Boynton, of course.
Oh, don't be silly, Harriet. Mr. Boynton doesn't like girls. He likes frogs.
Why, it's a wonder I didn't think of it before. Why, they might even have a family by now.
That's just like a woman, always giving people families. Well, this is Park Street, and there's Miss Brooks in front of that house. Hiya, Miss Brooks. Here we are.
Hello, Walter. Harriet, I'm glad you could... Harriet, I didn't know you'd be along. But now that you are, I've got to take you into my confidence. Harriet, can you keep a secret?
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks.
Even from your father?
Especially from my father.
Oh, good. Then I don't want either of you to mention that you saw me here. You see, I told Mr. Conklin that I was sick, and Well, I'll explain it all later, but right now you've got to go to the grocery store for me.
What is it you're going to explain later, Miss Brooks?
That's the secret, Walter. Just take this list and this money and have them send these groceries out as soon as possible. The address is right on the bottom of the list.
Well, okay, Miss Brooks, but there sure is something funny going on.
Why, there's nothing funny about it at all, Walter. Good day, Miss Brooks, and give my regards to the children.
Thank you, Harriet, I will. What?
Now, do you believe me, Walter? Look at this order we've just given. 4 bottles of milk, 1 dozen cans of strained vegetables, 2 chocolate milkshake bars, a large box of pablum, and some Swyback.
That sure is suspicious, all right. Nobody eats Swyback if they're not married.
Look who just came into the store, Walter.
Oh, it's Mr. Boynton. Hiya, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's Walter Denton and Harriet. How are you today?
We're fine, Mr. Boynton. How are you all?
Oh, well, as could be expected, we're anticipating a blessed event at any time now.
Another one?
Well, yes. Of course, Patricia has quite a big family now.
She's even changing her name.
Oh, yes, Patricia's one of my favorite frogs.
Oh.
Those bundles look pretty heavy, Walter. Can I give you a hand with one of them?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr. Boynton.
We just bought them for Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks? Well, why didn't she come down herself?
Oh, she looked pretty upset when we saw her last, Mr. Boynton. Here, you better take both of these bundles and get right over there.
Me? But get right over where?
I guess you never heard of 225 Park Street?
Park Street? I live on Park Street.
Harriet, he says he lives on Park Street.
Oh, come along, Walter. We'll be late for school. Don't worry, Mr. Boynton. Your secret is safe with us.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful.
And while Sleeping Beauty was waiting, Prince Charming came to her door. Come in, Prince. Oh, it's the doorbell.
I guess you got carried away by the story. It should happen to me.
At last, the groceries.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
And Mr. Boynton right behind them. Come in, won't you?
He's a big one, ain't he?
Ain't he?
There she goes again.
Miss Brooks, who are these...
Children will do, High Pockets.
Oh, they're terribly bright. Now, boys, run to the kitchen and play with the meat cleaver until lunch is ready.
All right. But please make it snappy, because I'm hungry. And I'm thirsty.
Oh, did you have to turn that on? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Boynton. There, little baby. There. Shh. Oh, I guess I'll have to pick him up. No.
Miss Brooks, I don't want to pry, but where did all these children come from?
Why, any biology teacher knows that. The stork.
What I mean is, whose are they?
Well, they're the children of Eddie Garson, who's a student of mine's mother.
What?
Which their father is a traveling salesman.
Miss Brooks, I'm afraid you're upset.
Oh, well, of course I am. You'd be upset, too, if you had breakfast crying and 3 children cooking on the stove.
Well, isn't there anything I can do to help?
Yes, there certainly is, Mr. Boynton. You can help me get this house tidied up before Eddie brings his mother home from the hospital.
But, Miss Brooks, I've got to go to school.
You're smart enough now. In some ways. Call Mr. Conklin and tell him you're ill.
But I'm not ill.
Well, stick around a while. Your chances will improve.
Well, I don't know what this is all about, Miss Brooks, but if you're in trouble, the least I can do is stand by and lend a hand.
Give that boy a box of merit badges and 2 tickets to the next Olympic Games. Thank you.
No doubt you're wondering why I summoned you two to my office, Harriet.
Well, yes, Mr. Conklin.
I was speaking to my daughter. Harriet?
Yes, Daddy.
There's something strange going on in this school today. First, Mrs. Davis calls to tell me that Miss Brooks is sick. Twice. Then Mr. Boynton calls, tells me he won't be able to come to school today because he's expecting an illness. And then, while I was conducting both their classes, I catch my own daughter receiving a note from this
Scallywag?
From this scallywag. Thank you, Denton. Hand over the note, Harriet.
But, Daddy...
The note. That's better. Dear Harriet, whatever you do, don't let the cat out of the bag about meeting you-know-who in the grocery store and sending him where we did. We don't want to get Miss You-know-who in trouble. After all, we have no proof that those little you-know-whos are hers. Nor are we positive that 225 Park Street is a love nest. You-know-whos? Love nest? What's the meaning of this, Harriet?
Well, you wouldn't want me to betray a confidence, would you, Father?
Yeah, you wouldn't want her to do that, would you, Father? Mr. Cantor?
Quiet! I'll find out what's going on at 225 Park Street.
Well, Mr. Boynton, did you enjoy your lunch?
Oh, yes, indeed, Miss Brooks. And you know something? Seeing you taking care of those children and then tucking them in for their nap after lunch made me feel that this is where you belong. Miss Brooks, did you ever think of giving up your career as a teacher?
Why, Mr. Boynton.
I mean it. I've been thinking it over all morning, and, well, I've got another sort of career in mind for you.
You have?
Yes, Miss Brooks, I have. Why don't you become a governess?
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Boynton. I'll become a governess when you become a governor.
Oh, it's been fun trying to help you out this morning, Miss Brooks. I hope I have been of some assistance with the children.
Oh, you've been a tremendous help, Mr. Boynton. They would never have gone to bed so quickly if you hadn't told them that fascinating story about the African tsetse fly.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Nothing, he said. It had everything. Humor, pathos, sleeping sickness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to wash the luncheon dishes.
No, you sit right where you are, Miss Brooks. I'm going to do those luncheon dishes myself.
Oh, but Mr. Boynton...
No, I'll have them done in a jiffy. Picture you upon my knee, just
okay.
Tea for two and two for three, me for you and you for me alone.
Tom, ti-tom, 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 ti-tom. Oh, I hope that's Eddie and his mother. Be right there. We will raise a family, a boy for you, a girl for me. Oh! Mr. Conklin.
What's going on here, Miss Brooks? I was under the impression that you were sick.
I was. I am. What a coincidence you're meeting me here at the doctor's.
Did you say the doctor's?
He's an obstetrician.
What?
I don't think I helped my case any.
Well, everything's all set, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin!
Good afternoon, Mr. Boynton. I suppose you're here visiting the doctor, too?
Oh, of course. He's expecting tadpoles.
It's my sinuses, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, you've certainly come to the right place for treatment. An obstetrician should do them a world of good. Now, see here, you two. I know this is no doctor's office. You know what I think? I think you two are secretly married, and this is your love nest.
Love nest?
Love nest?
Love nest? Love nest?
Who are these? Where did they come
now,
from?
Please, Mr. Conklin, remember your blood pressure.
He turns an interesting color, doesn't he?
Now, see here, you little... I don't know what you are, or who you are, or...
Oh, please. Your type when I was silent pictures.
Now, get back in your room, you two. Sit down, Mr. Conklin, and take it easy.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised us another story.
Get back in your room, or I will kill you.
Come on, Mike. She's turned on us.
Oh, now, please let me explain, Mr. Conklin.
Very well, Miss Brooks. Everyone's entitled to a hearing before he's hanged.
That's what I like, an open mind. Now, you see, sir, Mr. Boynton and I were just taking care of these children until their mother comes back from the hospital.
That's right, Mr. Conklin. It was an emergency.
Yes.
It's all well and good, but why did you lie to me?
Well, it would have been hard to explain on the phone, Mr. Conklin. And besides, I didn't want Eddie Garson to get in trouble. He's been absent all week taking care of his little brothers.
A very touching story, Miss Brooks. I don't doubt that your motives were of the highest, but I can't run a school that way. Miss Brooks, unless you're in your classroom for the afternoon session, you had better look elsewhere for employment.
Oh, that must be Eddie now. I'll get it. Eddie, I thought you'd never get... Where's your mother?
Well, she's paying the cab, Miss Brooks. She'll be right in. The doctor says she's fine.
Oh, good. Then she'll be able to take care of her family again, and I can get back to school.
Oh, no, you can't, Miss Brooks. We need you more than ever now. Look, in this blanket here, a brand new baby brother.
Once upon a time, there was a governess named Connie Brooks.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I couldn't afford to lose my job at school, and yet I hated to leave Mrs. Garson in the lurch. So I did the only thing possible under the circumstances. I got somebody to help out in my place. Before I left for the afternoon sessions, I gave a few last-minute instructions. Now, be sure the formula isn't too hot, and don't be stingy with the talcum powder. Any other questions?
What should I do with the safety pins when they're not in use?
But with a baby this age, you won't have that problem. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns. Written and directed by Al Lewis with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton was played by Jeff Chandler. Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Tommy Cook, Sandra Gould, Bobby Ellis, and Jeff Silver.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur Park Avenue detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air. Ladies and gentlemen, the element of suspense is so vital to our story tonight that our sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, are omitting their usual commercial message during the intermission between the acts so that our play will go uninterrupted from spooky start to spooky finish. We of the Mercury reckon that a story doesn't have to appeal to the heart, it can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your heart to be warm, sometimes you want your spine to tingle. Well, the tingling, it's to be hoped, will be quite audible as you listen tonight to a classic among radio thrillers. Its author is one of the most gifted of all the writers who've ever worked for this medium, Lucille Fletcher, who wrote the greatest single radio script ever written. Sorry, wrong number. The title of this, her terrifying little tale of Gru for this evening, is another spine tingler by name The Hitchhiker. I am in an auto camp on Route 66, just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, maybe it'll help me. It'll keep me from going crazy. But I must tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well. Perfectly well. Except that I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams. I'm 36 years of age, unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1940 Ford V8, license number 6B7989. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know that I'm at this moment perfectly sane. That it is not me who's gone mad, but something else. Something utterly beyond my control. But I must speak quickly. At any moment, the link with life may break. This may be the last thing I ever tell on Earth. The last night I ever see the stars. 6 days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Goodbye, son. Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mother. Here, give me a kiss, and then I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
It's raining. Stay here at the door.
Oh.
Hey, what's this, tears?
Oh, it's just the trip, Ronald. I wish you weren't driving.
Oh, Mother, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know, but you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast or pick up any strangers on the road.
Strangers? Don't you worry. There isn't anything going to happen. It's just 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. I was in excellent spirits. Drive ahead. Even the loneliness seemed like a lark. But I reckoned without him. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables. He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. He was carrying a cheap overnight bag in one hand. He was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. He stepped off the walk, and if I hadn't swerved, I'd have hit him. I almost did. Almost did hit him. Now, I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he got there, but I thought maybe one of those fast trucks had picked him up, beat me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. Then, late that night, I saw him again. It was on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I could see him quite distinctly. The bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain spattered over his shoulders. He hailed me this time. I stepped on the gas like a shot. That's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences, or whatever it was, gave me the willies. I stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir. Fill her up, will you? Check your oil?
No, thanks.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yes, yeah. It hasn't been raining here lately, has it?
Not a drop of rain all week.
Oh, no? I suppose that hasn't done your business any harm.
Well, people drive through here all kinds of weather. Mostly business, though. Ain't many pleasure cars out in the turnpike this season of the year.
I guess not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
Why, what's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
A guy'd be a fool to start out to hitchhike on this road. Look at it.
Then you never see anybody?
No. Maybe they get a lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, just before the toll house. But then it's a mighty long ride. Most cars wouldn't pick up a guy for that long a ride. This is pretty lonesome country here, mountains and woods.
Yeah.
Hey, you ain't seen nobody like that, have you?
Oh, no. It's just a technical question.
Oh, I see. Well, that'll be $1.49 with the tax.
The thing gradually passed from my mind as coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio, I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay dreaming in the golden light. I was driving slowly, drinking it in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence. Nor was his attitude menacing. He merely stood there, waiting, almost drooping a little, the cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. And he hailed me. He started to walk forward. I'd stopped the car, of course, for the detour. For a few minutes, I couldn't seem to find the new road. I realized he must be thinking that I'd stopped for him. No, I'm... Not just now. I'm sorry.
Going to California?
No, not today. The other way. I'm going to New York. Sorry. After I got the car back onto the road again, I felt like a fool. Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. Yet at the same time, I felt more than ever unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. The fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The lights changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
Yep. What is it? What you want?
You sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yep, we do. In the daytime. But they close up for the night.
I know, but I was wondering if you could possibly let me have a cup of coffee. Black coffee.
Not at this time of night, mister. My wife's a cooking. She's in bed.
Well, now, listen, just a minute ago, there was a man standing here, right beside here, and he was a suspicious-looking man.
Henry? Who is it, Henry?
It's nobody, Mother. Here's a fella thinks he wants a cup of coffee. Go back into bed.
I don't mean to disturb you, but you see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and There he was.
What was he doing?
Nothing.
You've been hitting a bottle. That's what's the matter with you. You got nothing better than do than wake decent folk out their hard-earned sleep. Now get going. Go on.
But he looked as though he was going to rob you.
I ain't got nothing in this stand to lose. Down your way before I call out Sheriff Oak.
I got into the car again and drove on slowly. I was beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to stop to rest a little, but... I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. Few resort places there were closed. I had seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I'd run him down. But I didn't see him again until late the next afternoon. I'd stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma. Let a train pass by when he appeared. Across the tracks. He was leaning against a telephone pole. It was a perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. Then, something went wrong with the car. It stalled right on the tracks. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell. Heard its cry, its whistle crying. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning. Beckoning me to my death. Well, I frustrated him that time. The starter had worked at last. I managed to back up, but after the train had passed, he was gone. I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself be alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Hello. Like a ride?
What do you think? How far you going?
Amarillo. I'll take you to Amarillo.
Amarillo, Texas?
Yeah, I'll drive you there.
Gee.
Hop here.
Mind if I take off my shoes? My dog's killing.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, gee, what a break this is. Swell car and decent guy, driving all the way to Amarillo. All I've been getting so far is trucks.
You hitchhike much?
Sure. Only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the break.
Yeah, I think it would be, but I'll bet, though, if you got a good pickup and a fast car, you could get to places faster than, well, say another person in another car.
I don't get you.
Well, you take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country at a nice, steady clip of about 45 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you just standing beside the road, waiting for lifts, beat me to town after town, provided she got picked up every time in a car that was doing 65 or 70 miles an hour?
I don't know. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't. What difference does it make?
Oh, no difference. It just... Crazy idea I had sitting here in the car.
Oh, imagine spending your time in a swell car thinking of things like that.
What would you do instead?
What would I do if I was a good-looking fellow like yourself? Well, I'd just enjoy myself. Every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax. If I saw a good-looking girl along the side of the road... Hey!
Did you see him, too?
See who?
That man standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody.
Right there.
There wasn't nothing, just a barbed wire fence. What did you think he was doing, trying to run into that barbed
There was
wire
a man
fence?
there, I tell you. A thin, gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
I'm trying to get rid of him. Or at least prove that he's real. But you say you didn't see him back there. You sure?
I didn't see a soul. As far as that's
Well, watch
concerned,
for him. Watch for him the next time. And keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again. Maybe any minute now. There! Look there!
How does this door work? I'm getting out of here.
Did you see him that time? Did you see him?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living. And I don't see how I will very long driving
No,
with
look,
you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Please, don't go.
So if you'll excuse
Please,
me,
you can't go. Listen, how'd you like to go to California? I'll drive you all the way to California.
Pink elephants all the way? No, thanks.
Listen, please, just 1 minute.
You know what I think you need, big boy? Not a girlfriend, just a good dose of sleep. There, I cut it now.
No. No, you can't go.
Leave your hands off of me, do you hear? Leave your hands
Come back here, please. Come back. She ran from me. As if I was some kind of monster. A few minutes later, I saw a passing truck pick her up. I knew then that I was utterly alone. I was in the heart of the great Texas prairies. There wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by. Trying to figure out what to do, how to get hold of myself. Or I could find a place to rest, or even if I could sleep right here in the car. Just a few hours and sleep. Just along the side of the road. I was getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket. Just as a blanket. When I saw him coming toward me. Coming toward me. Emerging from the herd of moving steer. I didn't wait for him to come any closer. Maybe I should have spoken to him then. Fought it out then and there, for now he began to be everywhere. Whenever I stopped, even for a minute, for gas, for oil, for a drink of pop, a cup of coffee, a sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the auto camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. He was standing near the drinking fountain, a little camping spot just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque where I bought 10 gallons of gas. I was afraid now. Afraid to stop. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in lunar landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. But now he didn't even wait for me to stop. Unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads. He waited for me. And every other mile, I'd see his figure. Shadowless. Flitting before me. Still in its same attitude. Over the cold and lifeless ground. Flitting over dried up rivers. Over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals. Flitting in the pure and cloudless air. I was beside myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this morning. There's an auto camp here. It's cold. Almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if I could speak to somebody familiar, somebody that I loved, I could pull myself together.
Number, please.
Long distance.
Thank you. This is long distance.
I'd like to put in a call to my home to Brooklyn, New York. I'm Ronald Adams. The number is Beechwood 9970.
Thank you. Thank you. What is your number?
My number is it's 312.
Albuquerque. New York for Gallup. New York. Gallup, New Mexico, calling Beechwood 9970.
I'd read somewhere that love could banish demons. It was in the middle of the morning. I knew Mother'd be home. I pictured her tall, white-haired, in her crisp house dress going about her tasks. It'd be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Will you please deposit $3.85 for the first 3 minutes? When you have deposited $1.50, will you wait until I have collected the money? All right. Deposit another $1.50. Will you please deposit the remaining 85 cents? Ready with Brooklyn. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello? Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to?
What? Who's this?
This is Mrs. Whitney.
Mrs. Whitney? I don't know any Mrs. Whitney. Is this Beechwood 9970?
Yes.
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is it a member of the family?
What's she in the hospital for?
She's been prostrated for 5 days. A nervous breakdown.
Nervous?
Who is this calling?
Nervous breakdown. My mother's never...
It's all taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Since the death of her oldest son, Ronald. Hey, what is this? What number is this?
This is Beechwood 9970. It's all been very sudden. He was killed just 6 days ago in an automobile accident on the Brooklyn Bridge. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Sir, your 3 minutes are up.
And so, I'm sitting here in this deserted auto camp in Gallup, New Mexico. And so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get a hold of myself. Otherwise I'll go crazy. Outside, it is night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1 million stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa and mountains, prairies, desert. Somewhere among them, he is waiting for me. Somewhere. Somewhere I shall know who he is and who I am.
Now, here is Orson Welles.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to your radio another Mercury favorite. We hope a favorite of yours. You've asked for it many times. We've performed it many times. Jane Eyre. And Jane will be played by a Mercury actress who was heard tonight and has been heard so often on our shows. One of the most gifted people we know in our business, Miss Alice Frost. Jane Eyre, then, with Alice Frost and your obedient servant. That's the same time next week, same station. Please join us. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, for all of us on the Mercury Theater, including Bernard Herrmann, who wrote and conducted the music on this program, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. From the hills of Wyoming to the Rio Grande, and even south into the mountains of Old Mexico, the Lone Ranger led the fight for justice in the early West. His strength and courage were always at the service of right against might, and it was he more than any other man who brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the Rio Grande. Hail, Silver, away!
Martha Titus watched two men riding up the trail to the ranch house. And when they were close enough for her to make out their faces, she called to her husband.
Jim, come here. Eben Case is on his way here.
Eben Case, huh?
See?
Sure enough. And he's brung the sheriff with him. That makes his visit here official, Martha. Well, we ain't no right to look for anything different.
Clutching, grasping old skinflint.
I know, honey,
Look,
but just...
Eben has the mortgage in his hand. Afraid he'd lose it from his pocket, I expect.
I'll let him in. Howdy, Sheriff.
Hello, Jim. Well, if I'd known I'd have to come here like this, I wouldn't have been so glad to get the job of sheriff.
Never mind the sentiment. You're here on official business, Sheriff.
Howdy, ma'am.
Will you sit?
Thank you kindly.
Don't feel like sitting down.
I expect there's a mortgage you got there.
It is? You got the cash to pay it off?
You don't earn well, I ain't. Say what you got to say and get off in my land.
This ain't your land. You pay up or I'll take it over.
This place is mine until tomorrow, and I ain't aiming to have it cluttered up with any money-grabbing weasel.
Now, Paul.
Your talk ain't touching me. I'm here to tell you that if you ain't got the money, I'll take cattle. If you ain't got the cattle to pay off, I want you out of here by tomorrow noon. That's the law, and the sheriff's my witness.
In case you might give them a little more time so they could get out proper.
The law's the law. This land's mine tomorrow. You got to back me up.
I'd like to back you right into a kicking horse. Jim and Martha Titus was here before anyone else. Why, our town's named after them, Titus City.
That don't mean a thing. They ain't got the cash nor the cattle to pay me off.
And why ain't we? 'Cause them doggone rustlers stole the cattle we was going to pay you with. Cleaned out our herd lock, buck, and sterile. And got 'em across the Rio Grande.
That ain't my doing.
I ain't so sure about that.
What's that? What's that?
You want this land real bad.
Titus, are you calling me crooked?
I ain't said you stole cattle. But by thunder, you're crooked as a ram's horn. If I only had proof of what I suspect, I'd take the law into my own hands.
Careful, Paul. You can't prove nothing.
I ain't sure it worked out just right for you, Case. Them rustlers come just when we had the cattle ready for you.
Why, you all...
Case, you come here for business. That's taken care of. Let's get going.
I'll be back tomorrow noon, and I don't want to find you here.
Come on.
We'll be gone. Marcy, I get so cussed mad when I think of what that feller's doing. I know doggone well he fixed it with the rustlers to steal our cattle.
Maybe he is a crook, Paul, but there ain't nothing we can do about it except move out.
Yep.
Been here a mighty long time, ain't we? Seems sort of different living somewhere else. There's the rocking chair we brung from the east when we come here 40 years ago. And the table you made me our first wedding anniversary.
Mo, you was the prettiest girl that ever rid a prairie schooner.
We've been happy living here. Mighty happy.
Well, it's all my fault, Marcy.
Now, Jim, you couldn't help nothing.
If I was the kind of husband you should have, we wouldn't have to leave her home.
That ain't no way to talk. We'll find a new place and start over again.
We ain't so young, Marcy.
Jim, you're the youngest man of your years I ever seen. We'll swing it together. You got the old prairie schooner all cleaned out?
Yep, still stout and strong and ready to carry us again.
Well, then, what are we waiting for? Let's start loading it up.
Sure, Marcy.
No use to sit around moaning. We ain't licked.
Gosh, Marcy, when you talk like that, I feel we ain't gonna be licked.
You tote the stuff out, and I'll pack it in the wagon. We'll likely have to leave some of our things. Can't lug more than the horses can pull. Fetch what barrels and boxes you can find, and we'll get started.
Hold on, Tonto. Look what's going on over there.
That's Jim Titus' ranch.
Yes, but what's Jim doing? Looks as if he's getting ready to move. Come on. Jim Titus was one of the original settlers out here. Why in the world would he be packing a wagon?
Maybe him sell out.
We'll soon know. Hi there, Jim Titus.
Howdy, stranger. Why, great Scott. Ma, come here quick. It's the Lone Ranger.
Well, bless my soul. It's been a long time since we've seen you, son.
Now, why are you loading up? You aren't leaving your ranch.
Well, I'll tell you. This here section is getting mighty crowded, and we was thinking that farther west there'd be room for us to breathe.
Come, Jim. You don't need more room. What's wrong?
Pa, there ain't no use trying to cover up.
You're leaving your ranch. Have you sold out or lost out?
The ranch is leaving us.
Eben Case holds our mortgage. Rustlers took all our stock, so we can't pay him. He's foreclosing tomorrow. We don't mind much.
Maybe it'll be better in the long run.
It'll be sort of nice. Moving on again after all this time. Like starting life over again.
Eben Case, huh?
Yep.
Rustlers.
Paul thinks that Mr. Case had our cattle stolen so he could take our ranch.
I knew he did it. If I could just prove something.
I see. Yep. Come on, Tonto.
Why, son, you and your ancient friend ain't leaving before you got some victuals in you.
We ain't so poor we can't feed you.
It'll just take a minute.
Tonto and I will come back later. I just thought of something. I want to talk to Eben Case. The Lone Ranger and Tonto headed for town and Eben Case's office. They found it empty and made a careful examination of the room. But when they stepped into the street once more, the sheriff was waiting for them with a heavy 6-gun drawn.
All right, both of you. Just get your hands up and stand still.
You're the sheriff around here?
That's what I am. And I'm wondering just what you was doing in Case's office.
We went to have a talk with him.
I seen you go in. You spent a plenty of time there for calling to talk to a man that wasn't on hand.
Well, you know we didn't steal anything.
How do I?
Because you must have watched us if you saw us go in.
You're masked, though.
Yes, I'm masked. Sheriff, you know Jim Titus quite well, don't you?
Know him? Well, I should smile.
He'll tell you who I am. I left him a little while ago.
So did I.
He told me you'd been there. He went with Case to warn Jim about the foreclosure.
You're a friend of Jim's?
Yes. When I saw him packing up to move out of this part of the country, I asked him why. He told me. He would have been able to pay off the mortgage if his cattle hadn't been stolen.
Yeah, there was rotten luck for Jim. Good fella. He's been around here for a mighty long time.
Have you any idea who might have stolen his cattle?
Well, no.
You think Eben Case had it done?
I do know thinking on things I can't prove.
Jim Titus thinks so.
There's been bad blood between Jim Titus and Eben Case for a good many years. It riled Jim something fierce when he had to go to Case to borrow cash.
Sheriff, do you know Al Bristol?
Well, I've heard of him. Why?
And what do you know about him?
Now, see here. I don't see why I should tell a masked man all I know.
I'm a friend of Jim's, you know.
Oh, yeah. What's the deal?
Isn't Al Bristol a pretty shady character?
That's what I heard.
Did you know that he had dealings with Eben Case?
Al Bristol did?
You look on Eben's desk, you'll find a message there. It's signed Al Bristol.
Jumping sassafras. Why, Bristol's been jailed for cow stealing.
Well, that's what I've heard about him.
Folks have suspected that he went back to the same thing when he got out in the jail. He could run his critters over the border and sell them as free and easy as he pleased.
There might be something true in what Jim Titus suspects.
But shucks, what good of suspecting? If the cattle is across the border, there wouldn't be no way to prove anything. Case would deny knowing anything about it, and Bristol, even if we could get him, would deny having a hand in the cattle stealing.
I know, but
Now, hold on.
Someone riding hard.
Yeah, that's one of my deputies. Hey, Sam, what's the matter? That ain't no way to push a horse.
Sheriff, come fast. It's murder.
What's that? Who's dead? Who done it?
It's out to the Titus ranch. By Ginger, I always said that Jim would get violent someday, and now he's gone and done it.
Jim Titus? You must be loco.
I ain't loco. Jim Titus has killed Eben Case.
I don't believe it.
It's the truth. I hated to think it myself.
Did Jim say he done it?
Sure not. He wouldn't admit it. If he'd done that, he'd hang right off the bat. He denies knowing anything about the shooting, but the facts are there, and you can see 'em for yourself. Case is dead, and Titus was beside the body when I found him.
Dead, rat it all. Hang it all.
You know the sort of things Jim was always saying.
Yeah, I know. I heard him just an hour ago.
Proof I take the law into my own hands.
Jim shouldn't have done it. No matter how he felt, he'll have to hang for it.
Hey!
Hold on! Dad rat it, that masked man's got away.
Who's he?
Oh, I don't know. He's a friend of Jim's. Well, come on. I'll go see Jim Titus.
I didn't do it, Sheriff. I swear to heaven I didn't do it.
Jim, they ain't no use, that's all. The evidence is all there for a jury to see.
But Jim was here with me, Sheriff. We were packing our things in the wagon. You left when Eben Case did.
Seems like he must have come back, though.
I heard the shot the same time Jim did. Jim went out to the stable to see what 'twas, and he didn't come back for a long time.
I got there, Sheriff, and there was Eben stretched out on the floor. He wasn't dead yet. He tried to tell me it was some critter he had a row with.
Who?
He kept muttering, all. That's as much as he'd stay.
All?
Sounded like that.
Could it have been Al?
Well, it It might have been.
Well, it don't matter anyhow. The fact stands. Sam, did you find any tracks around there?
No, there's a mess of tracks. But I couldn't make out anything definite.
You gotta believe me, Sheriff. I didn't shoot him.
It ain't me, Jim. It's the law. You'll have to go to the jail and wait for a trial. Then it'll be up to you to convince a jury of the truth in what you say.
Oh, Jim. Jim, it seems there's no end to the trouble.
Hey, look back there.
Huh?
There's them two, the masked man and the redskin. See 'em?
Around the stable. Jim, listen to me. Do you know that man?
He's come back. Martha, he's looking around there.
Who is he?
Sheriff, he's my friend. They call him the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Well, I'll be hogtied. What's he doing there?
Seems to be studying the lay of things.
Sheriff, I told you the truth. I ain't afraid.
But I want to know...
I told the truth, and the Lone Ranger's here to see things. Come on. Let's go to your jail. The truth will be proved now that the Lone Ranger's on my side.
Come on, get up, down. Arnold Silver, away!
Look at him go. Look at him travel like a bloodhound that's on the trail. There's my friend, Martha. Our friend. The Lone Ranger.
Falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story, the Lone Ranger and Tonto headed south from the Titus Ranch in the direction of the Rio Grande.
Easy, Silver. All right, Tonto?
Me all right.
There they forded the river and rode toward a camp on the Mexican bank.
There's the camp ahead, Tonto.
That's right.
The marks you found were true, Tonto. Al Bristol headed for the border.
That's right.
He must have been seen by some of the Mexican soldiers. If he comes over here as often as we think, he'll be quite well known. Rein up.
Oh.
I know you're captain. Will you take this to Captain Sancho?
You wear the mask.
Captain Sancho knows that. Take this to him.
A bullet.
A silver bullet.
What, senor? El Capitan?
There he is.
No here.
Captain Sancho.
Santa Maria, I see the horse. I think maybe a friend is come. You are a good friend of Black Caballero. You are a good friend from mine, eh?
It's good to meet again, Captain.
But now, amigo, we must go where there is rest and shade and refreshment. We have siesta, eh?
Another time. I've crossed the border to find you in the hope that you can help me with some information.
See?
Have you had trouble with cattle thieves from Texas?
Senor, there are so many of them. I have trouble all the time.
You know about them, then?
See, amigo, we try to find them, we try to catch them in the act, but it's so hard. The border is so long, and our army has few men.
I know. Unless you can catch them in the act of smuggling cattle across the border, there's little you can do.
They sell the cattle here in Mexico. They sell so low in price. Our own rancheros are all the time enraged.
Captain, do you think some of your men could tell me if any steers and cows have been sold around here that carry the Lazy T brand?
I will ask my men. Perhaps mañana I will find time to ask.
Tomorrow? That won't do, Captain Sancho. I must know as soon as I can.
Today. It will be hard to find most today. Now, perhaps mañana...
Lazy T is the brand. I want to know if any cattle with that brand were sold, and who sold it. There's a man named Al Bristol.
What was our name?
Bristol. Al Bristol.
But, amigo, I know him.
Well, this is better luck than I dared hope for. You know him?
Si.
Senor, he did sell Lazy T cattle.
You're sure?
I am sure.
That cattle was stolen.
But, amigo, much as you know this, what can we do? For what one hombre does in Texas, we cannot punish. He must break the law in Mexico before we can punish.
Do you know where Bristol can be found?
Si, amigo. He is right now in Los Santos.
Well, that's not far from here.
But a short time ago, he was seen riding there. My men report the news to me.
Good. Tonto, I want you to go back and carry word to the sheriff in Texas.
Me to it. But, amigo, unless these hombres go back to Texas, there is nothing can be done to them.
I know it.
And he will not go back if he knows he is wanted by the lawmen in Texas.
We'll see about that, Captain Sancho. I'm going to count on you to help me. The Lone Ranger rode on to the town. He inquired for Al Bristol and was directed to the plaza.
That is him.
Very well. Thanks. Now I'll go on alone.
The Lone Ranger had his face disguised, but he was unmasked. As he approached Al Bristol, he said, I think you're the man I'm looking for.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Aren't you working for the rebel army?
Me? No.
You're not? You mean to say that you aren't in with the revolutionists?
That's what I said. I don't know nothing about them.
I know. You want me to explain who I am before you tip your hand. That's it, huh? Well, right now you should have a pocket full of cash. Expense money. You'll have to be very careful. Very careful. The soldiers are
Now, see here.
They spotted me. The soldiers.
I don't know nothing about them.
No use fighting them. Don't go for a gun.
Oh, at last we have you.
Let go on me. What's the matter with you crazy coyotes? Let go on me.
Oh, they're freezing with them. Take them away.
There's no use fighting them. They'll shoot us on the spot.
I ain't done nothing. I don't know this hombre. Let go. I tell you, I don't know what. Away with them. Take them away. If they try for to make escape, shoot to kill.
Well, if this ain't a fine kettle of fish. You got me into this. Me, here to rot in a Mexican lockup.
I know what's ahead for us, too. There won't be any trial.
What's to happen?
Don't you know what happens to revolutionists here?
You mean?
The firing squad.
But hang it all, I ain't no revolutionist. I'm from Texas.
A lot of Texans have come over here to pick up easy cash.
But doggone
Whether
it.
you are a revolutionist or not doesn't matter, you see. You might just as well be. As a matter of fact, if you were the man I thought you were, we wouldn't have to worry about any firing squad.
Why's that? Maybe you can find the man you wanted. Did he look like me?
The man I've been looking for was a dead ringer for you.
Well, what could he have done?
He was supposed to have a pocket full of cash.
Uh-huh. And if he had?
He could have bought his way out of this jail.
I see. How much cash?
More than you'd be likely to have if you're the wrong man.
If I had the cash, we could get away, is that it?
I think there's a chance for that.
And we get shot if we don't get out.
That's right.
Maybe I have got the cash.
You have?
Suppose we get out of this jail, then what do? We wouldn't be safe around this country.
We might make the border. We could cross the river, we'd be all right.
Yeah, sure.
That is, unless you're afraid to enter Texas.
Me? Well, shucks, why should I be? Now that you got me into this sort of a mess, I'll be doggone glad to get back to Texas.
I think we could get as far as my horse. We could both ride to the river where a friend of mine is to be waiting with an extra horse.
Reckon I'd have to leave my critter here, huh?
The extra horse is for the man I was supposed to meet here. And you'll have to make believe you're that man.
I savvy.
Otherwise, my friend might not take you into Texas.
I'll make believe whatever you say. Just get me out of this hoosgow, that's all I'm asking.
We'll have to see how much cash you have, then see if it'll interest the guard.
I got a plenty.
The guard's coming now. I'll see if he'll talk to us. Get your cash out and flash it for him.
The roll of cash I got's big enough to choke a cow.
Well, I should say it is. Guard.
Si.
Guard, we want to talk to you.
Si, senor. I opened the door.
Who's coming right in?
You wish to speak?
Never mind now. What is it? Don't make a sound. Take his gun.
I got it.
I'll put a gag on
Let
him.
me slug him so he won't get away and raise an alarm before we're started.
It isn't necessary. A rope and gag will keep him quiet. That'll do. Come on now.
That was a cinch. Shucks, we didn't need the cash at all.
This way. I'll get our guns. I know where they are.
Swell.
What is it?
Well, that does it. Here, this is your gun.
You sure handle things slick, mister.
This way now. Out the rear door.
Stop them! Stop them! They made the escape!
Here's the door.
Amigos!
Out with you. My horse is the white one right over there.
I see it.
Stop what I shoot!
Don't turn your head. You'll waste time. They haven't even unsaddled my horse. Come on. Behind me.
I'm with you. Get going.
Come on, boy!
The soldiers grinned at Captain Sancho as the Lone Ranger and Bristol rode off in the direction of the Rio Grande. At the river, Tonto was waiting with an extra horse. The outlaw mounted, and then the three men forded the shallow stream. When they reached the other side... Oh, there! We'll rein up here for a minute.
Yeah, for what?
A few things we want to straighten out. In the first place, what's your name?
Me? I'm Al Bristol. Why?
You any friends around here who can prove that?
Huh? Well, sure not. My pards crossed into Mexico when I did. They're still there.
Me got fire over yonder. You go.
Yes. Lead the horses. There's a fire beyond that pile of rocks, Bristol. We'll stop there for a few minutes.
I don't savvy.
You will. In the first place, Bristol, you might have to prove who you are.
Huh?
You're in Texas now, you know.
Sure I am. What's about it?
You said you were from Texas, didn't you?
Sure.
Odd, then, that all the men who might identify you are in Mexico.
Well...
Stop right here. I
want to see your face, and the fire gives good light.
Just what's the matter with you, anyhow?
I told you that I was looking for someone in particular.
Sure. Said you was waiting for a man who was a sort of a rebel or something. I weren't that man, but I might as well have been. I got jugged anyhow.
Who told you what we had in store for you?
Huh? Well, what's that?
Someone tipped you off, isn't that true?
See here, stranger, I don't savvy.
The man I was supposed to meet in Mexico had been stepping too far out of line. He was marked.
Oh, marked?
It was decided that he'd better be put where he couldn't do any more damage around people who worked with him. I was to meet that man. He wasn't supposed to know why he was being met.
Now, look, mister, me and you...
When you said you had some cash in your pocket, I thought you were the man I wanted.
I never worked with the revolutionists. Honest, I didn't.
You weren't going to admit having all that money until you saw that you'd face a firing squad if you remained in jail. Isn't that true?
Yeah. There wasn't no use showing my bankroll.
Now I'm sure you're the man I was supposed to meet.
No, you got me all wrong,
What about his punishment?
Me fix him. Me got branding iron in fire. Get it red hot. Plenty soon.
You ain't gonna brand me. You can't do that.
Why not?
Well, it ain't human. It ain't right. I ain't done nothing to you.
Shut up and hand over your gun.
No, now, wait.
Mine, I'll take them myself. Now, there.
Iron red hot soon now.
No, I ain't a rebel. I ain't working with no rebel army. I swear I ain't.
And where did all that cash come from?
I earned it.
Earned, of course. You earned it by doing just what I said.
No, I didn't earn it by working with the revolutionists. Honest, I didn't.
And how did you earn it?
Well, I sold cattle.
Whose cattle?
My own.
What brand?
Well,
Come on. You told me your name was Al Bristol. What brand is registered in your name?
Well, there ain't no brand in my name.
Speak up, then. You said you got all that money selling cattle. Whose cattle did you sell if not your own?
Oh, hang it all.
You see? You're not telling the truth. How's that brand coming? We'll make this man tell who tipped him off about what was coming to him.
No one did, I tell you. Hang it all.
No use, Bristol. You're just wasting your breath with your denial.
Now, look here.
Well?
I can tell you where I got that cash from. Trouble is, you might be a lawman.
Me? A lawman? What do you think?
Well, what if I do tell you where the cash come from and it ain't honest cash?
It's up to the sheriff to worry about stolen money.
Well, I was selling stolen cattle south of the border.
Stolen cattle, huh?
Yeah.
Who's stolen cattle?
Well, I worked for a man in town north of here.
Oh, did you? What was his name?
Hey, now.
Come on, let's have the truth.
Eben Case. Doggone
Eben
it.
Case. You'll have to prove that.
Well, how can
it
I?
It just happens, Bristol, that there is a way that you can prove it. Eben Case was murdered.
Yeah?
If you're the man who did that, I'll believe your story about getting that cash by selling stolen cattle. And you can prove that you're the one who did it. I happen to know that the horse the killer rode had one lame leg.
Yeah, that's right.
Which leg was it?
It was the right foreleg.
One question further. Where did you kill him?
At the Titus place. Titus will get the blame for it. That's why I done it there. I figured there was no sense splitting the cash with Eben Case, so I sent word to him to meet me near the Titus place. I got him to go into Titus's stable and done the job there. Well, that ought to show you that I'm telling the truth. I ain't no revolutionary. You got the wrong man, mister.
No, Bristol, I still think we have the right man.
But
as I said, the sheriff will take care of the law.
You're doggone right I will.
What's this mean?
Means we got you, Bristol. Got you cold. And we'll take charge of him now, stranger.
Very well.
What's this anyway? What sort of a frame-up is this? You told me you was a soldier of fortune, that you was working for the revolution.
I never told you that, Bristol. You just assumed that. I said all along that I went to Mexico to find a man with a pocket full of cash. Well, that's why I went there. And you're the man I found.
I was tricked. I figured...
You said enough. Take him, deputy. Now go let Jim out in the jail. This'll be his cash. By thunder, all at once Jim gets the cash, pays off the mortgage, saves his house, stops moving away, and goes free on a murder charge. All to once, a killer captured and the cattle rustling stopped. Take a look at the man that done it. There he is, the Lone Ranger.
Hail, Silver, away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Beginning the curious adventure called Kidnapped for Sale, for Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing babies.
I must see Mr. Cantor at once.
I'm sorry, but he isn't here just
But
now.
I must see him. Isn't there any way you can get in touch with him?
No, but I expect him back any minute now. Wouldn't you care to wait, Mrs.
Anders, Mary Anders. He's got to help me. He's just got to.
Don't worry, Mrs. Anders. I'm sure he will. I'm Patsy Bowen, Mr. Carter's secretary. Don't you want to tell me what's wrong?
It's my baby.
Oh, there, Mrs. Anders, please don't cry. I'm sure everything will turn out all right. Now, why don't you start from the beginning and tell me what's happened?
All right. My husband is a defense worker in the South. A few weeks ago...
Oh, that must be Mr. Carter now. Oh, Nick?
Hello, Patsy. Oh, so you have a visitor.
This is Mrs. Anders, Nick. She's in trouble, and she's come to you for help.
Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can, Mrs. Anders. Just what is the trouble?
Well, as I told your secretary, my husband is a defense worker who has a temporary job in the Texas oil fields. A few weeks ago, I received a letter saying he was seriously ill. Naturally, I was frantic and wanted to go to him at once, but I couldn't take my baby with me. He's only 8 months old, and there wouldn't be any place for him in the town where my husband works.
I see. So what did you do?
Well, I had no relatives to leave the baby with, so I looked around for a nursing home that could take care of him while I was gone, but they were all jammed to overflowing and couldn't board my baby. When the fourth nursing home turned me down, I was ready to give up. But just as I was leaving the building, a man carrying a medical bag spoke to me.
Pardon me, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with the clerk at the reception desk. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Arnold. I'm on the medical board of this nursing home, and
Well,
I saw how disappointed you were when the clerk told you that they had no room for your baby.
I'm at my wit's end, Doctor. I've simply got to find a place to leave him. My husband is seriously ill, and I must go to him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, perhaps I can help you, Mrs. Anders. Have you ever thought of leaving your child in private care?
In private care? I don't know anyone in this city.
Well, it just happens that I know a couple whom I'm sure would be glad to take care of your child.
Oh, but I wouldn't want to leave my baby with strangers.
Oh, I think that if you met this couple, you'd feel differently about it. Recently, they lost their own child, and I rather think they'd be very happy to take care of yours if you'd permit them to.
Well, if I could only be sure they'd give him the right kind of care.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. This couple's name is Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert has an office in the Stanley building. Why don't you bring your child to his office tomorrow morning about 10 o'clock? I'll arrange to have his wife there at the same time. You can talk with them and then decide whether you'd like to let them take care of your baby.
It can't do any harm to talk to them, see what they're like.
Splendid. Here, now, I'll write Mr. Gilbert's address on this card. There. Oh, I'm sure you'll like them, Mrs. Anders.
I hope so, Doctor, and thank you for your kindness.
Not at all, Mrs. Anders. These days, it's up to people to help each other. Well, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10.
And did you keep the appointment, Mrs. Anders?
Yes, I did, Mr. Carter. Dr. Arnold and his friends were there waiting for me.
Good morning, Mrs. Anders. Allow me to introduce Mrs. Gilbert and Mr. Gilbert.
How do you do?
Hello, Mrs. Anders.
My dear, I'm so happy to meet you. And I presume this is the baby?
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, he's beautiful.
Say, he is a good-looking baby, isn't he?
Martin, be careful. You wake him.
Oh, he's a very sound sleeper.
Do you think I might hold him?
Of course. Here you are, Mrs. Gilbert.
Thank you. Oh, it's like holding my own little boy. Will you let me take care of him while you're gone, Mrs. Anders? I promise I'll look after him just as though he were my own.
What, Mrs. Gilbert,
Please say you'll let me take care of him for you.
Well, When Dr. Arnold just spoke to me about leaving with strangers, I didn't like the idea, but now that I've met you, I can see you're the kind of people who love children.
Oh, Mrs. Anders, I assure you he'll receive the very best of care.
Why, of course he will. We have a lovely nursery at home. You give him everything he wants.
Well, I was certain that you people would like each other. I'm glad to see that everything is settled.
Oh, but we've said nothing about paying for his board.
Oh, we wouldn't dream of asking anything for taking care of him. We're doing it just because we want to.
Why, of course. We won't hear of such a thing.
Oh, you're both very kind. I only hope that someday my husband and I will be able to repay you.
What train are you taking, Mrs. Anders?
Well, I want to make the train that leaves at noon.
Oh, you'll have to hurry then.
But I'm sure you want to kiss your son goodbye, Mrs. Anders.
Goodbye, darling. Mother's going to miss you dreadfully, but she'll soon be back for you, just as soon as she can. Then, Mr. Carter, I left for Texas. When I reached my husband, I found he was much better than I'd expected. I spent 2 weeks with him, and by that time he was well enough so I could come back. I got in just an hour ago.
I see.
Have you seen your baby yet?
No. I went to Mr. Gilbert's office the first thing to tell him I was back and wanted my baby. When I entered the office, Mr. Gilbert wasn't there, but Dr. Arnold was.
And what did Dr. Arnold say when you told him you'd come for your son?
He told me that he'd never seen me before, that he knew nothing whatever about my baby.
What?
At first I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He denied ever having seen me or my baby.
And what happened then?
I asked to see Mr. Gilbert, but he said there wasn't anyone by that name there. I pleaded with him to give me back my baby, but he kept insisting he didn't know what I was talking about. Mr. Carter, what can I do? How can I get my baby back again?
Oh, there, Mrs. Anders, please. I'm sure everything's going to be all right.
Mrs. Anders, I'm afraid you've been made a victim of a new and vicious racket. That of selling babies.
Nick.
Yes.
Selling babies?
Yes, selling babies. You see, these days, a great number of people are eager to adopt babies. But there are comparatively few available for adoption. As a result, there are many people who are willing to pay $1,000 or more for a child. This has brought into being a new type of criminal, one who deals in selling babies.
But, Nick, where do they get these babies? You mean they steal them?
Yes, Betsy, that's exactly what I mean. These unscrupulous men are all over town on the lookout for women who, under emotional stress, will part with their babies.
But, Mr. Carter, Dr. Arnold looked so respectable, and well, he said that he was connected with that nursing home.
Without going any further, Mrs. Anders, I can assure you that he isn't a doctor at all, but was merely posing as one.
What?
That's part of his scheme to get babies from their mothers. And the nursing home is one of the places where he makes his contacts.
Then you mean this man Arnold has sold my child to the Gilbert couple?
No, Mrs. Anders, not to them, as they're undoubtedly part of his gang. No, the Gilberts will pose as the legitimate parents of your baby and will sell it to another couple who are eager to adopt a child.
But, Mr. Carter, if this man Arnold gets away, I may never find my baby again.
No, Mrs. Anders, don't worry, please. I'll do my best to recover your child for you. Up to now, I've been unable to take any action against these unscrupulous gangsters because I have never been able to get any really concrete evidence against them. But in your case, there's no question about it.
But what are you going to do, Mr. Carter?
Well, our first move will be to go down to that office and see this man, find out what he has to say for himself. And we better hurry, because he won't waste any time clearing out now that he knows you're back.
But shall I go with you, Mr. Carter?
No, Mrs. Anders, I want you to go home and rest.
All right. But you will let me hear from you soon.
Why, certainly I will. Just as soon as I can tell you something definite.
This building gives me the creeps, Nick. It's so old and dark.
Yes. The type building that houses mainly fly-by-nights and other shady enterprises. Only hope we aren't too late.
Fourth floor, please.
This is it, Patsy. Room 412.
Nick, there's a light in the office.
Yes. Well, here goes. Good evening.
Oh, I'm afraid you have the wrong office.
No, I don't think so, Mr. Arnold.
Nick, he's packing everything in that briefcase.
Yes, I see.
What do you want?
Arnold, I represent Mary Anders, whose child you took a little more than 2 weeks ago.
Mary Anders? I don't know anyone by that name. And what would I want with a child?
I think you know what I'm talking about. And I want that baby back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you staring at me like that?
Arnold, I never forget a face. And I'm sure I've seen your face somewhere before.
That's nonsense. I never saw you before in my life. Now, kindly get out of here and let me finish my...
Yes. Now I remember you. 10 years ago, September 1934, you were convicted of blackmail and sent up the river for 5 years. And I supplied the evidence that clinched the case.
So you're the guy I've got to thank for that stretch. Oh, then you must be Nick Carter. The cops told me he was the one that pinned it on me.
Right, Arnold. And if you don't turn the Anders baby over to me at once, I'll make it my business to see that you go back for a real stretch this time.
Oh, yeah? Carter, I've been waiting a long time to pay you back what I owe you. This is one time you ran into more than you bargained for. Okay, Dutch.
I'm right behind you, Carter, so you and your girlfriend better get your hands up fast.
Nick, look out.
Make a move for your gun, I'll blast you. Yeah, it's better.
This isn't going to help you any, Arnold.
No, we'll see about that. Got his gun, Dutch?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Carter, you're going to get what you should have gotten years ago. It's too bad the girl has to be in on it, too.
Shall I let him have it, Arnold?
No. Gun might bring the night watchman. We want to do everything on a quiet basis.
Let my secretary go, Arnold. She had nothing to do with sending you up.
I'm afraid I couldn't do that. She knows too much now.
What are you going to do with us?
Do you see that vault in the wall over there?
Yes.
Well, up to now, I've never had anything that I wanted to put into it. Now, I think I have.
Say, that's a great idea, Doc.
Yes. It's a beautiful vault. Fireproof, waterproof, and airtight. You and your charming companion, Mr. Carter, won't last very long in there.
Nick.
Steady, Betsy.
All right. Start moving, you two. And no funny business, or you get it in the back. Go on. Get in that ball. Ladies first, Carter.
You know you'll have to pay for this, Arnold.
Maybe, and maybe not. Well, Mr. Carter, it's been most pleasant knowing you two. Goodbye.
Nick, there's not much room in here, is there?
No. Wait till I turn on my flashlight. There.
Well, this vault is hardly big enough to turn around in. Oh, Nick, the oxygen will be gone in no time.
Now, Patsy, you mustn't get excited. Just uses up the oxygen that much faster.
We've got to get out of here quick. It'll only be a matter of minutes.
Take it easy, Patsy. Take it easy. Let's see how solid these walls are. They're solid, all right. Must be a foot thick.
Even if we called for help, it wouldn't do any good. No one could hear us.
And the floor's solid, too. And the vault's completely empty. Nothing we could use to help us get out.
Nick, the air's getting close already. What are we going to do?
I don't know, Patsy. But there has to be some way out of this vault.
Well, if you don't find it soon, it'll be too late. Oh, Nick, I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel as if I...
Oh, easy, Patsy. Don't let it get you down, please.
But I can't get my breath, Nick. I can't breathe.
Having locked Nick and Patsy in a soundproof, airtight vault and left them there to suffocate, Arnold is sure that he has removed all threat to himself in this new and heartless racket. And it does look as if Nick has met a problem that will tax even his cleverness to the utmost to solve. With only minutes left to live, how is Nick Carter going to free himself and Patsy from the death trap they are in? Listen tomorrow and find out. In the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations, Monday through Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Cantor, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the counterfeit combine, which printed more than $500,000 in bogus bills, until an alert farmer and a hot turkey helped hard-working Secret Service agents close the case.
Gangbusters presents as narrator by proxy of tonight's case, the Honorable U.E. Bauman, Chief of the United States Secret Service Treasury Department.
Thank you. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Our case tonight begins last spring in the city of Chicago. It was early in the evening in an apartment house near Douglas Park when a slightly built man, carrying what was obviously a box of flowers, bounded up 2 steps at a time toward the door of a second-floor apartment.
Pearl? Hello, Andy.
Gus, hiya.
Well, where you been, Andy? 2 hours I've been sitting there cooling my heels waiting for you.
Ain't Pearl here?
Well, who do you think let me in? She's fine company. Where you taking her tonight? Her hair, her nails, her works. What are you celebrating? Pearl! What do you got there, flowers? I thought only college boys brought flowers.
Hey, Andy, relax. I'm here. I'm just getting ready for the big night out.
Yeah, okay, Pearl. I got some flowers for you.
That's nice.
You see, you got all the trouble to bring violets.
They're orchids.
Okay, orchids. What does it get you? That's nice. Bang.
Well, she's getting dressed.
Now, listen, Andy. We've been associating business a long time. That Pearl don't care no more for you than that. She's out after what she can get.
Gus, I don't want no discussion of this again.
As soon as something better comes along with more dough, she'll drop you head first. She's a social client.
I don't want to hear nothing else about it.
Okay, you bought your shoes, walk in them. Anyway, I came here for a conference.
About what?
Here. Get rid of these.
Oh, listen, Gus, I still ain't unloaded half of the last.
That's the trouble. The boss says you ain't producing.
Who ain't producing? I'm out breaking my back every day.
Listen, you got the best go of all the guys. There ain't one of the boys wouldn't grab your territory in a minute, Andy. You got the best counterfeit since Lusty.
The counterfeit may be okay, Gus, but do you know how far I got to ride between farmhouses? How many turkeys can I buy? And how many farmers got change in the house for a 20 or a 10?
Listen, Andy, them's your problems. The boss says produce or you lose your franchise.
I want to talk to the boss.
Now, don't you know better than that, Andy?
I want to get this thing straightened out.
Look. You got a good deal.
Yeah.
If you get nailed, you don't know the boss, or they can't touch him. If he gets nailed, vice versa. So you're better off.
I'll tell him I'm getting tired of working the farmers. Tell him I want to work bars or someplace.
Listen, we got plenty of guys working the bars. We got too many. Ah, you got a good thing, Andy. Now just produce. Well, you and Pearl have a good time tonight.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, get to work.
Get to work.
Pearl?
Well?
Oh, what?
Did you tell him you want to meet the boss?
Yeah, I told him.
How you like the hair this way? Check, huh?
Yeah.
What'd he say? Look around my neck there, see if I missed any hairs putting it up.
No, you didn't miss none, honey.
Well, what'd he say?
Oh, the same old story. I'll be better off if I don't meet the boss.
How do you expect to get ahead in this world if you don't know who you're working for?
Tell you the truth, Pearl, I don't care.
Well, I do.
Why?
Because I want to see you get ahead. You'll never get ahead dealing through Gus. You got to go to somebody higher up, get a better deal. Gus can't give it to you. Listen, that counterfeit costs you 15 cents on the dollar. Right or wrong?
Oh, it's good stuff, honey. Best I ever seen.
And you got to go out and buy chickens and eggs and turkeys with it to get change in the hard stuff. Right or wrong?
Oh, that's my territory, baby. The farmers.
Okay, you take $10 in counterfeit. Cost you $1.50. You invest a couple of bucks more in eggs or something you got to throw away, plus gas and oil. How much do you make out of the deal?
Well, it ain't so terrible, Pearl. We live so bad.
And supposing some guy you buy a turkey from, instead of a farmer, he's a Secret Service agent. Then you really bought yourself a turkey.
Well, in this business, you got to take risks. It's the nature of it.
Button me up the back, will you?
Yeah, baby, sure. Oh, they ought to make these things with zippers.
Now, next time you see Gus, you put it on the line about where you stand. You don't tell him, I will.
Okay, Pearl, I'll tell him.
Didn't you say you bought me some flowers?
Oh, yeah, I'll get them.
No, never mind yet. Just finish the buttoning. Now, I want you to act like a gentleman when we get to the Tally-Ho Club, because that's a
Who
very...
said we're going to the Tally-Ho?
I did.
Well, they soak you an arm and a leg there.
That's where I want to go, to the Tally-Ho.
To Chief, Secret Service, Treasury, Washington. From Supervising Agent, Chicago District. Counterfeit $10 and $20 Federal Reserve notes in circulation, Chicago area, increasing daily. Counterfeit appearing so many different places, unquestionably work of dozens of passes, and indicating well-organized operation. Investigation so far, fruitless. Suggest temporary assignment, this district, as many agents as can be spared. Signed, Easton.
Hello, boss.
Well, Gus, you're up early this morning.
Yeah, I got a big day ahead of me.
What's the matter? You got troubles?
No, not exactly troubles, but a few of them shovers ain't moving the queer as fast as they could.
That's your job, Gus, to make them move it fast. But sooner or later, they're going to grab one of these shovers.
I don't see how they can miss.
And when they do, that's when you and I will have to pull up stakes.
Anything you say, boss. Well, I'll see you later.
Now, just a minute.
What?
This chap that you have working the farmers, this Andy, what's his name?
Oh, Trojek, Andy Trojek.
Yes, find out if he was at the Tally-Ho Club last night.
I don't know whether he went there, but he was going out someplace. Why?
Does he have a girl? Blonde?
Yeah, Pearl. Hey, how'd you recognize Andy? You never met him.
You pointed him out to me once.
Oh, yeah.
That blonde is quite a dish.
She ain't bad.
Andy works the farmers, huh?
Yeah.
All right, you tell Andy the Secret Service is getting pretty close to him around where he's working.
Are they?
Tell him he ought to take a trip. Southern Indiana. He should do all right down there. He can take all the time he wants. A couple of weeks.
Hey, what is it?
Just tell him to take the trip. Work down there. And then, about Pearl. Bring her around to meet me. I think she'd be nice company.
Trips I gotta take. Trips.
So for how long is it?
It's for long enough, Guts.
Oh.
What's Pearl gonna do without me? She don't like it none, you know. Pearl?
Well, she'll be all right.
Yeah, maybe. Will I be all right? Pearl!
Now, listen, Andy, the boss says...
I'm getting good and sick of what the boss says. Ready to leave, baby.
Yeah, he's ready.
Well, don't forget to change your socks.
That's all you gotta say to me? Don't forget to change your socks.
Watch out for the cops.
Pearl, baby, come here.
Andy.
Honey.
In front of people.
Nut people. Now, go on, grab your bag, Andy. Come on, get going.
Yeah. Well, I'll write to you, baby.
Yeah, write to me. Well, Gus, sure shipped him off in a hurry, didn't you?
Well, you know how it is, Pearl. Things are getting hard around here. We've got to make the best of a good thing.
Yeah? The boss told you?
Sure, he told me.
Well, you got rid of Andy. What's on your mind? As if I didn't have any idea.
Well, there's nothing on my mind, Pearl.
Look, Gus, let's get something straight. Don't make a play for me. I don't go for your type.
Who was going to make a play for you? We're just going to ask you out to have dinner out, that's all.
That ain't a play?
Well, now, listen, I got my own girl. Just thought maybe you'd like to meet a friend of mine.
Who's your friend? The boss?
Nah, just a friend. You want to go or don't you?
No.
Well, what are you going to do sitting around here?
She good looking?
bad looking. He's got dough. Got plenty.
Okay, Gus. You're right. What am I going to do sitting around here?
I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock.
Well, gangbusters listeners, you can see that complications were developing within this smooth gang of counterfeiters. And agents of the United States Secret Service are the first to take advantage of such complications.
And now back to Gangbusters. And here again, by proxy, is tonight's narrator, the Honorable U.E. Bauman, Chief of the United States Secret Service.
As I was telling you, agents of the United States Secret Service, Treasury Department, were troubled by a gang of well-organized counterfeiters in the Chicago area. In the Chicago office of the Secret Service, Supervising Agent Jack Easton and Agent Al Manners were talking over their problems.
And if that's not enough, Al, Washington says he'll send me every agent that can be spared from every district in the country.
Well, these extra men ought to help some, Mr. Easton, but that counterfeit's just a little too good. Just a little too good.
We'll get them, Al.
Yeah, I know we'll get them, Mr. Easton, but in the meantime, there's a lot of merchants who are getting nicked.
Yes, and farmers. Don't forget the farmers.
How can I forget the farmers?
You know, when those extra men get in here, I think we'll start concentrating on the farmer angle.
That's a lot of territory to cover.
I know, but I come from a farm family myself. If there's one thing a farmer does, that's read his mail. Now, we've got to get ourselves up a nice bulletin to send out. We've got to tell the farmers to watch out for strangers using 10s and 20s to buy chickens, eggs, turkeys, and so forth. We've got to tell them how to detect this counterfeit and what to do when they see it.
Yeah, maybe that's the angle.
And we'll have men stationed all over Illinois and Indiana. They can follow up any leads the farmers give us, and fast. What do you think, Al?
It's as good as anything.
Okay. Start plans to get this warning notice rolling. And map out the locations where you're going to station the men.
What did you drag me into, Gus?
You'll have a good time, Pearl, believe me.
Supposed to go out to dinner with a high-class friend of yours, and where did we wind up? Joint with a jukebox.
Oh, there he is. Come on.
Him?
Yeah. Excuse me?
Hey.
Me, please.
Looks nice. Dignified, kind of.
Didn't I tell you? Well, I'm sorry we're a little late, Ralph. We got caught in traffic.
That's all right. Pearl?
Ralph. Ralph Pearl.
Pleased to meet you.
Good. Why don't we sit down?
Thank you.
Gus?
Well, I think I'd better go get my girl, Ralph. You don't mind, huh?
I don't mind.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Well, meet you later.
Now, what'll you have to drink, Pearl?
Whiskey? Soda on the side. Boss?
Yeah. Waiter, whiskey, soda on the side.
Right.
Well, now that that's settled, would you like to straighten me out on something, Ralph?
Of course. Anything.
Just how did all this come about? You and me and everything.
Well, it's really very simple. Gus is a good friend of mine. He's been describing a certain gorgeous blonde to me, and I said I'd like to meet her.
So here we are.
Not sorry?
No, not me. I'm the last person in the world to get sorry. By the way, what line of work are you in? I always like to know what my gentleman friends do.
You're not really interested, are you?
Okay, if you're ashamed of it.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a bookie.
A bookie?
I take bets on racehorses.
I know what a bookie does. Where's that waiter with my drink?
He'll be here. I'm sorry to bring you to this place, but it was most convenient for Gus. We'll have dinner downtown someplace.
Gus didn't go to get his girl, did he?
He said that's where he was going.
He won't meet us later, will he?
You mind?
Mind? Tickled to death?
You want to know something? I think we're going to get along fine.
I'll go you one better. I think we're going to get along great.
Good.
We just got another wire, Mr. Easton.
Oh?
Some more of the counterfeit showed up down in Sullivan County, southern Indiana.
Who've you got working there, Al?
Miller.
Uh-huh. Well, looks like somebody is trying to make the best of a good thing down there. Look, why don't you take a run down to Sullivan and work along with Miller?
Okay.
And you better get going right away, before the shover moves on.
I've got my car right over in the lot. I'll be on my way in 15 minutes.
Let her ring, baby.
Oh, I really ought to answer, Ralph.
Why?
I wonder all night who it was. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is that all you got to say to me? How are you? Where you been for 3 nights? I'm burning up the wires trying to get you.
Andy, where are you?
In Sullivan, Indiana, honey. I've been working the countryside around here. Oh, I'm making a mint. You miss me, sweetheart?
Of course.
I'll be home Sunday.
Well, if you're doing so well, Andy, why don't you stay out?
Well, I want to see you, baby. I want to talk to you. I'll call you again tomorrow night.
You'll be here Sunday.
Yeah, but I...
Look, Andy, I haven't eaten any dinner. I got my hat and coat on. I just got to go out and eat. I'm starved.
Pearl, what are you giving me? What kind of brush is this?
Call me tomorrow, huh? Bye, Andy. Huh?
Don't look so disgusted.
Now you see what I got to put up with.
You can handle him, can't you?
I don't know, Ralph. I may need a little help.
What do you mean?
I mean, now's the time for us to put our cards on the table. Okay?
All right.
I presume you are interested in me, more or less.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about that. You want me to do something about Andy?
Well, you are his boss, aren't you?
Pearl, you won't have any trouble with Andy. First, you'll move where he can't find you. And second, if he becomes too insistent, Gus will have a little talk with him.
7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 20. Here's change, mister.
Thanks. How do you keep one of these turkeys quiet?
Well, you bought him from me. That's your problem now.
Yeah. Well, I'll manage.
Hey, it's a funny thing, mister. Just the other day, I got notice from the United States Secret Service in the mail. Hey, wait a minute. Where? Hazel! Hazel! Where's that circular from the Secret Service? Hazel!
Hello?
Pearl, baby.
Oh, hello, Andy.
Oh, sweetheart, I didn't sleep all night. You were kind of short with me on the phone. What's the matter? Weren't you feeling good? You lonely?
I'm all right. Look, where are you? You still in Indiana?
Yeah, Sullivan in a booth in a drugstore. Listen, honey, I don't like this traveling at all.
You don't, huh?
No, when I get back Sunday, I'm going to tell Gus to give it to the boss straight.
Well, let me tell you something. I've been asking you for months to find out who the boss is. I know him.
You do?
You bet I do, and we're the best of friends.
Pearl.
The very best of friends, and you might as well stay in Sullivan, because if you come in Sunday, you'll find me gone. I'm packing right now. Goodbye.
Pearl! Pearl! The boss. The best of friends.
All right, mister.
Hey.
Secret Service.
What do you want with me?
Just a few words and a little of your time. Is that your car parked outside the Chevy?
I don't have a car.
We'll see about that. That car was used by a man answering your description to shove a few counterfeit bills in farmers. One of them got your license number. See what you're carrying.
Stay out of my pockets. You got no right. Okay, you nailed me.
Sure. A stack of counterfeit 20s in your pocket, and then you make an admission. Now go on. Walk out of here. You're going back to Chicago. It's got me worried, Mr. Easton. I don't too much like the idea of trusting that Andy, even if he is sore about the girl.
If he made a break, you wouldn't get very far. We've got every door covered.
That's not what I mean. I mean, what's he telling Gus over there? What we told him to, or is he telling him this place is loaded with Secret Service agents?
It's a chance we have to take, Al. We've got nothing on anybody except Andy. He says this Gus is the contact man, and Gus can lead us to the boss.
I don't like doing business this way.
And I don't think Andy will pull any fast one. He's too burned up about the boss stepping in and taking over his girl.
Well, maybe... Uh-oh. Gus is getting up.
Yeah.
There he goes out the door.
Okay, Al. Get behind Gus and stay there.
Yeah. I'll phone you later. Keep your fingers crossed.
On both hands, Al. On both hands.
Okay, Mr. Easton.
done your job for you.
Sit down, Andy.
Thanks.
Did you tell Gus you wanted some more counterfeit?
Yeah, I told him.
What did he say?
Said he'd get it for me.
What about Pearl? Did you ask Gus if he knew where she was?
Yeah. Said he had no idea. Look, Mr. Easton, when you get him, don't let me near her or this boss, whoever he is. I'll tear him apart.
You don't have to worry about that. We'll keep you plenty separated. Okay, let's get going. I think it's safe enough now. Supervising Agent Easton.
This is Al.
Were you able to stay behind Gus?
You bet. All the way. He went to an apartment house on Ithaca, 6722, and he went upstairs to the third floor to an apartment occupied by one Ralph Walters. And he's still up there.
Ralph Walters?
Yeah. I checked on him with the janitor. Walters owns an offset print shop downtown.
Print shop, huh? That could be our man.
Could be. I'd swear to it.
All right, Al. I'll round up the boys and we'll be right over. I want to have a talk with this Mr. Ralph Walters.
And now back to Gang Busters.
And then Andy tells me, boss, he tells me, Gus, if you run into Pearl any place, tell her I gotta see her.
Fine chance he's got. Is
Well, Pearl, you want to go back to Andy?
that a joke?
Hey, how about another drink? What's the matter? You got prohibition back around here or something?
I'll fix it.
All right, baby.
How about you, honey, the same?
Yes, the same.
Okay.
Great girl, Gus.
Yeah. Only just watch out, boss. She don't do the same thing to you she did to Andy.
I'm not worried.
Now, there are guys around with more money than you got, you know.
Gus, you're a pretty smart boy.
Yeah?
You've been sticking your neck out long enough. You work on the inside from now on. We'll get somebody else to contract the shovers.
Well, a promotion. Thanks, boss.
We've got the best set of plates ever. We can go on for years. Never get touched. We can... Pearl.
Maybe she got her head caught in the icebox.
Pearl.
Okay, I'll be in there.
Guess she didn't.
Well, hurry up, Pearl. We...
Uh-oh.
That's it, boys. Be smart. Don't make a move.
He knocked on the kitchen door. They said it was the janitor.
We're Secret Service agents.
Now, listen here.
Be quiet for a while. We want to do a little talking first. When we get finished, you can gab all you want. We'll be all ears.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, before that night was over, agents of the Secret Service had recovered hundreds of thousands of dollars in bogus money and the plates from which it was printed. The names of a dozen or so passers of counterfeit were also known to them, and the general roundup began. Members of this gang are now serving terms ranging from 4 to 14 years in various federal penitentiaries.
Well, thank you, Chief U.E. Bauman, for this insight into the work of the United States Secret Service Treasury Department. Now, you've told me that there are still thousands of bogus $10 and $20 bills in circulation. So, in place of our regular clue tonight, here is a detailed description of these bills. Anyone who handles money should take a pad and pencil and write down this information.
Attention, all citizens, retail merchants, and cashiers in particular. To save yourself money, be on the alert for counterfeit $10 and $20 bills on the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. Letter G, G as in George, in a seal on the face of the bill, left side.
If you have such a $10 bill, check the portrait of Alexander Hamilton. On the counterfeit, the hairline has an unnaturally white appearance. If you have a $20 bill with letter G in the seal, look for one of these numbers on the face of the bill in the lower right-hand corner. G110, H110, I110, J110, K108, or L108. For further details, consult your bank or the nearest office of the United States Secret Service.
Warning. When you accept counterfeit money, you are the loser. These counterfeit $10 and $20 notes on the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago are very deceptive and are expertly reproduced. The silk threads found in the paper of genuine bills are simulated by red ink marks or cannot be found at all. If in doubt, carefully compare a suspected note with a genuine one, or telephone police or the U.S. Secret Service.
If you are given one of these counterfeit $10 or $20 notes, attempt to delay the party and notify your local police or the nearest office of the United States Secret Service at once. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Nitz and directed by William Sweets, with Mandel Kramer and Elspeth Eric in leading roles. Jay Jackson speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters...
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
This situation is so mixed up with Chinese custom, family, and honor, I don't know where to turn. I'm afraid any move I make might endanger Hey Boy's life.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Huh?
Mr. Paladin.
Well, hey, boy, what in the world are you doing hiding behind that potted palm? Shh. Ooh. Sorry. Not hide and seek, hey, boy.
Oh, it's not frivolous matter, Mr. Paladin. More serious. Is Missy Wong coming down the hallway?
No, she turned into the linen room. If you're hiding from her, you can come out now.
Oh, good. Mr. Paladin, may I see you in room, please, for a discussion of most disturbing matter?
Why, certainly, hey, boy. Come on. Trouble?
Oh, my. Plenty trouble, Mr. Paladin.
Talk about best-selling records. Here's a familiar tune about America's best-selling filter cigarette, Winston. Winston gives you real flavor, full, rich tobacco flavor. And you know, that's because only Winston has filter blend up front. Choice, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. No wonder Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should. Smoke Winston.
Go on in here, boy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, what's the idea of trying to dodge Miss Wong? What have you been up to this time?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, hey boy cannot come face to face with Miss Wong at this moment. Hey boy confused. Hey boy crushed under a weight of most distressing problem.
Oh, come now, can't be that bad.
Oh, yes, sir, it's much worse. Here, this letter come from China today for hey boy.
Huh? Oh, I see. Well, of course, I could probably make a more intelligent comment if I could read Chinese.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, this is letter from Magee, or how you say, go-between?
Go-between?
Yes, sir. Or the same like the marriage broker. This letter say go-between is come to San Francisco to settle arrangements for hey boy's marriage. to his betrothed.
Your marriage to your betrothed?
Yes, Mr. Paladin. That's what it says.
Well, no wonder you didn't want to face Miss Wong. Hey, boy, do you think you've been exactly fair to her, considering you're engaged to be married to a girl in China?
Oh, but, hey, boy, forget all about engagement to marry.
Now, wait a minute. An engagement to marry is not the sort of thing that just slips one's mind.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you no understand.
Well, shall we try again?
Marriage contract made when hey boy 9 years old. Hey boy don't know girl, never see girl. Parents make deal.
Oh, like that.
When hey boy 15, he come to America. Oh, so different, many things happen. He forget.
Yes, I see.
Hey boy like America. Hey boy like Miss Wong, but now come go between those settled arrangements for marriage in China with girl hey boy never seen. Hey boy must leave America. Hey boy must leave Miss Wong, and oh my.
Surely you're not obligated to go through with this thing.
Well, here is most distressing problem, Mr. Paladin. Hey, boy, mother, father, now dead. But aunts, uncles, cousins, girl, father, mother, aunts, uncles, cousins, all live in the same village in China. And hey, boy must do nothing to make her lose her face. And, hey, boy in pretty pickle, huh?
Yeah.
You help, maybe?
Well, I don't know. It's a little out of my line, hey, boy, but I can try, I guess.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Well, it seems to me, hey, boy, that you're going to have to make a stand.
Make a stand?
That's right. Now, I realize how important it is to save face and to avoid bringing dishonor to the families, but you'll just have to be firm. What's the girl's name?
Her name, May. Her father, Gi Kung.
Gi Kung. Any connection with the Gi family here in San Francisco?
Oh, yes, sir.
Is it the Gi family that controls the Gi Sun Yap Tong?
Yes, sir. Same family.
I guess that's the most powerful tong in San Francisco's Chinatown.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, they can call it a Chinese Mutual Benefit Association, but I guess you know as well as I do that they have their fingers on every underworld activity on the Barbary Coast.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. How about Gi Kum Ho, the Tong Hatchet Man, also known as Bloody Pete?
Oh, Bloody Pete. He May's brother.
Oh.
Well, you see, Mr. Paladin, very essential, hey, boy, not bring dishonor to family.
Oh, yes, I'm beginning to understand. Losing face takes on a new meaning. You tangle with Bloody Pete, and you're apt to lose your whole head.
Oh, my.
One thing, hey, boy, you're going to have to face Miss Wong and explain this whole thing to her.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my.
Can you make the passing grade in driving? In other words, do you know and do you use what you know about safe passing practices? Almost every driver finds it necessary to pass other drivers at times. The problem is doing it safely. Here are some passing tips from the National Safety Council. Be sure there's plenty of time to pass before meeting another vehicle coming toward you. See that no other vehicle is about to pass you. Give a left turn signal for the driver behind and make sure he sees it. Sound your horn for the driver ahead and make sure he hears it. Speed up a little before leaving your lane, not after you get alongside the vehicle you're passing. Don't cut back into the right-hand lane too soon. And always pass on the left, unless the driver ahead has signaled his intention to make a left turn. Pass, friend, but do it safely.
I wanted to help Hey Boy, but when I began to weigh the odds, I was doubtful of success. The opposing force was too strong. 4,000 years of custom and tradition, and the most powerful organization in San Francisco's Chinatown, the Gi Sung Yap Tong. Even more discouraging was the fact that Hey Boy's prospective brother-in-law was none other than the highbinder known as Bloody Pete, chief of the Tong's professional murderers. I felt I would never fully understand Chinese custom, but I knew all I needed to know about killers. I thought about it all through the night, and in the morning it seemed so hopeless that for a moment I allowed myself to wonder what San Francisco would be like without Hey Boy. It was very depressing. Also, I hated the thought of facing poor little Miss Wong. Come in. Oh. Good morning, Miss Wong.
Good morning, Mr. Paladin. All right, clean rooms now?
Oh, yes, of course, Miss Wong.
Oh,
Go right ahead. Miss Wong, you seem so light-hearted this morning.
Oh, yes, Miss Wong, most time light-hearted.
Have you seen Hey Boy?
Yes, sir.
But did he have a chance to talk to you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Regarding a very grave matter?
Hey Boy, tell Miss Wong about marriage contract with girl in China.
But you, Miss
What's the
Wong...
matter, Mr. Paladin?
Nothing, I guess, except that it's constantly being brought home to me.
What, Mr. Paladin?
You can't figure women. I thought you'd be heartbroken, or at least angry.
Oh, you smart man, Mr. Paladin. Hey, boy, smart man. You fix.
It's nice you have such confidence in us, but I'm not so sure.
Oh, almost forgot. This letter come for you.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. This is from Mr. Sui Li Tsung.
Yes, sir. He go between. Come to make arrangements for Hey Boy.
See now. The illustrious great one who bears noble firearm and whose honorable will it is to journey forth always in benevolence, yet reaping great treasure, will receive the lowly inferior self of Sui Li Tsung on the 5th day of the 7th moon of the 14th year of Kwang Su.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
He want to know if man who have gone will travel will see Mr. Tsung week from next Tuesday.
Well, why didn't he say so?
He did.
Oh. Well, I wonder why he wants to see me. On Tuesday, the 5th day of the 7th moon of the 14th year of Kwang Su, I served tea to the lowly inferior self of Sui Li Tsung. Mr. Tsung was a short, round man with a smooth, plump face and shrewd eyes. He wore an elaborate purple brocade robe and carried a delicate ivory fan in his small, dimpled hand. The fan fluttered continuously as he talked, and he talked a great deal. But as the afternoon wore on, I wondered when he was going to say something.
Excellency, this pitiable one is indeed honored to be at one time know the pleasure of such a cup of tea and to realize its pleasure in the presence of the esteemed one.
Yes, may I fill your cup, Mr. Tsung?
No, thank you. The great one of benevolent travel has been given a vast treasure to have permitted this unworthy to share his costly time thus far.
Oh, well, I'm sorry you have to be leaving.
Alas, the joy of such a meeting, rare and precious as it is, must, like all good things, come to an end. Deplorable one that I am.
What?
So entranced was I with the delight of each passing moment partaken in the presence of the noble one, that this poor muddlehead has experienced a lapse of memory. But now it comes to me, a matter to bring to the great one's attention.
Sit down, Mr. Tsung. So, now maybe we'll get to the point.
I beg your pardon?
What's on your mind? I'm sure you didn't ask to come up here today so we could have a cup of tea together.
If the great one will only allow this unworthy
please, Mr. Tsung, I don't wish to be rude, but if the unworthy one doesn't wish to waste any more of the great one's costly time, let's stop all this nonsense and get down to business. Now, what do you want?
Very well, to business. We will discuss conditions of the wedding of Kim Chang.
Hey Boy.
Yes, Hey Boy, the small name by which he is known to you. Now, you, as his benefactor...
Benefactor? I'm his friend.
We will assume that as his friend, you will in this case wish to place yourself in the position of benefactor as well. Now, there's the matter of the prescribed wedding gifts you're offering in the tradition to the family of the bride.
Well, I don't understand, Mrs. Tsung. Is it according to tradition to go outside the immediate family in this case?
Gi Kung, father of the bride, is generous enough to allow you as benefactor to share in their rejoicing.
I see.
May is the only daughter of Gi Kung. In view of this fact, he feels that besides the conventional ceremonial gifts, there should be an offering of substantial reality.
How substantial?
I believe he estimates in American dollars 5,000 would be of sufficient substance.
Well, Mr. Tsung, It is more than kind of Gi Kung to permit me to take part in this happy occasion and to share in his rejoicing to the amount of a $5,000 donation. But, you see, I'm opposed to this marriage. And if there's anything I can do to stop the ridiculous thing, I will.
Oh, my. That would be most unwise. The Gi family is a proud one. They could not bear the loss of face. May I humbly suggest it would be far more prudent to accept Gi Kung's indulgent offer.
More prudent? What do you mean?
Are you acquainted with Gi Kum Ho of your city?
You mean Bloody Pete?
Yes. He is so devoted to his only sister, I am afraid he would feel the necessity to avenge any dishonor brought to her.
That sounds pretty much like a threat.
As an Occidental, you would never understand.
I don't know, Mrs. Sung. I believe a deal like this is recognized all over the world as blackmail. When I mentioned blackmail to Sui Lee Tsung, he merely smiled, bowed his head a couple of times, fluttered his fan, and assured me that the lowly one's soul had known a feast in the time spent in the illustrious one's presence, or something like that, and he left. He apparently felt we had reached an agreement. As a matter of fact, I wasn't quite sure myself. The whole thing was so outrageous, I was confused. Several weeks passed, and we heard nothing from the Gi family. I was getting anxious. Hey Boy was getting pale and thin. Only Miss Wong seemed undisturbed.
You not finish your breakfast, Mr. Paladin.
I don't have much appetite. This situation with Hey Boy seems to me I should be doing something.
Oh, poor Hey Boy.
Well, I'm at a loss, Miss Wong. I'm afraid any move I make may endanger Hey Boy.
Bloody Pete, bad man.
Well, even if I faced him, there'll still be the rest of the Gi Sung Yap Tong to uphold the honor of the family. I can't fight them all.
Mr. Paladin, you fool around with old customs. You have to fight all China.
You believe in this stuff, Miss Wong?
Miss Wong, Chinese girl. Miss Wong understand, but Miss Wong raised in missionary school. Miss Wong think different.
You don't seem to be as upset about all this as we are.
Miss Wong know one thing. Girls, girls. Boys, boys.
Well, yes. I've been aware of that for some time.
Hey, boy, not see girl in China. He not want to marry. He like Miss Wong.
Yeah?
Girl in China, not see hey, boy. Maybe she not want to marry. Maybe she have boyfriend.
Oh, Miss Wong, as I understand it, doesn't work that way. No. Chinese girl wouldn't dare go against her parents' wishes in a case like this. That would really bring disgrace on the family.
Sometimes Chinese girl do, Mr. Paladin, sometimes.
Well, I don't think it's anything to depend on.
We wait and see.
Mr. Paladin. Mr. Paladin.
Well, that's Hey Boy. Come in, Hey Boy.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
What's the matter?
Downstairs, in lobby, come this way. Bloody Pete, Sui Lee Seung, many men carry baskets on shoulders. Oh, many things.
You mean they're coming up here?
Yes, sir.
Well, don't worry, Hey Boy. They wouldn't dare start anything here in the hotel.
Oh.
I can't see what reason that... Well, anyway, I'd better have my gun ready.
Oh, they're here already, Mr. Paladin.
Well, we'll see what they have to say. Right now, you just stand back, both of you. Mr. Sung?
Most illustrious one, I come with bowed head to your door as escort to the first son of the House of Gi, who walks in shame to this meeting.
What are you talking about?
May we enter?
Oh. All right. For just you, Sung, and the first son of the House of Gi here, your gang can stay outside. All right, now, what's on your mind?
Kim Ho of the afflicted House of Gi wishes to prostrate himself at the feet of Chang of the noble House of Kim, family name of the one you call Hey Boy.
Look at that. I never thought I'd see the day Bloody Pete would be kneeling in front of Hey Boy. What did he say?
He say, I'm not a human being. Very sad thing to say.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, what happened?
I'm not sure, Hey Boy. What's the meaning of this, Sung?
The House of Gi mourns the loss of its only daughter.
Hey Boy's betrothed? You mean she's dead?
She is dead to the House of Gi. She has brought shame and dishonor to her family and brought a great wrong to bear on Kim Chang, whom you call Hey Boy.
How?
Word has come that she has in disgrace deserted her home to secretly marry an unworthy from the next province.
Oh, indeed. What humiliation. And how does the House of Guy propose to restore a face to the House of Kim?
The House of Guy grovels in the dust and begs that Chang of the House of Kim will in grace accept the gifts the bearers hold. May I ask them to enter?
You mean all those men out there have presents for Hey Boy, whom you call Kim Chang?
Yes.
Sure, bring him in. You might as well tell Pete there he can get up now. Well, that's quite a windfall, Hey Boy, all those gifts.
Oh, yes. Oh, Mr. Paladin. Oh, my. Hey boy, I'm plenty confused.
Well, so am I. About one thing. Miss Wong,
Yes, sir.
how did it happen you were able to call a turn on this thing?
Oh, well...
Come on. I know girls are girls and boys are boys, and you had it figured May had a boyfriend someplace, but no, there has to be more to it than that. Now, what?
Mr. Paladin, you know cousin to Miss Wong named Sun Yap?
Don't believe I do.
Well, Sun Yap, nice boy, but most ugly boy ever lived.
Uh-huh.
Well, Miss Wong sent picture of Sun Yap to Chinese girl, right on him, Hey Boy name.
So she thought it was a picture of Hey Boy?
Oh, yes, sir. Miss Wong only take chance, but Miss Wong think maybe Chinese girl rather lose face than spend all lifetime with face of Sun Yap. See? Good, please, must get to work. Da-da-da, boom. Da-da-da, boom.
Women.
Oh, you saw Mr. Paladin. Whew. Women.
Oh, brother, this miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan reaches all congested areas. In one fast-acting, uncoated 3-layer tablet, Dristan, for the first time, combines
a decongestant to shrink all swollen membranes, relieve pressure and pain.
An exclusive anti-allergen to help keep breathing passages dry and clear.
Pain relievers to ease body aches, reduce fever.
Vitamin C to help build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. For real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion, there's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy, Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong, and Edgar Barrier as Sui Li Tsung. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
Several folks have asked me how I found so much adventure in those early days of the West. The answer is there was always plenty for a man to do just minding his own business. But sometimes trouble popped up when you least expected it. I remember one time, California, and I'd been riding across the hills under the burning sun, and suddenly we came on the prettiest little stream shaded by some cottonwoods. Now, if you weren't in any particular hurry, what would you do in a case like that? Yeah, you guessed it, and that's just what California and I were doing. Oh, this feels good.
Ain't nothing like a good swim to ease a man's bones when he's been riding along as we have, Hoppy, yeah?
Here, come on. I'll give you a hand up this slick bank.
Yeah. Hey, this is slicker. Now, where in tarnation did we put our clothes?
Well, we drifted downstream quite a ways. Oh, there they are, hanging on that bush up there. Up we go.
Well, here's your stuff, Hoppy, and here... Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
What have you got there, California?
Looks like some low-down sneaking coyote took off with my clothes and left his.
Well, if they fit, you got the best of the bargain. Nice black Stetson, black boot, black string tie. Mighty fancy.
They seem to fit all right, and my duds was getting stiff enough to walk off by themselves anyway. Reckon that's what happened, Hoppy? Say, look at what's in this pocket.
Looks like a black mask to me.
And it's got fresh blood on it. And Hoppy, this coat, it ain't mine, and it's just been fired. What do you make of this, Hoppy?
Looks pretty plain to me now, and I don't like it. There's been a shooting, maybe a killing.
You hear that, Hoppy?
I sure do.
Well, there they are. If that ain't a posse, Hoppy, then I'm a ring-tailed skunk.
Well, it's a posse, all right. They're moving fast enough to be following a fresh trail, and powerful anxious to meet up with a gent wearing black clothes, if I figure right.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get it going,
You're
Hoppy.
in a tight spot, California, but you'd be in a worse spot if you ran. We've got to explain what really happened.
Yeah, and if they don't believe someone switched clothes with me, then what? Way they're riding, they mean business.
Here's what we'll do. You stay and try to explain. The posse hasn't sighted us yet, and I'll slip around back of these cottonwoods. If they don't believe you, I'll make my play.
Hurry. They're starting around the river bend. That's it, Hoppy. And, Hoppy, if they start dragging out a hemp-neck stretcher...
Don't worry, California. Don't worry.
Now, back to Hop Along Cassidy and The Killer in Black. Hoppy's pal, California, is in real danger being found in those black clothes. But Hoppy insists that California try to explain his way out of it. That's better than starting to run when he hasn't done anything wrong, Hoppy figures. And anyway, Hoppy's standing by to see that his pal gets a fair chance.
All right, you crawling killer. I'd sure hate to plug you when so many's waiting to see your next stretch. But don't you make no fancy move.
Oh, no, Sheriff. I ain't the man you're looking for. I know it looks awful funny, me dressed in this black
Ain't
suit,
nothing
but...
funny about the way you killed old Bill Ryan.
Huh?
Didn't never always agree with what he wrote in that weekly gazette, but no square editor ever set a stick of type.
Maybe so.
Get on that horse of
Sheriff.
yours there. We're taking you in.
No, wait a minute, Sheriff. Like I was telling you, I was swimming in this here creek, and when I got out, somebody had tucked my clothes and left these. I never shot nobody.
You'll get your chance to tell that one in court, mister, but I'm afeard the jury'll just die laughing. Now, get up on that horse.
No, just let me tell you, Sheriff. You gotta believe me, Sheriff.
Start moving.
Get him up, Sheriff. I got
Why,
you. And next time I'm not shooting in front of your feet.
Don't know what you think you're doing back in them bushes, stranger, but you ain't getting away with this.
I'm not doing bad so far, am I, Sheriff? California, take up a collection of shooting irons.
So that's the name, huh? Seems I've seen that face before, too. I've got it. You're the California that's a wrangler over at the Bar 20. Well, you won't get away with this.
This is necessary, Sheriff. Start walking back to that butte over there, all of you. And don't look back. When you get there, turn your horses around and walk them back. Your six-shooters will be here waiting.
You're going to regret this, mister.
Start walking, Sheriff.
All right, I'll walk.
Oh, now you done it, Hoppy. Let my name slip out.
No reason to hide your name, California.
No, except the sheriff thinks I killed a gent, and once he ever catches up with me, he ain't exactly going to love me, and especially after this play of yours.
Well, I hate to cross up the law, but this lawman was blind. If they'd taken you in, I don't think you'd have had a chance.
Maybe I ain't got one anyways. Well, what do we do now, Hoppy?
Do? What would any man do? We got to find the killer before the law closes in.
Oh, quit talking about the law closing in and think of something.
I've got it. Maybe it's a good thing the sheriff does know your name. He'll head for the Bar 20 and...
That don't make me feel any better, Hoppy.
That means he can't get back to Coyote Junction much before morning.
Hoppy? Hoppy, you wouldn't mean that me and you are going back into town with me wearing these duds?
We've got some nosing around to do, and that's the place to do it. It'll be dark, and I'll find some way to sneak you into a hotel room. Sooner we make Coyote Junction, the better. There's the hotel down at the end of the street. We'll tie up here, and I'm going to get a room. You go around back to the hotel and wait. If I can't get the right kind of room in a few minutes, I'll come back there.
Right, Hoppy. Do your best.
You got a room on the first floor, friend? Something for a crippled gent so he doesn't have stairs to climb?
I got a room right in the street if you want it.
Well, I wanted something quiet.
Well, for something quiet, better take room 4 back on the alley. Hey, what was you to think if I told you there was a killing here this afternoon?
Why, you're kidding.
Oh, I ain't a kidding either. Some fireman stuck a colt in old Bill Ryan's rib and told him to hand over his money.
And what did Mr. Ryan do?
Why, old Bill waded right into the guy. Wouldn't take orders from nobody. Took a slug in the shoulder, another in the hip. Just kept moving in.
My.
Finally, the third slug caught him in the gizzard. His poor wife's in the back room, seen it all.
You don't say. Well, if it's that rough around here, I'd better take the quiet room on the alley.
Yeah, well, just try your room on this line here.
There, that ought to do it.
Yeah, here's the key. It's straight back in the hallway there.
Say, isn't it kind of funny the hold-up man didn't stick up the bank? Not much money in a newspaper office.
Well, not so funny if you know this town. Bank's been robbed so much they got 3 sheriff's deputies working as clerks, waiting for the hold-up men to come back. Besides, old Bill Ryan kept his bank roll on his hip, and everybody knew it.
I see. Well, good night, friend. California.
Here I am, Hoppy.
Shh. Don't talk so loud. Don't want the clerk to know I'm having a visitor. Come on. Here you go. I'm leaving you in here. And don't you set foot outside this room. You got it?
Sure. But where are you going, Hoppy? You got anything to work on?
Well, a little, thanks to the hotel clerk.
How in tarnation?
Old Bill Ryan didn't trust banks. Carried his money in his pocket. An outsider wouldn't know that, but a local man would.
That's pretty slick, Hoppy, but where do you go from there? Even if it was a local hombre.
There was a witness to the killing. Bill Ryan's own wife.
Oh, poor woman. Well, wish you luck, Hoppy.
Thanks, California. But remember, keep the door locked and stay inside. I hated to break in on you, Mrs. Ryan, knowing your sorrow, but I know you want the real killer brought to justice. It's exactly the way I told it. The same man that killed your husband is the one who switched clothes with my partner, California.
You sound sincere, Mr. Cassidy. I do believe you. But if California didn't kill my husband, then who did?
I don't know yet, Mrs. Ryan. But you can help me. Will you try?
You bet I'll try. What do you want me to do?
Mrs. Ryan, your husband was a man who believed in printing the truth. The sheriff told me that much.
He was a crusader, Mr. Cassidy. He loved this town and wanted it kept clean. When he saw evil things, he did his duty.
Even if it meant making a few people angry?
Yes, that's true. Nick Lyman, for one. Nick owns the Lucky Chance Casino.
And what did he print about Lyman?
That you could watch Nick Lyman's roulette wheel all night and never see a winner.
Well, the sheriff sure had it right about your husband's courage.
Yes. And the sheriff was a mite put out himself. With election coming on, Bill was making some pretty pointed references to the wave of bank robberies we've been having. And there's one more person who didn't like Bill.
Who's that, Mrs. Ryan?
Sam Fleeson, the banker's son-in-law.
How does he fit into the picture?
All three of the holdups this last month were during the noon hour when Sam was alone in the bank.
Maybe the bandit figured he had a good thing.
Maybe. But my husband didn't think Sam put up enough of a fight.
Well, this supplies Sam Fleeson with a motive, too. Now, he wouldn't just happen to be a fellow who wears an all-black outfit. Black tie, black Stetson.
I don't think that'll help much, Mr. Cassidy. True, Sam Fleeson wears an outfit like that. But so does every other clerk in the bank. And so does Nick Lyman when he's at the Lucky Chance. So, I'm afraid you're right back where you...
Something's happening down the street. Hard to tell what.
I'll blow out the lamp so we can see better. Why, it looks like a mob, and they're heading right this way.
They sure are, and there's a lot of them.
They're all following the sheriff right up to the jail.
So they are, Mrs. Ryan, so they are.
They're still milling around outside that jail. I can't imagine...
Mrs. Ryan, if you'll excuse me, I'm going down there.
But why, Mr. Cassidy?
Because the sheriff wasn't alone, Mrs. Ryan. My partner, California, was handcuffed to him.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here's a word from your announcer. And now, back to Hop Along Cassidy and The Killer in Black. California has been led into the jail, and an angry mob mills about threateningly outside, eager to avenge the murder of Bill Ryan.
Now, what do you want?
I just happened to see you bring in a friend of mine, Sheriff.
And you ain't very particular about your friend. This one happens to be a killer.
That's your idea. I've got mine.
Talking kind of big, ain't you? I happen to be...
No offense, Sheriff. Right now, I'd like to talk to my friend. Maybe he wants a lawyer.
Lawyer? The way that mob sounds, I'm afeard there's no time nor use for a lawyer.
I'm going back there,
Wait
Sheriff.
a minute, stranger. I never forget a voice. You're the gent who was hiding in the brush this afternoon.
Well, Sheriff, I can...
Now, wait a minute. Hand over your gun. I got you covered. Now turn around and back over here, gentle-like.
Well, looks like you got me, Sheriff. I'll go to my cell peaceable.
You want to see your pal California, huh? Well, you can have a nice visit, because you're going to be in the same cell with him. Now, inside with you.
I sure hate to do this, but... You should never put your six-shooter away when you're locking a cell door.
Nice work, Hoppy.
Catch him, California. Ease him down gentle.
Yeah. Oh, you sure nailed him. But from the way he's breathing, he ain't going to be out too long.
Why'd you leave the hotel, California?
Well, I heard a noise and looked outside, and there was a feller carrying a bundle of my clothes, and headed straight for Coyote Creek with...
Are you sure?
Sure as a heifer looking for a calf. When he went past the little shack behind the hotel, there was a light burning, and I seen the red patch. The widow woman showed him my breeches.
Then what happened?
Well, a minute later, this gent was tying a rock to my duds, getting ready to sink 'em.
So, you just decided to wander outside. How'd you get caught?
Why, I was just a-closing in on him, and then I slipped on the creek bank.
Sure.
And this hombre turns round and kicks me right in the chin, and hard. Well, I reckon I was still out of my head when I wandered out into the street and smack dab into the sheriff.
Well, I figured the sheriff would be riding toward the bar 20.
He sent his men on, but he decided to come back. And, speaking of coming back, looks like the sheriff's making another comeback right now.
Well, no chance getting you out past that mob, California. For the time being, you're as safe here as anywhere. Here's the sheriff's gun.
I ain't very safe anywhere at all, Harvey. I'm scared.
I've got an angle. I'll be seeing you. This is a good, strong jail. Now, don't worry.
Sure wish I had a harp in here. I could start getting in a few practice licks. Those hombres sound awful, Harvey.
Now, when I come back, I'll rattle these cell bars from the outside window. Keep watching the alley for me.
If you want in, just shove the door.
You must be Nick Lyman. Your faro dealer said I'd find you up here.
If you're squawking because you got cleaned out downstairs, skip it. Boot Hill's full of gents who made cracks about my gaming tables.
Yeah, I guess old Bill Ryan was the last to make himself heard.
He's dead, all right, and I can't say I'm sorry. Wait a minute, stranger. Just how did you mean that crack?
Like you think I meant it. If anyone had a reason to murder him, Lyman, you had one.
You're getting kind of careless, ain't you, stranger? That shooting's only a sample. Look at your right sleeve. One through there and two through your hat.
Well, I've got to admit it was good shooting. Which reminds me, never talk to a gent again when he's got his hands out of sight behind the desk.
There's 7 notches on the shooting iron, stranger, but there ain't none of them got there because a man was only flapping his jaw. When I kill, it's because the other gent went for his gun first. Now, if you want to start for your gun, go ahead. And if you don't, turn around and walk out peaceable like.
That's just what I'll do. Walk out peaceable. And thanks for the information.
You didn't get any information out of me.
You're wrong, Lyman. And it's probably the first time in your life you're not betting on a sure thing. So long. California.
Yeah, I'm still here. But I wouldn't be if I was a gopher.
I'm getting more to work on, California.
So am I. Something awful important just happened. Look down the alley. See the little shack where the light's burning?
Well, that's where the gent was standing when he tossed your duds into Kyle Creek.
Yeah, and whoever he was, he must have done some thinking, because he just come back.
Where'd he go?
I seen him go into the shack. Maybe now he's afraid someone who lives in that shack saw him knock me out. The varmint probably didn't think about a witness till his nerves settled.
Well, it could have been the man who lives there you just saw.
Oh, what I'm trying to tell you is this varmint just didn't walk in. He snuck in. And...
Now I see what you're driving at. And the light's out, too.
Oh.
Now, just a minute. I'll get a light. Now. Oh, there you are, friend.
Oh, I ain't hurt too bad. Just grazed my shoulder. What happened?
That's what I want to ask you.
I don't know. I was just fixing my supper when this fellow rushes in, blazing away. Lucky for me, he couldn't see me too good from the doorway. I'd be a goner.
Did you get a look at this fellow when he came in shooting?
No, sir, but if I did, I'd be lighting out for the varmint right now, by gutters.
Well, maybe I can save you the trouble.
Mr. Cassidy?
Right now, you'd better look after that shoulder of yours.
Yeah. Mr. Cassidy?
What is it, Mrs. Ryan? How'd you find me here?
Oh, California. Down at the jail. I just left me. California
What's up?
told me. The mob's cutting down a tree. They're going to use it to batter down the jail door.
How much longer will it take?
Half an hour at most. Horrible. I tried to reason with them, but they wouldn't even listen to me.
I've got just one more trick to play, and if it doesn't work, well,
I'm afraid it'll be too late. Those men are sure California killed my husband. They're wild.
Where will I find Sam Fleeson, the banker's son-in-law?
He lives in the house behind the bank, but he's out of town.
I'm hoping he's had time to get back. Now, listen carefully, Mrs. Ryan. I want you to hide right here beside this shack. There's something you will have to hear.
But I don't understand.
My friend's life may depend on it. Please do as I ask. Goodbye, Mrs. Ryan. Then I take it, Fleeson, you aren't willing to make the loan to me on my face.
I never heard of such a thing. First you break in on me when I'm tired after a long trip, and you try to borrow money when it isn't even banking hours. Finally, you can't even offer any security.
Well, I guess that's it then. But I told you why I had to ask for it. My partner was carrying all our money.
Well, that's too bad. But I can't do business with you. Now, if you'll leave me alone, I'll try to get some sleep.
Good night, Mr. Fleeson. Mrs. Ryan, where are you?
Over here.
If I've guessed right, it won't be long. Well, they got their tree cut. But they'll have to trim it some before they can use it. That'll take the most time.
Isn't there something?
Wait. Listen. You hear that?
Someone's coming. Who is it?
The man who killed your husband, Mrs. Ryan. The man who tried to kill the old-timer inside this shack. He's sneaking down to the riverbank now. And I know what he's after. He's not worried about being caught. Not with the whole town up at the jail.
He's getting into the water.
Yeah. All right, Sam Fleeson. I can see you, but you can't see me.
Just what's the idea?
Kind of cold to go swimming, isn't it? And it doesn't look like you're carrying a fishpole either.
If I want to go wading, that's my business.
It's like old Bill Ryan was getting too close to the solution of those bank robberies, wasn't he?
That's a lie. You can't prove any of this nonsense.
You'll prove it for me, Fleeson. In fact, you already have.
What are you talking about?
I asked you for a loan because someone had taken my partner's clothes with all our money in them. When you came out to this creek to try to find that money, Fleeson, you signed your confession of the murder of Bill Ryan because the murderer is the only man who knew where those clothes were. Come on, Fleeson, you're through.
Come and get me, Cassidy.
You're losing your head again, Fleeson. 4 shots at the old-timer inside this shack, and 1 makes 5. You haven't reloaded. You've got only 1 left.
That's a bad gamble, I'm warning you.
I'll take my chances, Fleeson. You're an awful poor shot, and you know it. Now, Fleeson, I'll come and get you.
Maybe this gun's empty, but I can sure couch you with it, Cassidy. Stay away. I'm warning you.
Quite a dive, Fleeson. Now, up you go. And down you go again. Now, we'll just hold you down until you have a change of heart about confessing.
The Killer in Black.
Hoppy, I reckon you wanted a good night's sleep, but I ain't exactly in love with Kyle Junction.
Oh, I feel all right, California, now that it's over and we got Fleeson's confession. Well, I've got to admit, you sure look funny marching out of jail with that big rope around your skinny neck.
Well, looks to me like you sure took your time of getting there.
Well, it's just as I was telling you. The killer took 4 shots to murder poor Bill Ryan at close range. So all I knew for certain was he was a mighty poor shot.
From the looks of them holes in your hat and shirt. That let out Nick Lyman, the gambler.
It sure did. That was as pretty a shooting exhibition as I ever saw.
And you know the sheriff wasn't the killer. A lawman's got to be able to shoot pretty straight, which left Sam Fleeson.
But the only way I could confirm my suspicions was to get him to look for your clothes where he'd tossed them into the creek. It all took time, California.
Yeah, I know it did, Hoppy. Well, maybe the boys at Bar 20 will think I'm quite a dude in this black outfit of Fleeson's. And you know, I've been thinking, if I didn't know you so darn well, I'd suspect you was in cahoots with the killer right from the beginning.
What?
Well, it was just 'cause I was dressed all in black that I had such a narrow escape.
Yeah?
Yeah, and this time riding out's the first time I can remember in 10 years that you ain't been dressed all in black. Yeah?
Well, so it is.
Up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. Some people seem to have the idea that cruelty between human beings is an invention brought on with the machine age. Tonight's play, however, goes back to another day and another machineless time, when man's inhumanity to man was quite the same. But first, Frank Martin for Ironized Yeast.
Do you keep watching the clock because you're so run down and jittery, so often overtired that it seems the day will never end? If that's how you feel, and if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, for your own sake, try Ironized Yeast tablets. These pleasant little tablets give you vitamin B1 plus iron. They've been of splendid benefit to men and women who were deficient in these vital substances. Help them regain glorious strength, energy, and needed pounds, often in just a few short weeks. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, lights out. Everybody. The time, Russia in the time of the Tsars. The place, the dread, cold, bleak island of Sakhalin off the coast of Siberia, where the imperial ruler sent political prisoners to a living death.
Come in, Sergeant. Stop that noise. Come in.
Your Highness.
Yes. Why do you stand there? What is it? Speak up, you empty head.
Your Highness, the prisoners are ready. They are in the courtyard.
Oh, yes, the prisoners. I've been looking forward to this. Quickly, a gun.
They are here at the window, Your Excellency.
Ah, yes, so they are. Loaded and ready, Yakov. You're becoming quite efficient.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
3 little pigeons, their faces to the wall, awaiting the will of God. Only in this instance, my benediction is a lead bullet. Well, open the window and we...
Nikov, what are you doing?
Marina, as usual, my dear, you're just in time. The sport is just about to begin.
What? What is it?
Come to the window.
Yes.
You see them there, faces to the wall.
Well?
The human head is much more interesting target than a bit of paper tacked against the wall, little Marina?
Oh, but what has he done?
Does that matter? Poor men, they're constantly getting into trouble.
It must be wonderful.
What?
To know that you hold the lives of 2,000 men in your hands. To know that whenever you will it, you can crush the hand into a stick.
Yakov, the window.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You hear, Marina? Mercy.
Yes.
I'll give them mercy. See, a perfect shot.
Oh, you do not try to kill them at once, Erenikov.
And ruin the sport. A shot here, a shot there. It's most amusing.
Let me try with the short, fat one.
You? All right, why not?
I never knew there could be such sport on this accursed place.
A man of cleverness can always find sport, even in a frozen hell. Well, shoot. A Chlino. Look at him flop around like a wounded duck.
Very fat duck.
What a pair we make, Marina. Quickly, give me the gun. There is yet another. No, wait. I'll get another gun. We will shoot together. Such sport. I told you would have an enjoyable time on Sahagin, my little Marina. I told you that...
Your Excellency, the jousting, Your Excellency.
Well, what is it? Can't you say I'm busy? What do you want?
If Your Excellency please, a message, an official one from St. Petersburg.
Well, give it to me, you fool. Give it to me.
Yes, Your Excellency.
What is it? What?
Jacob, shut the window.
Yes, Excellency.
You think I must decide? Short as me, the meddling fool, the bureaucratic fool. I could kill them all. Why must they meddle? Why won't they leave me alone and suspect us?
Trenikoff, control yourself. What is it?
Inspector.
What have they ordered you to do? You must tell me quickly. What is the news?
What news? The government is sending another one of their infernal inspectors.
Oh.
For 2 years, they've let me alone. For 2 years. And now another one of those fool inspectors. You must not get here.
But, Trenikoff, what is the difference? While he's here, all can be peaceful and quiet. A kindergarten full of dissatisfied little children.
It is not what I do to the prisoners that concerns them. It is my account.
Your account?
Marina, listen to me. I told you that in 2 more years I could retire you with me to life befitting a gentleman.
Yes?
Where do you think the money comes from? I will tell you. From the coal mines near Honor. From the salt mines on the northern end of this island. From the gold in the streams. I quickly discovered when they sent me here that a clever man could make a good thing out of the enforced labor of these miserable prisoners. And I have made a good thing. 2 more years. But now this infernal inspector. He will make his report. Investigation. I'll be ruined. Marina Petrovna, that man must not get here. He must not get here.
You will find a way.
Will I? Yakov, come here. You thick-headed fool. Must I yell my lungs out? Come closer. Come closer.
Your Excellency?
You were drunk again last night.
Drunk? No, Your Excellency.
Close your mouth.
No.
I've had enough of your drunkenness. Perhaps 100 lashes with a whip will teach you a lesson. The brave Sergeant's face grows green with fright.
It is death, Your Excellency.
You know that only too well, Yakov? They have died under your whip with fewer than...
Your mercy, Excellency. I will do anything you want. Anything.
You are a good
mercy,
swimmer.
Your Highness. Mercy, mercy, Excellency.
Stop your sniveling and listen to me
Mercy.
closely. There's a certain man destined to arrive in Nikolaeva within 2 weeks. He'll be in charge of the boat, which is to bring him across the 30 miles to that treacherous water, which very fortunately separates us from the mainland. If during this most dangerous search there should be a little accident, well, Marina?
You are very clever, Renikoff.
We are ready, Honored One.
Well, Sergeant, very thoughtful of Commandant Trenikov, I must say, sending an entire squad of soldiers to give me safe conduct. But I doubt if all the Tsar's armies could calm the waters between us and Sakhalin. Now, could they?
The passage is always very rough, Your Excellency.
Tell me, how many miles across?
30, Your Excellency. Commandant Trenikov has made your safe arrival my personal responsibility.
Well, the wind is getting stronger, if anything. That's a mighty small launch for so much angry water, Sergeant.
I have made the crossing hundreds of times, Your Excellency. There is no danger.
How much further, Sergeant?
Only 5 miles.
5 miles too many, as far as I'm concerned. We certainly would be in a situation if the engine stopped.
If you will excuse me, Your Excellency, I will make sure everything is in order.
Of course, of course. Under the sound of it, that engine needs attention. Go ahead.
Спасибо, спасибо. Your Excellency, the engine.
What about the engine? What happened?
Broken down completely. Your Excellency, we are at the mercy of the
Stop
sea.
jabbering, you fool. Tell the helmsman to keep the boat headed into the wind. Don't stand there like an empty-headed fool. Go, do something.
No, Your Excellency, it is no use. We are lost. The propeller shaft broke down in the bulkhead. We are sinking.
Come on, the lifeboat. Order your men to them quickly.
Yes, Your Excellency. To the lifeboat. Men to the boat. Cut the rope, you fool. Cut the rope.
Divide up your men, Sergeant. Bring this boat, bring the other.
Ivan, Yasin, Sorin, and this boat. Bring the axes. Cut your rope. Cut your rope. That rope there. Get that one.
There she goes.
Jump, everyone. Jump.
Sergeant, you get the rudder. Come on, men. Give me a hand with these oars.
Room there.
Pull, men. Pull away from the launch, or it will pull us down with it. Pull. That's it, men. That's it. We're safe enough. Sergeant,
What are you doing? Keep us out of the trough of that wave. It'll swamp us. Sergeant, swing. The rudder will drown. Sergeant, don't!
Devil take that part. Just the lawn sinks. The devil's fog comes rolling. Infernal telescope. We can see nothing.
Your Excellency. Your Excellency.
Sergeant, how did you...
Your Excellency, I have come to report.
Your clothes, dripping wet. You did not...
Oh, I am the best swimmer on the island, Your Excellency.
You're tired. Yes. Sit here.
No, Your Excellency, the chair, my white
Sit
clothes.
down.
Yes, Your
Now
Excellency.
then, tell me what happened, everything.
Yes, Your Excellency, I did just as you ordered.
The infernal inspector of the guard, Michael Bashchev. You saw him drown.
With my own eyes, they all drowned. Only I lived.
Michael Bashchev is dead.
With my own eyes, I saw it. I thought I would never make it. The waves were so strong, never stronger.
Ah, but it was worth it, Sergeant. Now you should be rewarded. Yes, rewarded.
You are very kind, Your Excellency.
My kindness is exceeded only by my good nature. This all... Ah, yes. Here it is. Your reward, my dear Sergeant.
Anything you give me, Your Excellency?
Anything... You like your reward, Sergeant. Why don't you say something, eh? Speak up. Oh, what a pity. The bullet hit you in your ugly mouth, Sergeant.
Oh.
Yes. Yakov the Sergeant. To him, I entrusted the safe delivery of the Tsar's representative, the Honorable Michael Bashchev, to my presence. Michael Bashchev, dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a deep breath or two and a moment of relaxation. Before we go on with tonight's Lights Out story, the story of a murderous tyrant and the rush of the Tsars, let's return for a moment to our own times and the problem that may be troubling you tonight.
Problem's no name for it. You know, I'm making the best money I've made in years, and what good is it to me? It's a jittery and on edge. I can't enjoy good food. Day's work often leaves me too tired out to feel like having any fun. I'm losing weight and losing sleep. I can't understand it.
Perhaps a well-known nutrition authority has the answer. He says, improper eating due to wartime living may cause a person to become deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, two substances essential to normal weight, strength, and energy.
Well, how can I get more vitamin B1 and iron if I don't get enough from my food?
Get ironized yeast tablets. They give you both vital substances, vitamin B1 with iron. Thus, when you need them, ironized yeast helps you two ways to regain weight and pep and strength.
Say, maybe I'd better try ironized yeast tablets.
For your own sake, do if you're short vitamin B1 and iron. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
Man, oh man, do I feel great. My jitters are gone. Now I enjoy 3 square meals a day again. That fagged out feeling's a thing of the past. I'm sure glad I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to our Lights Out story of Sakhalin.
Renikoff, you are so clever.
Gladly.
Oh, you are so strong.
You will like me always.
Oh, why should I?
Because I have the strength.
Now there is no one to stop me.
Yes. Now the Tsar's inspector inspects the bottom of the sea. Whoever it is, I'll flay his skin off. I told him not to disturb me here tonight. Come in. Come in.
Commandant Rennikov.
Oh, who are you?
My credentials, Commandant.
Credentials?
I am Michael Bashchev, ordered to report to you by His Majesty the Tsar of all the Russia.
You're
Michael
Bashchev. But the boat you drowned.
No, not quite, Commandant. Some natives a few miles away found me when I crawled up on the beach. I assure you, I almost enjoyed that swim.
Welcome, Michael Bashchev. Welcome to Sakhalin.
Thank you, Commandant. I assure you I will make my inspection complete, fair, and a short one.
I will do my best to help you.
You are so strong, Michael Bashev.
Am I?
Oh, your muscles, they crawl under the skin of your arms.
Let's go in.
Oh, no. Stay out here a little longer with me. Oh, don't you like little Marina at all, Michael Bashev?
I have work to do.
Work?
His Majesty sent me here for a very definite purpose.
Oh.
I must obtain accurate information of the income of gold mines and other activities of the prisoners on this island.
Such accurate information is valuable to you, Michael.
The Tsar's orders.
And if you could get accurate information quickly, it would be worth a great deal to you.
I cannot leave until I do.
If I told you the truth about what's going on here, would you take me with you back to St. Petersburg, Michael Bashev?
What?
Would you take me back to St. Petersburg, Michael? I want to go with you, Michael. I want to leave this place. I want to go with you wherever you go. Oh, you are strong, Michael. I love strength. I love you. These few days I've known you, I have learned that...
Marina Petrovna.
We are here, Commandant, in the shadows.
You here too, Michael Bashev. I did not see you.
Yes, we were resting. Marina here has been showing me around the barracks.
So?
I was entertaining our guests as you wanted, Trenikov. Where are you standing there long, my dear?
You mean around the corner?
Yes. Yes, I was just wondering. I have been praising you so much to Michael that I was just wondering if you heard all I said.
Unfortunately, no. You will come inside, Marina.
Inside? Why?
The post has come. There's a letter for you from St. Petersburg.
Oh, I have been expecting it.
Yes, I know. You will excuse us, please, Michael Bashev.
Yes, of course.
After you, Marina.
Yes.
So?
The letter, Trenikov, where is it?
Letter? What letter?
No, do not tease me. You said there was a letter for me from St. Petersburg.
Did I?
I have done nothing.
Come here to me.
But...
Here, to me.
Trenikov.
You always said my arms were strong.
Not now.
No, I will hold you close now. Close, like this, while I tell you that you are the devil's own daughter. Betray me to him. You thought I did not hear. I did. Every word of your treachery. If I give you the information, you will take me to St. Petersburg, my Michael Bashev, my strong Michael Bashev. You wretched woman, I could kill you.
No,
kill you.
No,
my throat, my hands, my strong hands. You said you were strong. You thought for the evil. You betray me, will you? I'll choke you within an inch of your life. Within an inch, I tell you. I'll take all but the last breath. I'll teach you to betray me. You'll never dare speak another word. You'll never speak. Marina. Dead? And now it is your turn, Michael Bashev. In here. I'm here, you. Stand there. You are Bruga, the crazy.
Bruga.
Your sentence?
I don't know. My head. I cannot remember.
Then let me remind you. Your sentence was for life. You know why you are here?
He is to blame for my misfortune.
Yes. So I understand. The Tsar himself.
The Tsar? Yes, he is to blame. The police official in my village. My daughter. He wanted... You listen to me, Your Excellency?
Yes, I listen.
2 days later, the Cossacks came. In the name of the Tsar, they said. The Tsar. He was to blame, Your Excellency.
Yes, the Tsar and you.
And the court.
The judge. To Sakhalin by the order of the Tsar, they said. You hear, Your Excellency? Again, the Tsar. The Tsar, my persecutor. The Tsar. The Tsar.
So you would like to revenge yourself against the Tsar, old man?
I would give my last drop of blood.
Come closer. You know the stranger that has come here, the man they call Michael Basha.
I know.
He wishes to go on a little hunting trip today. I've heard you are well versed in the haunts of the game around the bay.
Yes, Your Excellency. Yes. Old Brugger knows where the rabbits are, and the foxes, too.
I wish my guest, Michael Basha, to have a very successful hunting trip. He's a very important man in St. Petersburg. And no one but he is the nephew of our little father, the Tsar.
The Tsar?
Yes. Michael Basha, with whom you are to go out alone on a hunt today, is really a nephew of the Tsar. And he is a great favorite of his blessed uncle. You will be all alone with him for the entire day. The nephew of the Tsar. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
This revolver, you know how to use a revolver, old man.
Mm-hmm.
I give it to you in violation of all regulations, and you know why? Because I want you to take good care of His Excellency, the nephew of our merciful Tsar. Good care. You understand?
The nephew of the merciful Tsar.
Well, old man, there ought to be rabbits in this field.
No.
Sure, Crosby. You must like to walk.
No.
Well, I must say the commandant gave me a very talkative guide this morning. No. That's all I've heard from you since we started out. Well, I don't suppose that the man who has been in prison on this godforsaken place as long as you has much to talk about. Tell me, how many years have you been here?
Years mean nothing.
No, I suppose not. See those birds? Too bad Marina Petrovna couldn't come with us this morning. Strange she should get ill so suddenly. Do you know what happened to her, Brugger? Then I suppose you don't. I say, old man, how much farther do we have to go? We're miles from the camp.
We have come far enough.
Huh?
The great Tsar, the merciful, righteous Tsar will miss his favorite nephew, no?
What are you talking about, Brugger? What about the Tsar?
Your uncle. Your merciful uncle. You are his favorite. Are you not, Michael Basha?
My uncle? Sure, Fibber, what are you talking about? I have no uncle.
You are not his nephew?
Whose nephew?
The Tsar's.
Are you mad? Would I be here in this godforsaken place if I were a Romanov? Why, if I had my way, the Tsar and all his filthy blood-sucking... I must be going crazy, too, talking this way.
You do not know the Tsar?
I'm a government official. What do I know about the Tsar? Why don't you ask your own Commandant Renikov if you want news of the Tsar? You know all about his cousin.
Renikov. Cousin to the Tsar.
I thought everyone in all Russia knew that. Why do you think he's commandant here after the scandal he was in back at St. Petersburg? Why, if not for his relationship, our dear Renikov would have been swinging from the highest gallows. It was only because he was a cousin to the Tsar that... Old man, Brugger, where are you going? Why are you going back? Come back here. Come back. Well, it is an island of madmen. That look on his face when I said that...
Come in. Come in. What is this? I guess Michael Basher met with you. Oh, what a pity. Do not tell me you had an accident. Ah, well, so it goes in this life of ours. Well, what are you standing there like that for, you fool? What happened? Did you do as I said? Is he dead? What happened?
Nothing happened.
What? What's that you said? Nothing happened. Speak, you fool. What do you mean, nothing happened?
Nothing happened.
My whip! Where's my whip? I'll tear the man's eyes out.
Nothing happened, little cousin of the child.
Wait till I put my hands on my whip.
Stand where you are.
Gun! Put down my gun.
You thought you were clever. You thought I would not find out, eh, Commandant?
You mad fool. Put down that gun.
But I did find out. I did.
Give me that gun, Brugger.
If only you were here.
Now, come, old man. You don't want to harm me on your friend.
You would reach him until the weep tears him as I have.
Now, come. Hand me the gun. I will pardon you, old man. Yes, you'll go home a free man.
I have no home. He took that for me.
No.
I will take
don't look at me
him.
like that. Be careful. The trigger.
You die.
No. Help me, God.
Die, little cousin of the town.
Help
me. Die.
Help me. Somebody help me. This madman will kill me. He's killed me.
Rennikov.
Who called my name?
Rennikov.
Help me. Whoever you are. Help me. Call the guard.
Rennikov.
Marina Petrovna. But I have killed you. Days ago. With my own hands. I killed you.
Yes?
Then how can you be here?
Because now, Rennikov, you too are dead.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Today's Paul Harvey News and Commentary.
Hello, Americans. This is Paul Harvey. Stand by for news. We have clinical studies showing that as people have more birthdays, human skin loses elasticity, loses its ability to hold moisture. Well, that makes wound and burn healing increasingly difficult. So Spanko Medical Corporation, listen to this. Spanko has developed a second skin. These are the folks who make those green insoles for your shoes. They have a product called Second Skin. It uses moist care technology, which allows wounds to heal faster. Not like your traditional dry bandages. These are high-tech dressings that even look like and feel like a second skin. To find out more, call 1-800, the numeral 8, and then Spanko, S-P-E-N-C-O. You can get these at many drugstores such as CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens, many discount stores. If your store doesn't yet carry Second Skin, tell the store manager that Paul Harvey said stock up on Second Skin soon. And you'll never return to the old dry bandages once you've tried it. It's the one in the blue box. The one in the blue box called Second Skin. United States airports are reopening. United States airports are reopening now. Stock market investors, sidelined and anxious, awaiting the likely reopening of Wall Street tomorrow, should be reassured today, as stock markets in Asia and Europe are recovering from their initial anxiety, and most were selling higher today. Seeking to calm fears in financial circles and to stabilize the global economy, the Federal Reserve announced this morning that $50 billion with a B dollars will be made available to the European banking system. That should more than cover any and all expectable panic withdrawals. Now, here is the latest word, not the last word. 50 or more people were likely involved in the skyjackings in this country Tuesday. We know the names of more than a dozen of those people. Several suspects are already in custody. Each of the 4 planes involved in Tuesday's attack, at least one skyjacker, was a qualified jet transport pilot, probably trained at a flight school in Florida. Evidence is overwhelming that Osama bin Laden was the financier and the strategist. From his hideout in Afghanistan, bin Laden directs a global network of terrorists. He has many supporters in Boston. During the second Clinton administration, Clinton's advisors knew at one time precisely where bin Laden was, but our president chose not to take him out. Spain is the first nation to step up alongside us, announcing this morning that should we wish to bomb Afghanistan, we can feel free to use Spain's air bases, as we did during the Gulf War and during our Balkans involvement. Neither we nor NATO has made any such threat yet. Our State Department has repeated a worldwide warning to all Americans traveling abroad: lie low, just don't advertise your presence. The long-closed congressional bunker underneath the Greenbrier Hotel in West Virginia was not reactivated for this. That lease agreement says it may be used only in case of a declared war. For 6 hours, while President Bush was hopscotching across the country, while New York and the Pentagon were under attack, and Air Force One might have been a target, Bush vented his frustration with Secret Service people by insisting, "I'm not going to let some tin-horn tyrant keep the President of the United States away from his office. The American people need reassurance now. They need to see their president now." And ultimately, the determined president did prevail. The president has designated tomorrow a day of prayer and remembrance. He will be in New York for much of the day. A quick public opinion poll by NBC shows that 4 of 5 Americans approve the way President Bush is handling things. No elected president has ever walked into those big shoes and fit them right off. Some grow into them. The mood of Americans, measured several ways, has evolved from shock to anger. There's a lot of loud rhetoric coming out of Congress. Meanwhile, the FBI, as methodical as in days of old, is rounding up conspirators. There have been some scattered attacks on Muslim mosques and threats on others. But Chicago, my goodness, Chicago seems to have everything under control. Chicago's Mayor Daley has maintained masterful control of his polyglot population. A lot of the devout believers in Islam are as distressed as anybody by the crazies who happen to share their religion. Now, page 2. I don't know if you heard that letter I was trying to read the other day from a woman who says, "Thank you, Paul Harvey, for our wonderful bed. It has changed my husband's life." She went on to say that he has osteoporosis in his spine. He hadn't slept well for many years. Because of lack of sleep and chronic pain, he had low energy. He's an avid golfer, but was unable to play golf. Well, she says, "We bought a Select Comfort bed 3 months ago. After finding the correct sleep number for him, his back began to improve. Now, 3 months later, he gets out of bed, he smiles at me and says, 'It's the bed,' and he grabs his golf clubs and out the door he goes. He's now playing almost every day. He comes home full of energy and happy. He's a new man. I'm extremely grateful for creating this bed that helped him so much. Thank you. He, my husband, is 67 and going on 27. Signed by Sally O'Brien of Escondido, California." Well, now you can try a Select Comfort Sleep Number bed for yourself, for your husband, in your own home. And you can try it for a month. And then you can send it back if you don't want it. Just telephone 1-800-NEXT-BED. Maybe you'd like to learn more. Then I'll send you a free video telling all about this happy experience. So for the in-home trial of the bed or for the free video, just telephone 1-800-NEXT-BED. Medical, the bacteria which causes stomach ulcers is also responsible for virtually all cases of stomach cancer. New England Journal. These studies conclude with the presumption that if we can treat the bacteria with antibiotics, we can prevent the cancer. And the tests are relatively simple. People who take aspirin regularly do reduce the risk of heart attack, probably are extending their lives. Cleveland Clinic research. Harvard Medical has changed its verdict on aspirin at least once and now concedes that it does more good than harm. All 3 of the airports where airliners were skyjacked Tuesday, all 3 of those airports hired security, but were cited at least twice for security problems. More than a dozen of the employees hired at the great big Philadelphia airport, more than a dozen were untrained, and dozens of them were criminals. Well, as far away as Hamburg, Germany, one suspect was arrested in the New York bombing who is or was an airport worker. You know, historically sheltered Americans have just not recognized the potential for airport personnel, the food service people, the cleaning crews at the airport, the sanitation workers, how easy it would be for them to carry weapons aboard while servicing a parked airplane and then conceal those weapons, where potential skyjackers could come aboard and have access to the weapons. We could learn from Israel about airliner security. Could we ever? Israel's Mossad is immensely effective at intercepting potential trouble aboard Israeli jetliners, plainclothes, pistol-packing in-flight guards. Passengers are grilled, their credentials are really examined, their luggage is really searched, and they employ more other security measures than they would want me to define. And their hiring of anybody working around airplanes does discriminate. The Israelis discriminate. As George Washington is said to have said that night he crossed the Delaware in 1777, put none but Americans on guard tonight. Page 3.
Worldwide. Chicago's News and Talk. Radio 720 WGN.
That tropical depression in the Gulf of Mexico is more powerful by the minute. Much of Florida is now under flood watch. Los Angeles, your water tastes fishy. Your tap water smells bad and tastes bad. Well, your water company people blame algae. There is an especially large algae bloom in your city's aqueduct. The water is safe to drink, and it should again taste right in about a week. And at State Prison in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, inside the walls of State Prison, the Prison Activities Director has posted this notice: no pole vaulting. American Airlines flight attendants have ratified. They now have a new contract. Philatelists will want to know 5 new Christmas stamps will be issued October 10, 1 of the Madonna and 4 of Santa Claus. Hanukkah and Kwanzaa stamps will be issued October 21. New claims for unemployment pay, new claims last week increased by 21,000. A flying friend of mine, Richard Bach, who authored the book Jonathan Livingston Seagull and several others, because I know the nature of his next book, I know that Richard will be intrigued by Jen Morrison. The town of Layton, Utah, allows pet owners to keep pet ferrets, but limits the number to 6 ferrets, and Jen Morrison, in her apartment, had 261. Well, Australia is still under international pressure to accept boatloads of people from Afghanistan, but is now refusing adamantly. Australia's Defense Minister, Peter Reith, says sneak-in immigration is a potential pipeline for terrorists. Since what happened to us, U.S., Australia has prevented 3 more boatloads from coming ashore. We have certainly learned a lot from last Tuesday. One thing is that technology is no substitute for the old-fashioned way of gathering intelligence. It's not easy to find spies that you can trust, I know, because some of them are necessarily pretty slimy. And we are learning that for all of our sophisticated heat-seeking infrared technology, when it comes to searching for humans in a pile of rubble, there is nothing more effective than the nose of a well-trained dog. Oh, yes, there are 300 of them on duty in New York right now. Page 4. School is back in session. All parents, All parents hope and pray for a good year for their children. Unfortunately, some children struggle and needs help. A child who is a poor reader, for example, may shy away from reading and from books. Well, you know how important reading is to that child's future success. The phonics game can help. The phonics game, it's a wonderful reading program that's fun to play, cleverly disguised as a game so children who are hesitant with workbooks and flashcards will welcome this new approach to reading, the phonics game. It's also a delightful way that you can share, giving your children in your life a great head start for the year, whether your children need a little extra help at home or just want to be at the top of the class. Please order today the phonics game, 1-800-965-READ. You're risking nothing because your child using the phonics game is going to get better grades next semester, or you're going to get your money back. How's that for a promise? The number to call is 1-800-965-READ. 1-800-965-READ. The West Nile virus, moving west out of Africa, is as far as Florida, USA. A 12-year-old Arabian horse is dead of it. Horse owners in the area are demanding more mosquito control. And here is a strange. A man in Britain, age 24, was blowing up party balloons. He blew up dozens of party balloons, then suddenly went to the hospital with chest pain, where they discovered that he had burst many of the tiny little air sacs in his lungs, inflating himself a little bit more each time he blew up another balloon.
Well, it is that time of day again. I certainly hope you enjoyed this stream and the new show. But now it is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The name of the state of Nebraska comes from an Oto word, Indian word meaning flat water. The state of Nebraska has 2 time zones. The Panhandle region uses Mountain Time, while most of the state of Nebraska follows Central Time. Nebraska is the only state in the U.S. whose legislature is unicameral and nonpartisan. A unicameral parliament or unicameral legislature is a legislature which consists of one chamber or house. After Nebraska became the 37th state in 1867, the town of Lancaster was made the capital and was later renamed Lincoln in honor of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. Before Lincoln, Omaha was the state capital. Before Nebraska became a state in the U.S. Union, it passed the Homestead Act in 1862. The act allowed white settlers to claim and keep a section of 160 acres of land if they worked for 5 years to develop it. However, there were other conditions that were to be satisfied to claim land. The act brought a rush of settlers to the state. And that was the Trivia Minute. I certainly hope you enjoyed this stream. And until I see you again, have a great day and God bless.